Good morning to one and all. The fifth session of this conference begins now. I request Professor Kuldeep Bhan to take care of the session. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. And now we'll be starting our fifth session, that is on ethnoarchaeology and experimental studies. We have 6 papers in this session, pretty and posty. And I will like to invite the first speaker, that is Stephen Koob, on conservation and restoration of South Indian ceramics. Please.
Thank you. Let's see if we can do this. Good morning, everyone. I'd first like to thank Dr. Alok Kanungo for inviting me as a resource person and speaker. I'd also like to thank IIT Madras for hosting us here. I'd also like to give you a little bit more of my background that's not in the booklet, and that is I started out as an archaeologist, or trying to be an archaeologist, but I stopped after a master's degree and went into archaeological conservation, which I've truly loved ever since, specializing in ceramics and glass. And before I went to Corning, where I spent most of my career, I spent 12 years at the Smithsonian Institution in Washington, D.C., as a conservator specializing, again, in ceramics and glass for the Freer Gallery of Art and the Arthur M. Sackler Gallery, which are now called the Asian Art Museums. I've worked extensively before that on excavations throughout the Mediterranean, primarily, mainly in Greece, Turkey, and Italy. And I've been fortunate to have a small conservation lab in every place I work. That's not always the fact that you have not only a conservation lab, but much less an archaeological conservator. Ceramics are certainly one of the most prominent materials that you find on an archaeological historical site, or even after the late Neolithic, we find lots and lots of ceramics. And having seen the ones here, they're very similar to many of the ceramics I worked on, especially in Turkey during from the Chalcolithic era. So, the question came up the other day, I guess it was Friday and Saturday both, about whether you should wash ceramics on site or even after that. And my answer is, in most cases, yes. And I'll explain why. Most ceramics are going to be exposed to water ever since they're buried. And I'd say that it's very true of probably 95%. We saw Mudit's collection of, what do you call it, a midden, and those were easily exposed, probably still are today, to a lot of water. And water is going to wash your ceramics one way or another. But there are some cautionary questions about washing. And Mark Neuer brought this up, and others have as well. Kalyan brought it up for possibly compromising analyses. Mark brought it up for the fact that there are lots of ceramics, well, not lots, but certainly I'd say probably about 5% ceramics that have what we call post-firing decoration on them, or water-soluble paints, colors that may have been applied without being fired onto the ceramic. They're going to be washed off if you just throw these things in water and then go at them with a toothbrush. So you really need to know your material. And that's why the conservator should always work very closely with the archaeologist in understanding what material you're working with. You're both after the same thing. The conservator is there to help, and the archaeologist is there to guide, but you're looking for information. And the more information you can gather, the better. And the conservator side of that is in the interest of preservation of the materials that you find. So you really do need to work together. And so a lot of ceramics do get cleaned on site, with or without supervision, which I prefer the supervision side of it, because there are some issues that can come up. The question of how high fired the pottery is. Very, very soft terracottas can also be damaged by soaking and washing and brushing. And of course, unfired clay, which is pretty rare but does occur, will also just dissolve in the water. These are some examples of pottery that's been soaked and washed on site and set out to dry for preliminary to sorting. Cleaning. Cleaning is something that should also be supervised. It should not be done just by workmen on the site who, again, don't know the pottery's nature, how soft it is, how it could easily be damaged or overcleaned and undercleaned, as in this picture, at the same time. Somebody, really wanted to see the surface of this, but it turns out that most of the deposits on this are not just dirt that can be easily brushed away, but they're what we call deposits or accretions that are much harder to remove and sometimes require some chemistry. As in this one here as well. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the differences between soluble and non-soluble deposits. But again, some of these accretions may be covering up information that you might want to see, like this, the decoration of this lamp. And so the right tools are important as well. Often soft brushes, and again, being supervised by someone who knows the material. Mark also brought up the question and big problem of soluble salt contamination. And this is related to what I was just talking about, of soluble and insoluble materials. Interestingly, in all the places around the world, the worst salt contamination I have seen is what Mark described on Saturday as from Harappa. The salt is so abundant there in the soil that in early morning, the deliquescence of the salt crystallizing on the grass actually looks like it just snowed overnight. That's a lot of salt. But so what is the problem here? Well, there are two types of salts that we know of. There's soluble salts and insoluble salts. Soluble salts are the ones you're very familiar with. You use them in cooking. You get them on the airplane, little salt packets, and they dissolve in water very quickly. They dissociate. They're actually often called ionic salts because they're just a very simple molecule. This one from the airline is sodium chloride. It's basically one sodium, one chloride. Sodium's positive, chloride's negative. They like each other. And when they're dry, they combine. When they're in water, they dissociate. So you have both ions. They can get very complicated as well. You have in the soil, we have potassium, we have so many other combinations, calcium, and so we get a whole variety of soluble salts. But they're water soluble, they're small. That's also important. And that means they can be drawn into the ceramic when it rains. The water goes through the soil, goes through the ceramic, and most of these earthenwares are very porous. They can be easily 3% porosity, and the salt gets into the ceramic. And that's where the problem starts. But if the object is left buried, it reaches some kind of equilibrium so that it's kind of happy being in the soil. It's when we come out and excavate it that we bring it into a new environment, which Mark referred to as pretty harsh in that area of high humidity, low humidity, changes in humidity. This affects the salts once they're in the ceramic and once they're excavated. The salts crystallize when the humidity is low, and they go into solution when the humidity is high. And I'll show you some examples of these. So right here, you see a pot that's on a shelf in storage. Don't know for how many years, but look at where the metric scale is. Just around there's a ring of white deposits, but not only just white deposits. There's some red-brown in that white ring, and that means, as Mark implied, the ceramic is disintegrating. So over time, it can completely disintegrate the fabric of a pot. You can get differential salts. This is possibly from one area that may have more salty area than others, or it could be from treatment. This one, I think, is actually from treatment. It's from Athens, and they often treated those insoluble salts with an acid and then did not rinse the pottery. And so some of them got better rinsed and some did not. And here's one that got joined together, and after long years of storage, only one side erupted with a lot of salts. That's a lot of salt. And salts are dangerous. They're very damaging. Sodium chloride's been listed as having 2,000 pounds per square inch in strength. So that's, as it crystallizes out, it can easily pop off a glaze like this, easily. And I've seen the glazes even pop off across the case. That's a lot of power. So they are extremely damaging. And there are some salts that you don't even see. Particularly in glazed wares, the salt is very happy working its way around inside the ceramic because the ceramic is softer than the glaze, so it stays underneath the glaze, and you can see the damage that's taking place with the two little boxes on the left. And here again, the fabric is just being literally destroyed by the salt action. There is some good news. We can desalinate. Desalinate means get the salt out. This is often long procedure. But you can start with regular water, tap water, or even water from a stream if you test it. That's where, again, a conservator comes in handy, having testing materials for testing both your soil and your water. This is actually in southern Turkey, where the water is the purest water I've ever tested, just coming off the melting snow off the Taurus Mountains. That's pretty clean water. So you can start with that, but if you don't have clean water, you have to make some clean water. And that can be done simply by acquiring deionizing resin. That's the kind of brownish black resin you see, or purplish black resin you see on the right-hand side of the sink. It's connected to the sink, and the water is filtered through that, which takes out these ions that I mentioned earlier, these of the dissociated ionic salts. And you have deionized water. You can also use distilled water. It's just a little more difficult to be making distilled water and a little more dangerous using a lot of glass and heat and things like that. This is done at room temperature, and so you can, and these columns will make sometimes up to 40 liters of water or more. It depends on how bad your water is in that area, and this can be used for soaking. So the pottery is soaked, preferably overnight. You could take a reading of the water content, and it's changed every day. This is what we read with. We read with a conductivity meter. That gives you an overall reading of the total amount of salts in your solution. There are lots of publications on how far you should desalinate. You certainly don't need to go down to zero, but you need to get it down to an acceptable level that the salts will not re-effloresce from the ceramic. And this is usually 100 micromoles, or as on the meter here, it's down to about 50. That's a pretty safe level. It can take sometimes 2 days, can take 3 days, can take a week. For those glazed ceramics I showed, it can take even longer. The good news is there are a lot of sites that don't have any salts. I've been at sites and we've tested, and there are literally no salts. Inland sites are often protected, some are, some aren't. Coastal sites, certainly, if they're connected to a saltwater venue, they'll very likely have salts. So, and then the final good news is once you've desalinated, you're done. The ceramic is clean, and it's clean forever. It can go into storage, and it's not going to get any salts back. It just doesn't happen. It would have to be recontaminated by reburial or possibly some improper cleaning technique. So that's the good news about salts. It's a little complicated and I spent a lot of time on that, but I just wanted to explain that all so you're more familiar with the desalination thing. So there are some good publications out. We did some from Niagara and Athens, and Alice Poterakis has published quite a number of things as to desalination. And it's important because you want to have clean pottery if you're going to go to the next phase, which is sorting and assembly. And this is kind of my favorite part of it. It's like working with a three-dimensional jigsaw puzzle with a lot of the pieces gone. So you have to sort and resort, but some of us have incredibly good mental and eye coordination, so we can remember a piece from one end of the table to the other end of the table and put the two pieces together. Working outside, good light, it's all very useful. It's my colleague Tony Siegel, who worked at the FOG for many years, but we worked together in central Turkey. And then question of adhesive. This has been a question for decades and decades. Ever since synthetic adhesives were introduced to archaeology. And then many were used, unfortunately, and many of them, unfortunately, were not of good quality. And I'll just show you a couple here. The 1950s and 1960s brought in polyvinyl acetate, better known to most of us as the Yoo-hoo in a yellow tube. And then on the right-hand side, you've got cellulose nitrate, which came in basically after World War II as a byproduct of excess TNT as nitrate, and it yellows within 10 years and gets very brittle, and your pieces just fall apart. So these are examples of those, the Yoo-hoo on the left, and then the cellulose nitrate, which came in a variety of types, sorry, on the left and on the right, cellulose nitrate. So polyvinyl acetate suffers the most from heat, and the heat doesn't have to be very much. Anything above the temperature in this room and polyvinyl acetate will start to fail. So 25 degrees centigrade, polyvinyl acetate will not withstand. And so most archaeological storage is well above that, and the pieces slowly just collapse. The cellulose nitrate is just disfiguring, and again, I said as risk of the pieces falling apart because it becomes very brittle over time. So I introduced a new adhesive in 1986, published in the journal called Studies in Conservation. It's a resin, copolymer of what we call methyl acrylate and ethyl methacrylate, one of the first soluble plastics that could be used for a variety of things, mostly as a medium for paints and inks, but it was used in conservation for strengthening materials and as a coating in the early years of study. But I just looked up a few recipes of how to make it as an adhesive. It's really quite simple. You dissolve it in acetone. That's what you're looking at here. Basically, just the B72 itself and acetone. There is an additive we often put in to control the flow characteristic, but it's inert, so I'm not even going to talk about it. But you just suspend it in a jar like this, and you can make an adhesive. And these are the reasons why. It has excellent stability. We've now been using it for almost 40 years. It's reversible. This is a good conservation principle. We want the material to be applicable, but we also need to have it reversible if for any reason we want to take the pieces apart, if we find more pieces that need to add to it, or we find something better in the future. It is water clear, so the joins are almost invisible, has excellent bond strength for all classes of ceramics, from earthenwares and terracottas all the way up to stoneware in China and porcelain. And the solvent that we're using is acetone, which is about one of the safest solvents you can use. It's easy to prepare. But one of the things I really recommend is that you do prepare it yourself. I've published a lot of papers with recipes. It's pretty easy to do. I'll go through that very quickly, and it's dependable and inexpensive. So lots of good reasons. So this makes you what we call a solvent adhesive. And a solvent adhesive is what you probably worked with when you were young, putting models together, and you apply it to either plastic or wood and put the pieces together, and the join sets up relatively quickly, usually in less than a minute. And that's because the acetone evaporates. And as the acetone evaporates, it gets sticky, the resin gets sticky. It develops what the adhesion calls tack, T-A-C-K, which is just stickiness, and suddenly you have a join. It's very easy. This is how I've done it. In the very middle, you see me pouring it out of a jar into an open tube, and then the tubes are sealed up from behind, and now you have enough in a jar there to last you probably for a year. So they come in a nice sized tubes. Those are readily available. If not, you could find a way of reusing old tubes. So after all that preliminary work of cleaning, the edges of your pottery are clean as well. That's most important because you want the edges to be clean for good assembly, for good joining, and for the adhesive to bond properly. And then it's a question of how do you start? We often start with the largest pieces, or you start with the base and work up. Layout is important, so lay out your pieces just like this. Often we'll lay them out in the archaeological scheme of base at the bottom, middle sherds in the middle, handles maybe on the left and the right, and then the rims at the top. Very, very simple procedure of layout, and then we basically join it piece by piece. Large ceramics as well, I've done with the same material, and even working outdoors. Got to be careful with working outdoors. Don't leave anything out in the sun for too long because it can get really, really hot out there. So assembly, I'll just show a few examples of this. Here's one, about 60 pieces. Comes together, you can barely see one join. But we have a little bit of help. A microscope is extremely useful, especially a binocular microscope. They don't show up too often on an archaeological site, but if you do have a conservation lab related to that site or your materials can then be transferred to a museum, you can work there. It doesn't need to be that strong. I marked here 10 times or 15 times. It's just enough to look at your joins and see that you've got a good join. And that first join is the most important of all. If you get that one right, you're on your way. If you get that one wrong, you're going to be wrong all the way through. High-fired ceramics. So here's a piece that's, it's basically stoneware and a large break. Again, the same adhesive, but note that I have on the table there, ready to be my assistant, is a little bit of acetone and a soft brush and some toweling. So I have the adhesive, I have the acetone, and the brush. And so the adhesive is applied just to one edge. It's very simple, straightforward. Takes a little time to go from the right-hand side all the way to the left-hand side. And you may need to wet it with a little bit of acetone as you're doing this, because by the time you go from that one side to the other side, you've gone about 10 centimeters, 15 centimeters, and it's starting to get tacky or dry on the right-hand side and still wet on the other side. So a little bit of touching with a brush, as I'm doing here, is I'm touching the brush with acetone and then wetting the adhesive a little bit. Then the join is done. You can apply basically as much pressure from one hand to the other hand as you can. I've never really broken a piece by putting pressure on it. As long as you're careful, even the thinnest ceramics can be bonded this way. And you can see the excess adhesive being squeezed out. That means you're getting a really tight join. It's always been a fallacy that the more adhesive you put in a join, the stronger the bond. It's exactly the opposite. The smallest amount of adhesive you can get in a bond that wets both sides of the ceramic gives you the strongest bond. So put a lot of pressure on that join and you'll get a really tight join. And you can do some cleanup literally almost immediately. I did tape this one to keep it in position. So you can see the tape, and now here's the preliminary cleanup, again using acetone. Just wet the brush in the acetone, wipe it across the surface, mop it on the paper towel to clean it, and then repeat. And then the final cleaning can be done with just a small paper towel wet with acetone. And here's your finished piece, virtually invisible joins. So there are really two ways to apply the B72. We do a little bit more preparation for soft earthenwares because they're porous and permeable. So it's not unlike painting your house. You would never paint a wooden house without putting a primer on first. So we do the same thing with soft ceramics. You prime or seal the edges, number 2 here, with 5 or 10% B72, and then you apply the adhesive. Pull it apart quickly, put it back together, and then rejoin the fragments. The one we just saw was the stoneware, china, or porcelain. Use this slightly thinner. I wetted it, as you saw, and then apply it directly to just one surface, and then you bond. So fairly straightforward. So just to see some good results, here's that cellulose nitrate one redone with B72, and it's still in fine shape. I have it at my house. It was in our house to start with. And this one on the right was the one that had collapsed. So it doesn't look like it was a round jar, but it's a very round trefoil inoquity. Now, consolidation was probably the last thing you may consider doing, but it's sometimes necessary, especially on sites where the ceramics are severely degraded, already what we call friable, flaking, and it's meant to do the same thing as an adhesive, but we do it in 3 dimensions. So you're using a thinner solution, somewhere below 15%, but higher than 3%, and avoiding, again, these slow evaporating or low evaporating solvents like toluene or xylene. So I think I should have an image here of a piece that was, again, severely damaged by salts. And this is a perfect candidate for what we call consolidation by brush. Not by immersion. You don't want to get this completely wet, but you can apply it by brush. And these are the 2 solutions I generally recommend for earthenware ceramics, 7.5% and 15%. And again, they're just in acetone, so there's no real question of toxic solvents, and they're easy to apply, and they're very quick drying, and they'll strengthen your ceramic so that it can be handled or pieces can be then rejoined. It also can do it by capillary action. This is by immersion to the point that it'll be wicked up or drawn through the ceramic. And this can be done in double bagged, and you just place it in fume hood or someplace where it's going to be left for several days for the solution to be drawn up into the ceramic. And it can be left in the plastic bag in the end to just dry, because the solvent will evaporate slowly through the plastic bag. Just want to finish up with a few comments about restoration. Restoration is often called gap filling or loss compensation, and it's done for specific reasons, primarily for publication or museum display. It doesn't need to be done necessarily for study, because most people can determine the shape of a ceramic just by looking at it, and so you don't need it for that. It's also the type of thing you just don't have time for on an archaeological site. You really don't. It has to be either in the museum or a study season where you have people that can come in and help out. We often took a lot of students at various sites in the Mediterranean area, and they loved working on ceramics. But many of the years I worked in northern Greece at this site of Samothrace, we were not excavating. So we could work on the collections, some of them just redoing old repairs, others restoring pieces that they wanted to put on display. So my favorite working material is plaster Paris, which is what the ladies here are working with. I'll have another example of that. But, and not everything needs to be restored. If it's stable, it can go into storage with even, large pieces hanging out on the side. It doesn't necessarily need to be restored. But I love fine dental plaster, as I mentioned. It works well. It's easy to finish. It's also easy to make a mess of if you don't finish it. So keep that in mind. But it really makes nice fills. So here's just a pair of pieces that came out together. And you can see, I don't have the pointer here, but John, you can see on the right-hand side, at the top from the rim down across the neck there's a slightly lighter area. That's been filled with plaster and then painted with acrylic paints to simulate the original, but not to match it entirely. So it depends on who your either director of the museum is or for publication, whether you want it to be visible or not so visible. And finally, storage is a big issue. We never have enough space for storage, in my opinion. And so storage can go from floor to ceiling. That's not great. That means you're climbing on a ladder to get a piece down or to study it. And then a lot of pieces are left there for decades with nobody even looking at them. So it's not a great thing. And then stacking, boxes should be properly labeled. But again, you don't know what's inside until you look. You really don't. And then last but not least, this is not the best storage you can have. Please don't stack your ceramics. In the end, they're just going to get damaged. So what we did in this site is we took all the ceramics out. We just put in more shelves. Put in more shelves. Write them out. They're pretty small, thin plates or bowls, and you could get a lot on a much thinner shelf with just a lot more shelves. And I think I'm finishing with that. Thank you very much.
May I request Massimo Vidale to present his paper on experimental restoration of 5th century vertical kilns and its technical parallels to Harappan.
Okay, thanks Alok again. Everybody is thanking you because you are a very good person, Alok. Remember this. And many thanks are due to the Indian Institute of Technology of Madras and Gandhinagar for this highly appreciated invitation. So I am a little bit worried about this presentation for two reasons. One is that I am presenting kilns to many of you who know much more than I do about kilns, especially one who is sitting just in front of me. And the second reason is that I will discuss a research which is focused on ancient Greece more than in South Asia. But let us see what come out and if some of these observations might be useful to a more general audience, okay? So you know that in South Asia nowadays, in most cases, people is firing pottery in this kind of infrastructures, which are big sloping platforms where hundreds, if not thousands, of vessels can be fired in the same way. And the figure that you see on the lower right is taken from a presentation, from the thesis of Miller, of Heather Miller. And so the problem is that for the prehistory, for the ancient world, we do not have evidence of this kind of sloping platforms, with the exception of the one which was found in Mergar, if it is really something like that. I would say that from the published information, we cannot be sure 100%, but it is likely, I think, anyhow. So what are the features of this type of firing? They are very efficient. The type of fuel that you use is not, particularly expensive. I have seen preparing platforms like this with whatever was around in the village, the husk of rice, and many other, I would say, light kind of fuel, including cow dung, which, on the contrary, is expensive and so on. The problem, I think, with this kind of firing infrastructure is the great amount of loss that you envisage for this. I have gone through some papers and they speak of 10 to 15% of pots which get broken in this way. But let's move to the vertical kilns. This comes from a book by Mark, if I am not wrong. It's a nice drawing, shows the basics of Harappan vertical kilns. So you have fuel ingression, you have a pillar in the center, and you have a perforated floor which is suspended. We speak of a firing chamber below combustion chamber below and above the firing chamber. You see that there are not many holes on the perforated floor. So this is something that apparently is specific to the Harappan technology, and you will see why when we'll have a look to the Greek ones. So these structures are very well known. They have been excavated very carefully at Harappa by Mark, also by myself many years ago. And this map by Mark and the Harappa team shows, the part which was excavated probably of a larger ceramic firing compound in Mount E, if I am right, okay, of Harappa. And many other kilns exactly of the same type with many technical variations have been excavated in the Indus domain, like this one or this one. These were excavated by Stefano Pracchia in Lal Shah near Mergar, and it is an extra urban, I would say, extra settlement firing area where many, many kilns have been built on the same location, superimposed one to the other. And you see the type is always the same. It's basically the same type of technology. And Mark has showed yesterday, I think, how in the late Harappan time, the central pillar seems to become less important or disappear, and probably also the kilns become smaller. So we have a technological change. These were cleaned on the surface of Mohenjo-Daro in the 80s, always by Stefano Pracchia. You see here the central pillar is substituted probably by a wall in the center. Another kiln on the right is more triangular in shape, but these were not excavated because at the time we could only work on the surface and we had no permission to empty the chamber of the kilns. But anyhow, we are dealing with the same type of infrastructures. Now, the comparison with the classical Greece, you see now kilns of the 8th, 7th, 6th century before Christ, they are quite similar. You have the central pillar, they are round, and you have the ingression, which is comparable to the Bronze Age vertical double-chambered kilns of the Indus Dominion, just to show you some examples. Now, these kilns are not easy to excavate, okay, because when you excavate a kiln, kilns are used for some years. They are constantly restored every season because the surface gets damaged. So we have different layers of plaster very often inside the chamber, along the pillar and so on. And in order to understand how they work, you need to find exactly the trampling surface where the potters were working, correlating the trampling surfaces with the layers of restoration of the pillar and the inner walls. And when you look for what they were actually firing, you cannot look to what is found inside the chamber, because usually when the kiln is abandoned, it becomes a latrine, it becomes a place where any kind of junk will fall. And in order to see what they were firing inside, you have to find the dumps, which are probably at some distance from the kiln. So this requires attention and care and microstratigraphy. Usually kilns are not excavated very well. Now let me make a digression. This research on ancient Greek kilns is part of a wider project we have replicating the basic lines of the ceramic technology of Greece between the 6th and the 5th century before Christ. This includes also the reproduction of a potter's wheel of the same period. So what you see on the left is what we reproduced. We made the type of potter's wheel that you see on the right. And now I am not entering in the details, which are rather complicated, but basically it is a heavy wheel. It weighs about 50 kilograms. And the way in which we made it, this, according to our experience, is the only way in which this kind of wheel is made. The proportions are taken for the average proportion of the human body, as you see in this and other few illustrations we have of potting in the same period. Now, so we reproduce this potter's wheel, we use it actually. So I am not very comfortable with the distinction that has been proposed more than once in this conference between a slow wheel and a fast wheel. You know, the impression runs below that people started to have, you know, a slow wheel which was not very good, rotated very slowly, then they become more intelligent, and then finally they have a wheel which runs very fast. Things are not that simple. In reality, this is a slow wheel. It cannot turn this wheel for more than 35 to 40 rotations per minute, which according to the manuals and the existing literature is a slow wheel. But you can do with this kind of wheel any kind of ceramic form that you want if somebody is pulling the wheel in front of you. Just to show you, this was one of our projects, the largest ceramic vessels of ancient Greece ever known. But you can make this kind of kilikes or any kind of the most beautiful ceramic of ancient Greece and also the Roman period with a slow wheel, basically, which is this one. Now, this wheel is portable. You can separate the disc and the stand. We know from this kind of representation that ancient Greek people had younger girls performing like flute players, dancers, acrobats on the potter's wheel. We know this from these representations and also from some literary past, okay? So we actually did also the experiment. We put a girl on our potter's wheel and she could, you know, actually use the flute while she was revolving and so on and so on. But we will do more on this line of research. I am not losing time now with this. Just one thing, note the representation. There is a clown in a theater kind of show who is pulling the potter's wheel with a string, like a big top, okay? And I was very skeptical about this possibility until I found some Japanese illustrations of the 19th century in which you actually see potters working with big potter's wheel which are pulled with a string. So it is possible that they were doing, but this is the only actual witness of this kind of movement of the potter's wheel. Anyhow, one of the reasons why we started this research is that we have a set of unique representations of ceramic production in ancient Greece in form of these tablets. These tablets belong to a series of votive, they call them pinakes tablets in terracotta, where potters represented a part of their work, dedicating these tablets to the gods in order to protect their craft. So this is only, you know, just to show you part of this incredible archive. These are, you know, the potters taking the clay. You see that they work extracting the clay from the substratum and not from the, obviously, from exactly as people is doing nowadays in India. And we have a good series of tablets of various quality showing potters while they fire their kilns. And we have images of kilns which are very rare in, I would say, in the general context of archaeology. So you see here fragments of kilns represented with the fuel entering. The potters are climbing the kiln. They are checking the top to see how the flames come out. They have their tools. Sometimes you see even the god who appears below, I mean, on top of the kiln, protecting the firing. Firing was the most dangerous phase of the production because, you know that they were risking to damage all the load. They also believed that some demons were leaving the kiln with the purpose of breaking the pots, and this is illustrated in some literary work of ancient Greece. And the god, strangely enough, who is protecting the craftsman is Poseidon. It is not Athena. It is not Hephaestus, the divinities which were more closely linked to the craft, but the god of the sea. This is probably because Poseidon was also the god of earthquakes and the god of springs, and so we have clay and water which probably belong to his dominion. And in this exceptional fragment of tablet that you see here on the left, we even see a kiln section with the pots which are being fired. I do not believe they were put in such a haphazard way, but this was only for showing the people in a very clear way what was happening within the kiln. See the section of the perforated floor. So some of these tablets are really beautiful. They were painted by professional potters. Some were just sketched badly. And so this is exactly the type of kiln we have been trying to reproduce. Look at the door on the upper vault of the kiln. Here, it is more clear. You see, they wanted to show how good were these kilns, so there is a lot of fire in the mouth, a lot of fire coming out from the top. Look at the door, which opens on the firing chamber. And this is the model of what we have been trying to do, and this is our kiln. See that, when we made a big door because we wanted to fire some big pots inside. But the problem is that if this door was a single block, it would have weighted something like 100 kilograms or more. And so we divided it in small parts which superimposed are more easy to be moved around. So the proportion of what other kiln we did were more or less based on this one. In this case, you see the chimney is a big amphora, broken and reutilized. They still do the same thing in Tunisia. It was in Djerba, and the top of the kilns were pots which were put on different points of the kilns. Let me go on. Okay, so this is the basic sketch of our kiln. It is 3.5 meters long, 1.7.8 meters high, and it is about 2 meters in width. The firing chamber on top is 1.60 centimeters. Clearly, there are much easier ways of doing a kiln. This was made by the University of Liverpool, so they published a paper, and the British colleagues said, okay, we know how to make the mud bricks, but then they said, we have a lot of fired bricks from an old building, let us use those. And then they preferred to excavate the kiln and not to build it in elevation, so they put some kilns around and smeared some clay. And so, this was definitely much easier than what we did. Then they prepared their perforated floor that you see here. Note how the holes are not aligned. They are put randomly in the different parts of the perforated floor. This is important, and we will see why. And then they didn't build a dome. They made a kind of cone, which does not correspond to what the ancient Greek people was doing. And please note also this kind of pigeon they put here, which is supposed to be an offer to the gods or something like that. Okay, actually, we have also evidence from the pinnacles of ancient Greece that they were putting this kind of apotropic figures against the demons and for getting the protection of gods. So we have a kind of dwarf put in front of the kiln, and then, the owl of Athena, which is the goddess of other crafts, coming to protect the kiln. So we decided to do the same thing, and we copied an owl from the drachma silver, which is the typical coin of Athens in that period, and we put our owl in front of the kiln for the same, protection. I want to remember that what we are doing is nothing new, and in Harappa, Mark and his wonderful potters have experimented for a long time, and they got some, an incredible amount of information about this technology. What we are doing is, from some point of view, a kind of development of what Mark has started in terms of experimental archaeology in Harappa. And I met Nawaz. Unfortunately, I could never work with him, but I remember him as a wonderful person. Now, I show you how we made our kiln. The only new equipment we have been using non-traditional is this kind of machine for mixing and pressing the clay, because I was working in an urban environment. It was impossible for me to dig a big hole in the garden and have actually the people working with mud there. So this facilitated a lot our work. Then we made our mud bricks in a very expedient way without molding. Then we prepared a horizontal base, making a filling of broken bricks and clay, checking that it was horizontal. And then we made our perforated floor. You see, we made it with 2 round platforms of clay. There is a lower one, which is poor in grog. It's basically made of clay. And over it, in plastic state, we built the perforated floor so that all the retire of the clay was discharged in the lower platform. And this kept the perforated floor intact while clay was shrinking. And the clay we used for the perforated floor was much richer in grog, in broken bricks and powder of bricks. You see here on the right how the lower part cracked while the upper part was left unbroken. But what happened? You see that in our case, we made the holes at a regular distance. So this made our floor very fragile, and some cracks started to develop between one hole and the other. Okay, here you see in Greece, this is another perforated floor, and you see that people didn't make the holes aligned because the holes aligned are dangerous. And also you see that these are plans of grids from ancient Greece, and they were doing both. In some cases, the holes are random. In some other cases, the holes are made in a line, especially in the Hellenistic later specimens. So I will show you what we have to do when the holes of the grid are perfectly aligned, which is, I repeat, a dangerous choice. So here we start building our kiln with the mud bricks, and slowly we rise it. We start building the walls and the central pillar in the same way. And in order to support the parts of the grid, of the perforated floor, we had to make arcs supporting the joints between the different triangular parts of the floor. In this way, you know, the shrinking was not putting the whole construction in danger. So the joint between each triangle is supported by a single arc made of mud bricks. And this is exactly the type of solution that you see in these later Greek kilns. So there is an arc exactly like in our case under the joint between each triangle of the grid. So the kiln came out in this way. Then it was put horizontally. So you see that the triangles are not joined one to the other, so that in shrinking and in fire, they will move independently. Then we came out in this way, then in this way, and then this is the final kiln. Okay, then we made a three-dimensional model. So just to show you the different steps, I am not taking too much of your time. So this was given to me by the people who made the 3D reconstruction. And so this is what we made eventually. I don't tell you all the bureaucratic problems I had to build things like this in the courtyard of our department, because, you know, some people say that we needed a building permit from the municipality, and we needed to inform the police every time we had to fire it, and so on and so on. We were inspected by the Service of Security of the university, and some colleagues were very critical. But eventually we did it. Okay, so we still have not used this kiln. We will do it in spring. So for the moment, it is covered and protected by the weathering of the bad season. Now, just to give you some measurements and some numbers, to build it, it took 250 man-hours, grossly equivalent to 2 months of work for 4 people, 4 persons, plus 30 hours probably for digging and transporting the clay. In all, we use 5.2 tons of clay plaster and other building materials, equal to 2 cubic meters of clay, including the mud bricks, obviously, used for the walls and the vault. And the plaster we used finally was about 50% in volume of straw mixed with water, 25% clay, 12.5% sand, and as much of grog made with broken and powdered bricks. And the space inside the vault is about 1 cubic meter, no more, which is probably, when you compare it to the big firing sloping platforms we use in South Asia, you know, it's much less. I think that the big platforms can fire 6 or 7 times more pots in the same context, in the same event. So I am closing with some questions for me, for all of you. Why, in 2 different contexts, like the Iron Age, let us call Middle Iron Age context, urban context of ancient Greece. And in the Bronze Age of the Indus Valley Civilization, people was using the same kind of kilns, basically. So I think this depends on the relationship of production, the reason why you want to make all this work to control very well the firing of a smaller amount of pot should probably have something to do with how the city was formed. I think that potters were coming to these early cities with their traditional links, connection, alliances with a group of families. Basically, they wanted to control the temperature to have very good products on demand by the group of families with which they were familiar with. And so on one side, we have the need of having high quality products. On the other side, a small amount of production. So they cannot really be compared with what people is traditionally doing in Indian villages. And okay. And this is more or less, but this is an open question, okay? And whoever has some good idea, please tell me, because I think it's an interesting question. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Massimo. Now I'd like to invite Amrita Sarkar for his paper, Ethnoarchaeology in Field, a Cautionary Tale from Potters in Mewar.
A very good morning to all of you. I would like to start, of course, by thanking Dr. Alok Kanungosa for giving me this opportunity to present my work. Professor Rajan Sir, State Archaeology Tamil Nadu, IIT Gandhinagar, IIT Madras, and of course IGRMS. My topic for today is Ethnoarchaeology in the Field, a Cautionary Tale from the Potters in Mewar. Now, before I jump into the ethnoarchaeology part of it, since we have a lot of students here, I would give you very briefly an idea about the archaeological importance of Mewar. Now, Mewar region in Rajasthan, India, it holds a very significant archaeological importance due to its rich cultural heritage. It has many prehistoric, protohistoric, as well as dynastic sites, which kind of contribute to diverse archaeological sites in this particular region. Now, Harappans culture that my ethnoarchaeology is related to is of course named after the Ahar and the Banas valley of Rajasthan, India. And this culture flourished during 3700 BCE, 3700 BCE to 1500 BCE. This culture is very significant for several reasons. In fact, if I may say so, this is one of the most famed regional Chalcolithic culture of India. Now, why do I say famed? Because if you really compare it with other regional Chalcolithic cultures of India, this particular culture has reached to a proto-urban level. Generally, the regional Chalcolithic cultures are primarily at rural level, but this particular culture has reached to a proto-urban level. So that's why I say that it is one of the most famed. Now, in Western India also, we do not have Neolithic, so we have Mesolithic, and then directly we have Chalcolithic. We do have a very good understanding of why so. But because we have metal from the very beginning associated with agriculture, this also, make it a very pivotal period in technological advancement. And these beautiful copper tools are from various sites of the Harappans culture. The archaeological excavation have also revealed evidences of well-planned settlements consisting of both public and domestic architectures with organized streets and houses. And these features suggest, of course, certain level of social organization and planning. This is a very important public architecture that has been found from Gilund. There are two mounds from GLT2 mounds. This is a long, running parallel walled structure, running north-south, almost 20 meters in length. A small anecdote is a very similar structure has also been found at the Harappan site of Khirsara. The only difference is that in Khirsara, it is made up of burnt bricks. Here it is sunbed bricks, and in Khirsara, the size is a little bigger, but it's very, very similar. This has been identified as either a storage or a warehouse. There are also, these are some features from the late phase of Gilund. A phase of Gilund where you have this line of beans which are being lined with, grass and lime, definitely again used for storage, and there are chulhas, multiple chulhas from the site of Gilund. These two are pottery kilns which has been found from Balathal. Of course, indicating that there was presence of pottery industry at the site and suggesting a very well-developed technology. If you see the structure of the kilns, they're rectangular in shape and, of course, made to withstand very high temperature for firing pottery. The right-hand side picture that you see, it has in situ tanwares. So before this pottery kiln was discovered, it was believed that the tanwares in Harbana sites were probably imports from Harappan sites in North Gujarat, but then Balathal did prove that they were produced in the site itself. This is the industrial area. This is from the site of Gilund again. You can clearly see the furnace. There are slag deposits and, of course, burning activities. The structure shows evidence of burning in the form of vitrified clay. There has been no evidence of domestic hearth and storage facilities close to these structures. So the excavators have sort of identified this as a non-residential area. Another most important findings that makes Aharbana's culture again very unique is the presence of seal impression. Now, seal and sealing is something that we generally associate with the Harappan sites. But the discovery of seal impressions in Gilund, of course, places the site and the culture squarely within administrative tradition. And the fact that these seal impressions were found in association to this long parallel vault structure. So this is the beam in which these seal impressions were found, of course, emphasize their importance at the site. The corpus of sealing is around 249 fragments. The designs found on them, we have concentric circles, we have spiral ladders, teardrops, fish, solar elements, cross hatches, seals with similar iconography, that is the stepped cross has also been reported from the site of Harappa. Martha Mary has actually worked on the designs and iconography of this seal impressions. And according to her, the iconography basically resembles something similar materials to Central Asia as well as southeastern Iran. So taken together, these materials suggest that Gilund and other sites in Western India somehow were involved in the large-scale interaction that has been documented throughout Asia in the late 3rd and early 2nd millennium BC. As far as pottery is concerned, Aharbana's culture is very popularly known as white painted black and red ware, but we do have a lot of incised ware. Actually, majority of the pottery repertoire consists of incised ware, both in thick red slipped as well as grey wares. Pottery has been very simply classified into finer fabric and coarser fabric. Within the finer fabric, we have thin red slipped ware, we have white painted black and red ware, we have tan ware, we have few pieces of buff ware, we have polychrome ware, and among the coarse wares, we have thick red slipped ware and we have grey ware. We also have some very simple graffitis which could have been used as potter marks, even from Aharbana sites. Okay, now, coming to the ethnoarchaeology part. So luckily, when I was studying the Chalcolithic pottery at Gilund, I came across this interesting coincidence of meeting these traditional potters who were still producing pottery at the present village of Gilund, which is around 1.5 kilometers from the archaeological site of Gilund. And the most important part was that these potters that I interacted with and I documented were the last living generation. None of their children, not a single. So there were almost 30 potters' houses in the village. 6 of those 30 houses were still producing pottery. The rest have already changed their profession. Among the 6, all of them were the last living generations of potters. None of their children have taken up. Some of them have migrated to Gujarat to work as gem cutters, to work in construction sites. Some of them has opened tailoring shops. Some of them have opened ice cream parlors, or working as, temporary workers in any other sort of miscellaneous works, but none of them are continuing the pottery making as a tradition. So obviously this rang a bell in my mind that probably I'm the last one who knows. So it is very important that I document and archive what they are doing. And also because I did find certain similarity between what they were producing in the present village and the Chalcolithic pottery that I was working with. So of course my aims and methods were to document this last generation of potters, their technology, their knowledge, take their oral histories, learn as much as possible about their ceramic production environment. And of course, whoever does ethnoarchaeology know that it is not a very easy thing. So people are not very welcoming and forthcoming in the first phase. You have to make repeated attempts at socializing them, telling them, because they're also smart, they're intelligent. They keep on telling me, you come, you take my information, you write a book, you'll sell them, you get money. What do we get? So it took some time to convince them that it's not easy to get a publisher to publish our book, let alone if we get it, we don't get any royalty for it. We are lucky if somebody chooses to publish our book. So it took some time to convince them. And of course, with time, they opened up. And I got to do what I wanted to do. Now, am I the first or the only one to do ethnoarchaeology in Mewar? Of course not. It has been done by Malti Nagar back in 1967, when Sankalia was excavating the site of Ahar at a village called Parla. Then Carol Kramer has done a very good work. Her book is published in 1997. But of course, her work was more focused on urban potters in the 2 cities, Jodhpur and Udaipur. And then, of course, Dr. Anup Mishra, is he here? Hi, yes. So he has done it at a place called Vallavnagar, if I'm not wrong, when he was working with his pottery at Balathal, and it's there published in his book Beyond Pots and Pans in 2008. Now, these are 3 of the 6 potters that I did. The Bansilal ji, who is on the left, above is the youngest that I have documented, and the right sitting, that is Dalli Chand ji, is the oldest. Now, they can't tell their ages in specific numbers. They always say, I'm either 50 plus or 60 plus or probably 70 plus. That's how they tell their ages. So, of course, now to put the potters' comments and discussion in perspective, I needed some, of course, theoretical perspective. And maths and ceramic archaeology made a lot of sense to me. At the core of the ceramic ecology is an emphasis on natural environment, which for this research includes clays, includes tempers, and fuel, as well as, of course, availability of water and changing seasons, and etc. So as far as the ceramic ecology in Gilun is concerned, clay and pigment sources. So for clay sources, they use 2 sources. One is called Soniana, which is a place which is 8 kilometers from the present village of Gilun. And there is another source that they use, which is much closer, just 1 kilometer from the village, which is called the Tankivali Nadi. Now, this Soniana is actually the preferred source, because the clay coming from Soniana is much more refined and good. So they, until and unless there is an emergency or there's a certain surge of demand, and they do not have enough clay, then only they will go and source Tankivali Nadi. Otherwise, they prefer to get clay from Soniana. Pigment resources that I have found, at the present, I haven't found a black pigment that they are using. 2 pigments I found, Harmach, which is the red pigment, and Khadi, which is the white pigment. Both of these they get from a place called Gangapur, which is 25 kilometers from the village. Now, what are the mode of transport in getting these clays? So, of course, from Soniana, they use tractors, which are hired tractors. None of the potters own tractors. And they get 2 months of supply in one go. And for Tankivali Ki Nari, they use sometimes donkeys, which are again owned by the potters. They will use baskets, they will put on both sides of the donkeys and they'll get the clay. Or if they have a cycle, sometimes they use a cycle, sometimes they use their own scooters or bikes if they have it. The manufacturing process is pretty known to everyone. So the raw clay is brought, it is first pounded to reach to its finer consistency. Of course, sometimes sieved to remove impurities if there are any. Water is then added to the clay, wedged until it has a very sticky yet a very elastic consistency. Some potters are also using tempering materials like ash, dried donkey dung. After the clay is wedged nicely, and they are covered with a weight cloth for a few hours, and then they are thrown into the will by the potters. In case of larger vessel also, they often use this wooden paddle, which is regionally called thapa, and a stone anvil, which is called pindi, in shaping and finishing the tool. So when you had seen the Naga Life workshop, you saw they were using some of the paddles which were, with the wires and all. So it is just the same thing, it looks like a table tennis pad, but without the wires, it's just made of wood and the thapa. So they use it even to shape the pottery, or sometimes if a crack has developed during the, drying, they will mend the crack also by beating the pots. So just as Professor Kenoyer has pointed out that, in each and every phase of pottery production, women are involved, only leaving the sitting on the wheel or throwing the pottery on the wheel. The same finding I have found in Kiln also. Women are allowed to resource clay, women are allowed to prepare the clay. They are only not allowed to sit on the wheel. They are also allowed to do the surface treatments, help them in firing, everything. Now, I had been pestering all the potters that why do you not allow women sitting on the wheel? And I was so happy and fascinated by what I found, and that exactly matches what Professor Kenoyer has said. So only the youngest potter, Dalli Chand, rest of the 5 potters, like, we don't know, sadiyon se hota aa raha hai. Like, it has been happening from ages, women were not allowing, so we don't know. Dalli Chand ji said to me that, which he implied, what he said was different, but what he implied was that women body is made differently from men body. Our center of gravity is different from that of the men. The position in which the potters sit in squat position, it is very difficult for a woman to sit in that position for a very long time and, use the will. That is one reason, because you tend to lose your balance. Second, also he said the same thing, that also it is very, risky when you are pregnant. And in rural areas of India, it is not that they're only having, mostly they're not having 1 or 2 kids, but 5, 6, 7, 8, sometimes 10 kids. So basically what you find out that in the entire fertile window of their life, they're pregnant almost every alternative year or sometimes every year. So it is not possible. So it is absolutely correct that it has nothing to do with taboo or any, sense of purity or impurity. It is just a simple solution to a practical problem. So I have found the same thing in Kiln. So women are involved in surface treatment. Now the surface treatment that I have found in Kiln, there's of course the application of sleep and then the painting. So what they do is, once the pottery is in leather hard condition, they roll it in ash, which is locally called bani. Then they will shake the pottery just to get rid of the extra ash. And then they make the pigment, they dissolve the pigment in a pan like this, and they just roll the pottery into the pigment. And once that particular sleep has dried out, then they use, white curry, white pigment for making the paintings. The paint brush that they use is made out of donkey tail hair. So most of all the paintbrush that I have come across are actually made of donkey tail hair. And then, of course, the pots are fully dried under the sun, ready to be fired. This is how they look when they are ready to be fired, like fully dried in the sun, ready to be fired. Now, this particular picture does not belong to me. I got it from a student of Pushel. It could be from the archiving of Pushel. I don't know, maybe Namita can help me identify. I think all of us have this photo, whoever has worked with the Harappans, but I really don't know who's, I think probably it's Professor Pushel's archive, I don't know. But anyway, unfortunately, when I was there, I could not witness the firing, but the process that was described to me absolutely is very similar to what is being shown in the picture, hence I thought of sharing this picture. So basically, now in present day Kiln, we do not have a underground kiln or a closed firing, it is open ground firing. And they do it in an area which is close to the settlement, outside the settlement, but very close to the village. So the kiln is circular in shape and it is set on a flat open ground. They first make a very thin platform of mud of about 2 inches high. And over this, a layer of small pieces of wood and cow dung and fuel is arranged. Bigger pots are, of course, kept with their mouth facing upward, and then smaller vessels are arranged in several layers of these pots. In the empty spaces between the pots, bits of fuel are inserted. And the kiln is then covered with broken pots and sherds and everything. And then fire is lit in the kiln in the evening and burns for several hours in the night. And the next day, when the heat of the kiln has cooled down, they remove the pots from the kiln. So that is the firing method that is being used by the potters. Now, to develop a ceramic morphology and their function of the present pottery that I documented, I actually followed Malti Naga's ceramic morphology. She classified the modern pottery of functional, based on functional point of view, and I found this classification so efficient and it nicely fitted on the material that I was working with. So I followed her classification. Now, based on her classification, I have classified the pottery into 5 different categories. So the first is the storage vessel. Among the storage vessel that we get is matka and matki. These are big globular pots with broad mouth and round belly and base. It is used for fetching water and, of course, for liquid storage also. Matki is actually just a smaller version of matka, but it has the same utility. The next is cooking vessels. So among cooking vessels, I found 3, pauni, kelaria, kalahandi, or munho. Pauni is basically, this is a tawa. This is a tawa, which is slightly concave, disc-shaped flat griddle, basically. And it is used for making chapati, which is flat bread made of whole wheat flour. Kelaria is very similar to pauni, but it is just a little deeper than pauni. Kalahandi or munho, this is a very narrow-mouthed, carinated, slightly carinated pot, mostly used for making buttermilk. This is a blackware that they are using. Then the third category is eating and drinking vessels. So I have found chuklio and nani chuklio. So these are small globular pots, mostly used for drinking water or for transferring water from a bigger pot to a smaller pot or something. Then we have the ceremonial vessels. So we have dhupania, which is the incense stand used for mostly worships or in ritualistically. Then we have diya in diya or deepak, the lighting lamps. I have found 2 categories, small one, which runs for 2 to 3 hours, and there is another which runs for 24 hours. Then I have got karva. Karva is basically the small sort of globular spouted pots. Now in mostly arbanas we haven't got spouted pots, but I have got the spouted pots, which are used by women in the village during Karva Chauth. So what is Karva Chauth? Karva Chauth is basically a festival which is being celebrated by the married Hindu women, where they keep fast to ensure the well-being, prosperity, and longevity for their husbands. So this is something that is used only during Karva Chauth. I have found something similar to Karva without the spout that they call dela. That is again used in death rituals for offering pindas. So offering pinda is like where it's a ritual where offerings are being proffered in personalized way for the relief of the soul in the departure to the other world. So these are the 4 that I have found. Now miscellaneous. So in miscellaneous there is another. Sorry, I forgot to mention bijora. Bijora is basically lead. It is also known as dhakno, dhakni, dhakkan, many. It's actually a lead. It's like a goblet with a narrow mouth and a pointed base. And these are mostly placed over the kalash in an inverted position to close the kalash. Among the miscellaneous vessels, I have found this called gurga. Gurga is again very similar to handi basically, but what they do is they make a handi, then they separate it along the line of carination. And the lower part that they use is they use it as tawa, again, for making roti or chapati. And the upper lower part, and the upper part is used as a stand on chulhas to sit cooking vessels. So they use it as a stand for sitting cooking vessels. And then, of course, galla, the coin box. What I also wanted to see, I wanted to compare my data with Malti Naga's data to see how much of it is actually continuing. And clearly you can see that the rows which are highlighted in yellow sort of depicts the sheer decrease in the form in the last 50 years. As I mentioned, that I also saw the reason why I decided to take up the ethnoarchaeology is because I did see some similarity between the pottery that was produced in the present village and the Chalcolithic pottery that I was working in Gilund. So there has been certain similarity between the protohistoric and the present pottery. The first is this particular in thick red slipware type. We have like this profuse quantity, we get this forms, which is this, small naked globular jars in coarse thick redware as well as thick red slipware. So the matka and matki that I found, they are absolutely similar in morphology to what that particular shape that we found within the Chalcolithic pottery repertoire. Then also we have this Chalcolithic greyware cooking vessels from the side. It's very similar to present day greyware handi that is being used in the village for cooking purposes. Then this is Dupania that I showed. So on the left is from the Gilund. The right is on greyware from the site of Ahar. I have taken the photo from the report of Ahar. In Gilund also we have found. And of course in between it's me. The reason why I have put my pictures with the same thing is just to tell you that this particular form, dish on stand or bowl on stand, is not only found in present context in Western and Northwestern India, but this is very popular in Eastern India also. In my mother tongue we call it dhunuchi. Same, incense stand, and we use it ritually during the Durga Puja. So we would be putting flaming coconut husks into dhunuchi, and we add camphor, and then we will keep on dancing for hours during the Durga Puja festival. The same thing, it's very popular throughout India. So this was another a similarity that I found between the Chalcolithic pottery from Gilund and the ethnographic parallels. Then similarity is also noticed between painted decorations. So Chalcolithic black and redware painted motifs include groups of straight or wavy lines. We have spiral dots, hatched diamonds, concentric circles and chevrons filled with dots and circles. The Ahar report, of course, the left-hand side is a picture of a painted pot on buffware. Again, I have taken it from Ahar. Report, lower levels, coming from the lower levels, phase 1A, we have the same motive, and the present-day potter, the right-hand side is from Gilund again. So you can see how similar the painted motifs are, just a group of straight or wavy lines and dots or hatched diamonds. That's exactly what they're continuing. So I was traveling from Jodhpur to Mumbai in train, and they were selling this buttermilk in this called sort of kulhar, and I suddenly remembered a particular shape that I saw in Ahar report, which was named as T68. I mean, it has identified as type 68 by Sankalia, and immediately I took the picture and I wanted to see how morphologically similar it is. So even this sort of thing has been found. Okay, so there is a visible decline in pottery production and their uses from what Maltinagar documented, in 1967 in Parla, and in today's potters in Gilund. Some of the major forms like kundi, shakora, kulka, jade, which has been mentioned by her in her thesis, are not produced anymore. Parla and Gilund are approximately 100 kilometers apart. And I think the site that Dr. Mishra has worked on, Vallabhnagar, and Gilund is again 86 kilometers apart. Now these sites share same ecological conditions, and these two distinct sites have been placed under the same cultural zone even during the Chalcolithic period. So considering the trend of pottery decline at Gilund, it would be right in concluding that the other potters residing in villages under the same ecological conditions and facing economic and social changes brought on by globalization will probably face the same predicament as the potters in Gilund. And what I fear is that probably in the next 15 to 20 years, the production of ceramic vessels for these small local potters, traditional potters, will completely die out, will totally die out. At least that's what Gilund is giving me. Gilund is hinting towards me, because these are the last living generations of potters. And pottery will probably be restructured, into a centralized industry, maybe mass producing one or two types of vessels, such as maybe big jars or pots that people might still need to keep their, buttermilk cool or water cool, because it's a very hot, arid sort of area. So therefore, it may not no longer provide us with the insight into the lifestyles of generations past. That is the very basis of ethnoarchaeology. And I would like to finish with this particular site. Now, of course, carefully driven ethnographic data can be used to provide insight into the behavior of prehistoric or protohistoric material that we are working upon. And talk about the social, economic, and political changes. But what I really wanted to highlight in today's presentation is that the very existence and importance of ethnoarchaeology lies with the survival of these traditional art forms or traditional crafts. And this picture here depicts the same paradox, this very paradox. You can see metal vessels heading into the, this was a wedding that was going on in the village that I was invited to. And you can see metal vessels heading their way into the repertoire of earthen vessels. And probably 15 years, 20 years down the line, we will only get to see metal vessels and not a single ceramic vessels anymore. So with this, I will just end it with one question, that is ethnoarchaeology in India standing on its last leg? Thank you.
Thank you, Amrita. Then we have at least 15 minutes for discussions. You can have the questions if you have. Please ask for this. We'll meet again at 12 o'clock. Well, they have to ask the people. Is there any question, please? Yeah, please go. Yes, please. Mike's like.
Hello. My question is for Stephen today. Stephen, you spoke about, thank you very much for that very insightful presentation. You spoke about the use of paraloid B72. My question is that, given that we know in India that the temperatures go a little higher than the glass transition temperature of B72, and I was wondering, what is your own opinion on using B67 as an alternative to B72? Is there any difference in the working properties? Can it be used? Because there's a lot of discussion in the conservation fraternity here, and nobody's ever tried out B67 out here.
Yeah, thank you. This question has come up before. I'm actually quite confident that B72 will work here as well as other hot climates. There's a recent study that was published at one of the ICOM meetings in the ICOM meeting in Copenhagen, that would be 6 years ago, that I co-authored, poster that from a research student at Columbia University determined that basically the glass transition temperature, which is the softening point, for those of you that are not familiar with that term, of a resin, particularly a linear resin like the acrylics, was determined to be really quite low. And she's found that it will hold up easily to 51 degrees centigrade, which should tolerate almost every working environment except for direct outdoors. So I would caution you ever working directly in the sun. But as long as you're in the shade or within a building, you should not have that kind of temperature. If you have that kind of temperature, you're in deep trouble. It's really hard to work. I have not actually experimented with B67. It's a nice idea because it's, but the problem with B67 is you would be using a solvent that is petroleum distillate related or alcohol related, which is fairly slow in evaporating. So I'm not sure you're going to get the tackiness that you need. Instead, people have been experimenting with combining the B72 with a higher acrylic, B48N or B44, and having had pretty good success. So I think either way is certainly worth experimenting. But you've piqued my interest. I might have to go and try something with B67 just to see. But I don't think it's going to get tacky fast enough, and you'll have a problem with keeping your pieces in position.
I wanted to add to that, because I was going to ask you exactly this point, because we had conservators for 20 years at Harappa from the Smithsonian, two of them at a time. Harriet Roy Bobian, who was there most of the time, then Don Estrayan before that. We started out with B72, but B72 definitely fails in climates of Pakistan, and they're the same as here. So all of our storage of vessels with B72 collapsed within 2 years. So we started using B48N, which was much stronger and was able to withhold and stand the temperature. So if you use B72, make sure that, it just melts.
Well, the other question is certainly earlier on, people were using it in the wrong solvent. That was another issue. They were using it in.
They used acetone.
Was it? Because they were using
So we used acetone.
Yeah, mixtures of acetone and toluene, which is terrible.
So we used acetone and we used B72 and we did lots of experiments, and we haven't published that yet, but I have lots of photographs of all my dish on stands totally melted down, and we had to reconstruct them with B48N, and it's much stronger. So B48N would be my recommendation for
So there you go.
large vessels.
There's another good
Or
recommendation.
just don't put them together at all, because unless you're going to put them on display, there's no need to put the vessels together.
They take
we
up-
would put them together and then take the drawing and then take them apart.
Because they take up so much space when they're put together. That's another reason for storage. And thank you, Mark.
Yeah, hello. Can I ask a question, please?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, my question is the first question is to Professor Stephen Koob. So you talked about desalinization, sir. So I was wondering if an excavator is thinking about some vessels which had been used for production of salt, how would it affect? If I desalinize my pottery and, some vessels could have been used for production of salt, which in Bangladesh right now they have found several, and they have dated those salt-making kilns to 1,500 years ago. So, and possibly in coastal areas where I work, some of the vessels could have been used for production of salt, but simply, this is one thing. Yes.
Very good point. And you're not alone. The other area that has suffered a lot from ceramics that were actually made with salt as part of the body are pre-Columbian. Pre-Columbian ceramics, particularly in long-term storage, have suffered dramatically from the fact that that salt is still in the ceramic. They were not fired to a very, very high temperature, so it never burned out. And so that salt has still it becomes active in radical changes of temperature and humidity. So I think you might encounter some similar problems with that. So it may be considered an option to try desalinating or keeping them. The other option from desalination is to keep it at a very low humidity. That's really difficult in this area, but there are places where that can work.
Yes, and my second question, thank you, sir. Thank you for the answer. So, yeah, I would look after that. My second question is to Dr. Amrita Sarkar. So, one question and one comment, and I think Dr. Anup Mishra may also join me. It's been intriguing me for a long time. I think that Dhunuchi you said is not a correct parallel for the dish on stand, because anybody who has danced with a Dhunuchi, dish on stands are rather shallow. So if it's not really very deep, all the ambers will fall on you. Because even with Dhunuchi, we get hurt almost, every Durga Puja. So, and the Dhunuchi actually, what we see actually appears in the early historic context. If you look at the early historic pottery, the Dhunuchi appears, proper what we call the Dhunuchi. So what are your thoughts on that? I think, I think that, I don't know much about Western India, of course, as a student I knew, but not as a researcher. But in Eastern India, from one context, we have found that dish on stand with an astragalus lying almost on top of it. So I think that possibly some of them could have been used for offering of food, dry food like meat or something, to a ritual context. So I agree to that. This is one, that it was ritual possibly, but not maybe Dhunuchi. Second one is that I think that ethnoarchaeology is not on its last leg, because you see when you transform into metal, the shapes they kind of continue, only the material changes. So it's again ethnoarchaeology is a process. So for the students also, it's not that because they have moved on to something metal, the knowledge is lost. The material changes, but some of the knowledge, they continue. So you have to look at it as a process again. Like an archaeological excavation, it's always a process. So this is my comment and my question. Thank you.
Thank you so much. For the first comment that you made, I never used the word parallel. I said something similar. And in similar, I meant, if you remember the ahar one that I showed, it's not really a dish on stand. It's more on a bowl on stand. right? And the one that I showed from present potter Gilun is of course more on a dish on stand. And I do understand, I'm never saying, I said, but nonetheless it's more like an incense burner, how we use it, the dunoche, right? And the same is being seen in present day Gilun in Rajasthan. So that was sort of I just gave it just to give an idea. Okay, certain things which looks very similar is being still used in the similar way in today. So that was my thing. Second one was your question, ethnoarchaeology is on the, okay. No, so I ended as a question. I did not conclude it's on the last leg. Is ethnoarchaeology in India on the last leg? And you said about that there is continuation of knowledge. So let me tell you one more thing. The more scary that I found out is that not only the traditional craft form is dying, but the knowledge associated with it is dying. The collective memory of the potters community is dying, and I'll tell you why. All the potters that I interviewed and I talked upon, when they start talking, they will say, I used to make, or my father used to make, with 60 different types of pots, 70 different types of pots. Okay, please name them. Minimum 10, maximum 15 they can name, and then they start repeating the same thing again and again. So they themselves are losing the knowledge that their forefathers, even their fathers, have. They are only remembering the types that they are producing. So, I mean, of course, I'm not saying, please don't take it as a discouragement. I'm telling you because I want to encourage the students that when you go to the field, whether you're doing prehistory, proto-history, whatever, if you have a chance that you come across some ancient traditions, some craft forms, it may not even directly link to your research, what you are doing. Make sure you archive them, you document them, because you never know, it might come handy 20 years down the line. Thank you.
My question is for Amrita. I think it's really important that you're documenting these ethnographic traditions and also comparing them with Malti Nagar's work, right, 40 years ago, and kind of change in craft practice. I wonder whether you could elaborate a little bit about the archaeological implications of this. For instance, do you think you can reclassify the Kiln pottery using the morphology, the kind of categories that you and Malti Nagar have used? And maybe you could push that thought a little bit more, how you're making the connection between the present and the past, if at all.
So, not all the morphologies are very similar to the morphologies that I get. So I just showed you a few that I found similarity. So among all the types and morphologies that I have found from the Ahar Chalcolithic pottery, even if we do ethnoarchaeology, we cannot directly project what we are finding from the present. Exactly that's what was happening. We are just trying to infer that this could have been the same way it has been used. So I have not used Malti-Naga ceramic morphology on the Chalcolithic pottery, of course, but I have used that for the present day pottery because that made sense to me. But yeah, I mean, I'll take your idea. That's a good way. I look into it now also. I will try and see if that sort of matches into the Chalcolithic pottery morphology that we have and see how much I can come out with an archaeological implication of what she has developed.
Well, I think, it would be probably more useful first to compare the present to the medieval production, then the medieval production to the early historic one, and then to go to the Chalcolithic. So it is not so simple, but I think nobody ever tried to really investigate these forms of possible continuity. So from this point of view, I think it would be very interesting to try to do it.
Actually, in Rajasthan, not that all the Chalcolithic forms have continued in the early historic also. I mean, Professor Abhijit Dandekar has worked on the early historic pottery from the same site, and he has shown very clear difference of forms changing, rim types changing, categories changing in early historic. So, see, history is both, how do I put it, is a product of continuity as well as discontinuity. So yes, I mean, when we see the continuity, we will also have to document the discontinuity, and that's how we can make it more holistic.
Somebody?
Hello, I'm Ishan. My question is to Professor Stephen. How do we deal with pottery which is in a very acidic soil? You know, for salty, we do desalination. But if the soil is highly acidic,
It shouldn't be a problem, either acidic or alkaline environments. Ceramics actually hold up better under acid conditions than they do alkaline conditions, and that's because the alkali will eventually attack the silica. But really, the acid shouldn't be too much of a problem. Just water, again, being the ultimate solvent, being an acid and a base, just water itself will rinse out any acidic problems with the ceramic.
so should we do that with stone tools and other materials like that as well?
Sorry?
Stone tools and other materials? Because they also form patina when kept in such environments.
Huh. That I'm not familiar with, but it should still, again, clean water and then probably a rinse or soak in deionized or distilled water is probably the best bet.
Thank you.
I don't have a question, but looking at this session, it looks very content, like the effort which TNSDA and we all have put in, it's so content to listen Vidale coming out with such a, I think, impactful presentation, and any much time you give him, it looks less. And what Koob brought in is something we were looking for as archaeologists to look for. And what Amrita talks of is it talks of mostly calibration is not limited to science, but calibration is required in ethnoarchaeology. Even if 40 years back, what Martinagar's done, we have to compare today, you calibrate that, the 40 year itself needed to be calibrated. And I don't know, Massimo, if I am nice or no. Yes, I am nice because of the institute I come from. That's the Deccan College is my base. And I don't know, you talked about bureaucratic problem. I have a open invitation, though I'm not from Deccan College, but I have open invitation that come run a course on experimental archaeology in Deccan College, and we'll do everything possible that you can do all sort of experimental archaeology, but come for an entire semester. And I take care of the responsibility.
Okay, we are breaking for the tea and we'll be back at 12. And we'll be starting the next presentation by P. Anuradha, Ceramic Traditions of Ladakh. Please.
Shall we start, sir? Namaskar to all of you. Very warm welcome. Thank you, Dr. Alok, for giving me the opportunity to share my work before you people. I am from IGRMS, that is Indira Gandhi Rashtriya Manav Sangrahalaya, National Museum of Mankind. As there are so many students here, I would like to say a few words about this museum. Day before yesterday, our director Amitabh Pandey was here and he spoke about the museum. It is a museum with a difference, that an institution celebrating the cultural diversity and breaking the concept of conventional museum and display. It has always been at the forefront of campaigning a new museum movement by bringing communities to the museum and taking museum to the communities. And it is an institution always moving forward in protecting and preserving the human values, irrespective of the cultural boundaries of the nation state. So before starting my work, my work is actually an outcome of my association with the Ladakhi potters to whom we have invited to IGRMS for developing an open-air exhibition on pottery tradition of India, that is a potted trail called Kumharpada. So it's... Thank you. For students, I would like to give a brief about Ladakh. Ladakh is an ancient land, lies within the tough terrain of Himalayas. It is a land of high passes, chains of snow-clad mountains and silent, lakes. Geographically, it is quite different from other parts of India. The ruins, fortresses, ancient graves, campsites, stupas and monasteries articulate the glorious past of this land and people. Many ethnic communities are residing here, like Brokpas, Changpas, Mons, and many other communities, and the pastoral nomads also go there. That transhumans pastoral group, they follow a certain cyclical path or route. And this Ladakh is having so much of passes, which, at a period of time was occupied by the traders, for trading. And this is an overview of Ladakh. It is newly, recently formed union territory. I will not go by the, political boundary of the state to specify the culture of a particular area. It has mainly 3 divisions: Nubra Valley, Indus Valley, and Janskar Valley. High altitudes valley with natural barriers, home to a number of ethnic communities, as I have told. When we are talking about, these communities, and what about the archaeological, remains at Ladakh? There are very scattered information. There are petroglyphs, there are stone tools. Now, Ota sir, Dr. Ota, who is studying the transhumans culture in Ladakh since many years. I had a discussion with him, and he collected the charcoal sample of from Nubra Valley, which the dates goes back to 10,000 BCE. This is Likir, as it is a workshop, conference about the ceramic In Ladakh, there is a village called Likir. This is the only village in the entire Ladakh which manufacturing is still, ceramic manufacturing is still practicing since long. The Ladakh, the ancient name was Lukhil, situated on Leh-Srinagar highway, that is 52 kilometers away from Leh town. The village has its own history, that around 14th century, during the reign of King Draxpa, the villages were assigned to make pottery, and there are some other villages which were also assigned to make different other things. And at that time, earthenwares were used on a large scale, thus the entire village was engaged in pottery making for royal as well as general public usages. The potters were well known in entire Ladakh for their craftsmanship, and the pots were supplied to distant places. In ancient time, the profession was flourished because of barter system, while latter times the price of pottery is almost similar, but the price of other daily uses items increased rapidly. Therefore, the potters were unable to survive, and they have changed, some of them have changed the professions, and few people are left with the craft now. They are preserving the craft. And this is the map of Likir. There is Likir, and you can see the Nubra, Janskar, and the Indus Valley. And the potter of Likir, they procured the raw material which is available between Basgo and Saspol, that is located in Leh-Kargil highway. They collect the raw material from the mountain area. The soil is locally known as Jassa, collected from the mountains of Nimo and Likir. And the raw material are normally found in clusters and have impurities. And during the time of collecting the clay or raw material, they used to segregate the impurities. And these are the two kinds of clay which they found, that is Jassa, and the sandy clay was Pema. They prepare the clay after removing all the impurities and stone particles separated by sieving and all. You know all the general process. But the making of pottery in Ladakh is a little bit different. They used to mix it 2:1 ratio, and by adding that sandy clay, which is a tempered material, and they lavigate it properly and keep it for some time. Then also they wrap it in a bora-like kind of thing to preserve it for a longer period. And these are the pottery apparatus or tools. That is, I will go one by one. This is a spinning tool called score. Score is actually a turn disc for shaping the tool. What Vidale ji was saying about that slow, turn. When I asked that potter, his name is Rigzen Namgyal, who came to IGRMS, he was telling that this score, earlier in Ladakh, the pottery was, made by hand, handmade pottery, without any turntable or something like that. They only make the coils and put one over the above, and they, prepare the wall of the pottery by, pressing with fingers. But one person who traveled from Tibet to Likir area, he brought this kind of score with him. It's a terracotta, vessel with a iron pivot fixed on the bottom. That iron pivot is fixed into a groove made with a piece of wood that is called patak. The patak is subsequently embedded in the ground, and the score rests on it with the help of an iron pivot attached thereon. so that it is easy to rotate it by hand during its operation while shaping the wheel. And these are the shaping molds. It's called Pordo or Poo. Vedanath Saraswat did a beautiful anthropological study on the Ladakh potters. He focused on the, potters community specifically, a potters community, and he first mentioned about this Pordo thing. It is a terracotta mold which is U-shaped body and short feature lips. They have different sizes and kinds of Pordo to make different types of pottery, big and small. These are the, the common tools which used wooden, dabbers and this terracotta, this thing to support that tapping thing. And this is a brush that is they made out of spoto, that is a local grass in Ladakh to use to weight that wall of the pottery. And this is a goat skin which they used to make it a little bit to give polish to that pot. And these are some of the spatulas, or we can say wooden tools, which they different sizes and different points, and there are flat things to make decorations and designs on the pottery. And these are to make the holes. Coming to the manufacturing technique, why I'm saying it is a little bit different, because when we are making it in a wheel, we start from the top, then we come to the bottom. And the bottom is empty. And in case of Ladakh, they used to take a lump of clay, then they put it over that poo, and they started pressing it with that that terracotta dabber, and they shape it with continuous press with that in an alternative manner with the dabber and the terracotta dabber and wooden dabber. Then they gave it to a certain shape, and they prepare a ring of terracotta. Then they put on the they prepare the base, and they shape it, and continuously they used to polish and make the wall fine. And after coming to a certain shape, then they take out the shape and put in an inverted position, and they start the making the upper part of the body. You can see there, they are putting that ring and pressing it by hand and making the pottery, raising the wall of that pottery. And they start beating, and they used to tap it by adding some ashes in intervals, so that it will feel the crack and all. And they polish. Then finally the rim and the decorations were made. This is in our workshop where we called, and he is Rigzen. Wait. This is a short video. This is, in this video, he is trying to sew. Sorry, I don't have that voice. This is the terracotta, mold. And these slowly turn, and this is, the patak is fixed into the, ground. And inside that, they pour ashes so that they can put that poo, and to fix it. That is the, in another score, that is the poo. This is, they filled with ashes, and they put the poo in the center. They have their own, tradition of, keeping the center to fix it, how they are keeping it in the center by putting the middle finger to move it in a concentric circle so that they can see the center of that pottery. These are some of the photographs from our workshop. In that photograph, you can see now women are coming in this field. Earlier, men used to do, and women are helping in navigating the clay and all. Now they have formed to preserve this craftsman. They have formed a SAG group, self-help group, with 20 women, so that they can keep on traditions alive. And that is a different kind of, big, huge poo with the Rigzen is doing. And in this photograph, he is making the wall. And in the middle of that photograph, he is adding a ring to form the neck of a vessel. And here he is making the spout of a serving vessel, and she is doing the decoration work. And after decoration, they used to put this glass beads to decorate it. In Ladakh, the kitchen is the most important area. The kitchen is not only a kitchen, it is a drawing room, it is a dining room, it is a, they used to showcase all the, rich things, all the decorative things there is a culture in Ladakh. When a guest came, they used to sit in the kitchen. So these kind of pots are not only for, that is a, identity, that is a, rich man's symbol. Earlier they used to put that semi-precious stone, now they are adding the glass beads. And they used to follow an open firing. The kiln hota hai unka, in this region, not in a definite shape, it's an irregular shape. It is outlined by arranging stones and kept little bit in a gap between stones for oxidization. On the inner side of the kiln, the grass is kept vertically over the stone surface, and the dung of animal has arranged on the floor of the kiln, and the inverted pots have been kept on it. Actually, I don't have full entire picture of this kiln. This activity was done in our museum, and all the photographs and videographic documentation are available in our archive. The gap between the two pots filled with bit of dung, and the first layer of the pot is covered with another layer of animal dung, and then the layer of pot arranged in the same manner like first layer. During the daytime, the kiln prepared to fire, and in the evening around 6, it gives to the fire to the kiln. Next day morning, the pot have been collected from the kiln. Sometimes a few pots become blackish, and due to the lack of proper oxidization. And this is the glazing method of Ladakhi pottery. They used to glaze certain potteries, like the serving of chang. Chang is a local beer they used to make, and the butter tea they serve. It's a beautiful pot, so they used to decorate this. So glazing, they don't glaze all the pots, only the pots which are used in certain special occasions. This is a kind of, white, for glazing the pot. First, the potter have collected this white clay, which is a kind of sulfur, from the hot spring area, which is called puga. Then they boil this with water, and until it gets little bit thick, and they apply this water on a baked pot. And after that, they bake this pot by keeping it in a tin box, and so that the ash of that fire cannot, stick to it. I will show you the process. Sorry. Okay. This is the, this is the puga se collect kiya hua. This is the sulfur, white clay, which they used to boil, and they used to apply it to certain decorative pots. These are some of the pots. On the basis of functional categories, I have divided the entire, pottery, ceramics of Ladakh to these household, ritual, ceremonial, and decorative purposes. These are some of the household items that, constricted neck. That is called sangskum. It's a incense holder that used for during worshipping. And even inside that, gap, they used to put a handheld, what she was telling about there, dhunuchi, to make sense. So they used to put inside it and to have that aroma. Then that vessel was two vessels. That is, one is tibril and one is mezlang. The tibril, that is a kettle which is used to serve that butter tea, which is decorated with semi-precious stones. And below that is the hearth to keep that kettle warm. And these are the pots, vessels which are used for storing water and churning the buttermilks, and that last one is preparing chang. And these are some of the household pots used to have morning breakfast, that is thukpa. It's a kind of millets and combination of buttermilk, curd. And this is the lidded cup. They used to drink buttermilk, salt tea, which they say gud chai. They used to add salt, butter, herbs, and they used to churn it properly so that it will help them to survive in such a cold climate. And they used to have this kind of vessels. These are some of the vessels. They used to knead atta or flour. And this is the last one is for keeping salt. And these are some of the ritual pots. They used to put incense and dhupdan. And these are the ritual lamps. There are two different types of lamp. One is little bit, stand-like, and one is this flat with dotted decorations. And these are the ceremonial pots. Why I call it ceremonial? These are used in during marriage, communal feast, while they gathered for a particular occasion. They used to celebrate. They used to, serve chang and butter tea. So that's why these are ceremonial. And this pot is used during marriage ceremony. They put jaw and water, tea leaves, and butter, and sealed it with the dough, and wrap it in a cloth and put aside. And after marriage, they used to break it to eradicate the evil spirits. And these are some of the decorative things, flower vases, and this kind of ritual mask they used to put in the monastery. And those animals, that ibex, and they used to make for children's. These are the model of chortens, which is votive stupa, you can say. And these are from our museum collection. We did a lot of fieldwork, ethnographic fieldwork in Ladakh, and collected the ethnographic material from the Brukpas, Changpas. And you can see the Tebril Mezalang. This is in copper and with a, decorate with such a drastic change in metal. First, earlier it was made in terracotta. Now they are making it in metal. And these two containers which they used to eat thukpa, that is made out of wood. Coming to this part, now I did, these are my present day pottery. And this slide I have taken from Dr. Hota, from Dard Grave. Dard Grave, the pottery from Dard Grave, Franke did field work, and he found some pottery from Dard Grave, and he dated it to 1000 BC. You can see some of the bowls which have resemblance with, these kind of pots, that footed, bowls, and the bowls they are having their breakfast. And these are the vases. The rim you can resemble, flaring rim. And some of the decorations also, they have, in their pottery, they have, line decorations. They have this auspicious symbols of, now they are making Buddhist 8-5 auspicious symbols. They have dotted designs. So you can find this. And these are some of the present pottery which I made with this short handle and this, V's-like designs. These are some of the present pottery. And this is you can see the Dard Grave pottery. I took this slide from Franke's article, Antiquity of Ladakh. And you can see the handle, that short handle, and with this, mezlang. So that you can say that the continuity is, there is some continuity or similarity in the pots. And there are designs also. And these are, Dr. Ota has collected many pottery samples from sites like Turtuk, Tirshak castles, and Diskit graves, and Tirsa monastery. And these samples he sent to Krishnan sir. Sir has studied and submitted a preliminary report to Dr. Ota. And I think sir will focus. He is the better person to say about the thin section of this Ladakh pottery. My special thanks to Director IGRMS and Ota sir and the artist from Ladakh. And these are some of the community. I taken the photographs. That lady with the decorative motif, she is a Drukpa, which which is supposed to be the, they have racial affinity with that Aryans. And that corner one, she is a Changpa. Changpas are, in the Chumathang area, they are, nomads. They have temporary settlements in that area. They rear the yak and the pashmina goats. They used to extract the pashmina shawl and tus, which is collected from that neck of a small goat. So they used to trade all these things. They used to make tent clothes and they used to sell it. And the last photograph is from our museum. We built a Ladakhi kitchen and what is called mane, Mane will, which is a very auspicious will for Ladakhi people. And we used to celebrate Losar every year. They used to come to central India from Ladakh, and we used to celebrate Losar, that is the New Year festival of Ladakh. Thank you.
Thank you, Anuradha. Now, I would like to invite Manjil Hazarika, his on ceramics in Northeast India, recent studies.
What did he say? Respected chairperson of the session, distinguished scholars and student friends. Today I'll be speaking on the ceramics of the Northeast, some of the works that we have carried out in recent years. And I thank the organizers, IIT Madras, IIT Gandhinagar, IGRMS, and the State Archaeology Department of Tamil Nadu, and particularly Alokda for inviting me for this conference. So here is a rough outline of my presentation. So basically, the pottery that is recovered from the Neolithic sites, the cord marked, beater impressed, or basket impressed. These are some of the common names we used to talk about the decorations on the exterior surface of the potsherds recovered from northeastern part of India. Then the problem that we have related to chronology as well as the stratigraphy. I shall also talk on the historical pottery, particularly the site of Ambari, as well as the neighboring areas in Guwahati and Mayong, and the problem of imprecise cultural sequence, or rather pottery sequence that we have in the Northeast, that has been a major challenge for all of us. Then I'll also speak on the pottery from lower Brahmaputra Valley, that is Gwalpara region, and a few examples of the ethnographic studies that we have also carried out in the recent past. So these are some of the photographs that I'd like to show here. In our childhood, we used to have these kind of views, and even till today, some of these are continuing. And this is particularly the one on the right-hand side. You can see how our in rural villages, it's a filtering of water. And many times we used to store curd and then distribute curd. This is continuing, of course. And on the left, you can see from a far distant area how we used to collect or how we used to bring water from far distant places. And this is simply the betel nut and leaf, and where we, even this kind of small pot we use for putting the lime. And this is a traditional kitchen in the missing village in the Brahmaputra Valley, where you can see, along with other utensils, many of the vessels, pottery vessels, are being used, and this is basically a ash gourd shell. And in many communities, this is a very common tradition to make distilled rice beer, where pottery is extensively used for these kind of activities. Now, moreover, many times we discuss about the use of perishable material in the context of Northeast, and bamboo tubes are basically used for cooking and storing. You can see now how these persons are actually cooking rice and any other vegetables or any meat or fish even in bamboo tubes. And many times you see these kind of abandoned hut where people used to cook and you find it later when you do field work. And these are some of the vessels or baskets, used for different purposes among the various communities in the Northeast. Along with that, you have also sometimes we get the stone dishes, but they are very rare, in fact. Some of them have been collected from areas in Arunachal, and these are from a site called Borgaon near Guwahati, and this is from Ambari. These are also were also commonly used in the past. And this is the photograph of one of the first excavations, the most well-known site in the Northeast, the Daujali Hading, and in which these pottery, like cord impressed or bitter impressed pottery, were first recovered by our respected Tarun Chandra Sharma. And these are some of the potsherds that you can see of one of the recent excavations conducted by Archaeological Survey of India in North Kachar Hills, along with some of the stone artifacts. These are some corded ware from Funan Hill in Manipur. You can see clearly the decorations, the marks, group marks, or bitter marks. This is from the site of Nongpok Kaithalmanbi, again in Manipur. These are from Napachik, again in Manipur, conducted by O.K. Singh. And interestingly, there is a unique feature in the Manipur context, that you have these three-legged pottery, very similar to what we have in Thailand, as well as in other Southeast Asian contexts. And of course, I mean, these pottery are also three-legged or four-legged potteries are also found in some South Indian contexts, or even in far distant areas like Korea and Japan, and also in China. So, but these particular pottery from Napachik have been dated to almost 4,000 years BP, and they are, chronologically also fits well with the pottery from Thailand. These are some pottery from three-legged pottery or tripod pottery from Chinese context. These are some of the excavated materials, pottery from Pintho Langtien in Jayantia Hills, very similar in design. And one of our colleagues, Dr. Marco Mitri, has recently excavated a site called Mirkhan, where you can see similar kind of decorations, designs. And many times we get confused whether they are cord marked or bitter marked or groove marked, basket marked. All these words are, very frequently used to denote these kind of potsherds. This is another site called Bambuti. We do not have much of cord mark or similar designs. They are very plain wares, and they are dated to some 3,000 years before present by our Ashraf Abdullah sir. And I'll take you to another area in the Northeast, which is Tripura, where recently we have conducted some work. And these are some of the sites that we have recently visited. And many of these were actually reported by N.R. Ramesh in the 1980s during his surveys, geological surveys in the region. This was the team. Dr. N.R. Ramesh is here. Basically, this area is well known for the fossil wood artifacts, and fossil woods are abundant in that area. Apart from fossil wood, you do not have much of the harder material like quartz or other stones. So these ancient people or prehistoric people rather, they used these very silicified fossil wood to prepare or make some of the artifacts. So you can see those chunks or large wood logs scattered all over those Baramura or Atharamura hill range in Tripura. You can see some of the river sections or even the road cutting sections where you can clearly see these artifacts in situ context. And these are some of the beautiful collections that we have from that area of Sonai. And they are either axes, edges, and because of the very good quality raw material they have, they could achieve these, they could make these beautiful artifacts. Some of the flakes, and interestingly, these flakes, they are very diagnostic in nature, and but without much of retouching and all. Yes, and these are some of the core tools. And this is the area of Sonai Valley. This is a small river coming from Baramura Hill Range. And all these areas, all these tila, that is the uplands, are, it has lots of these artifacts. And one of the tila we have chosen for excavation, and then these are some of the small trenches that we have taken. And you can see right from the beginning, we could see some pottery which are basically of the cord marked ware. This is one piece just to show you, and this is the vessel which is all the complete vessel is there but broken, and we have dated the area, and then some 4 dates we have so far, and these dates are based on OSL, and this date is based on TL from the excavation. This is 4,258 plus minus 444 BP. This is the section, and in this particular site, we do not have much of the soldered tools. That is one of the characteristic features of the Neolithic in our northeastern part. And the tools are mostly chipped rather than polished, hardly having any retouching on the flakes. And potsherds are of, I would say, it's a poor quality because they are very brittle and ill-fired, probably without much of decorations like slip and wash. Fragile in nature. These are red ware with occasional cord and bitter impressions. And this is a chart or table of showing the dates of the Neolithic of entire northeastern part of India. It starts with 4,460 and it continues even up to 1440 BP. So it is a long range of dates, list of dates we have. However, we are not very sure within the Neolithic what may be the phases and how even the pottery and other stuff must have developed. So that is still a problem for us. And these are some of the descriptions, and we have tried to record the cord impressed wares or their impressions, and we wanted to see if there is any developmental stages, but the only problem is this, because most of these sites are single layer site or single cultural layer site, so it becomes very difficult for us to see any developmental stages. And it is interesting for us that these kind of pottery are abundant in South Asian context, particularly in the Gangatic Valley or even northern Vindhyan region. They are also very common and in fact very old in the context of East Asia, particularly in China. So this is one of the very important caves, Xi'an Rengdong cave in China, in southern part of China, where you have one of the oldest evidence of pottery making. It goes to 18,000 to 70,000 years before Common Era. And not only at the site, but also sites like Pengtosan, Yuchanyan, all these sites have produced good evidence of early pottery making tradition in East Asian context. You see Russia, Japan, China, all these areas you have very old traditions of making pottery, and of course we have also in South Asian context, we also have some early dates, but they are later than what we have in the East Asian context. In that context, people used to discuss, there's debates and discussions on the origin, migration, and diffusion of this cordate mark pottery. Now let us move to the historical context in Assam or the Brahmaputra Valley, where you mostly see the development of cultures right from 3rd or 4th centuries AD, and in particularly these areas like Dhansiri Doyang Valley, Kapili Jamuna Valley, Kolong Kapili Valley, and you have the Krishnai, Dudhnoi, and Brahmaputra confluence, along with Tezpur, Sunitpur, and Guwahati city, including the North Guwahati. So these are some of the areas we have the historical development, I would say, and Gwalpara, Guwahati, North Guwahati, then you have Kolong Kapili, you have Dhansiri Doyang Valley, you have Tezpur, Sunitpur area, and some parts of Arunachal. These are some of the major river valleys, in fact, and the timeline of the early dynasties that we have in the Brahmaputra Valley, they are Barmanas, Salastambhas and the Palas, right from 4th century AD, it continues up to, let's say, 12th century or 13th centuries AD. So, however, archaeologically, if we see, we do not have much understanding of the pottery that must have been developed during this period. Of course, we have the evidences, but the developmental stages and direct association with these kingdoms is not very clear to us so far. This is the site of Ambari, excavated again by the Department of Anthropology, Directorate of Archaeology, Archaeological Survey of India, as well as Deccan College for several seasons. And it is in the heart of the city of Guwahati, and it has produced very good evidences of our understanding for the cultural development in the Brahmaputra Valley. So initial excavation confirmed the cultural layers right from 7th century to 12th century onwards, but in one of the recent excavations by Archaeological Survey of India, it pushed the antiquity of the site to Sunga Kusana period based on certain bricks as well as some of the terracotta figurines. And these are some of the foreign ceramics that we talk about, like Aratain ware, Rowlated ware, Chinese Saladin ware from this site, but there are also debates whether they are in true sense Rowlated in nature. Maybe only the Rowlated decorations are there, but not of the same time period as we talk about the Indo-Roman potsherds. And this is the recent chronology that has been proposed by the excavators in 2008 and 9, and these are the terracotta which is found there, and this is one of the pieces which is considered for putting the early date for this particular site. The site of Ambari is here, and the university where I work, Cotton University, is located here, and the Digolipukuri here, and this is the river Brahmaputra. And during the construction of the indoor stadium in 1990 and 92, very close to the principal's quarter at Cotton University, at the time it was a college, and the Directorate of Archaeology, they excavated the area because there was all these potsherds came up, and those were stored in the museum, Assam State Museum. Recently, with our students, we have analyzed them, we have studied them, and these are some of the pottery vessels, shapes that you can see from the 1990 and 1992 excavation at Cotton College campus. These are some of the vessels, some are spouted. Okay, these are some of the designs, decorations you have, and they are like the diamond pattern. You can see very common along the neck or below the neck. You can see, but they are of different designs. I mean, there is a variety, in fact, within the stamped decorations. And these are some more. You can see like radiating sun motif. You may say. These ones, some are small, some are big. These are some wavy or lines, engraved ones. You can see some more here. And you can see now this is twisted cord mark is also occurring even in the later part. These are the bitter mark ones. And this is a very interesting one because it might be made with a basket. And in one of my recent visits to Bangladesh, I could see in the Mainamati Museum the similar pattern of potsherds and decorations and stamp designs excavated from that area. Okay, this is a very common vessel that we have from, I think, almost all parts of the Brahmaputra Valley. It's a globular vessel having cord mark or rather bitter impressions on the lower portions. You can see, and possibly it has given some strength as a cooking vessel. And there are also some perforated plates. Probably these were used for making some of the cakes that we still today we prepare. These are some of the vessels from Cotton University or Cotton College excavation of 1990-92. Along with that, you have also some of these terracotta figurines of various gods and goddesses. Okay, in some 3 years back, during the construction of one of the buildings that within our campus, this particular image came up. And then it was during the time of COVID, and the persons or the laborers, they found it, they started talking about the Buddha has come up, and then they started worshipping. And our administration, I must tell, my administration says, don't tell to Manjil, he may stop the whole development of the Cotton University and everything. He may stop actually for the construction activity, so don't tell him. But in the evening, somebody called me up and then he said, no, there is something very interesting for you, you just come and have a look. Next day I went, and this beautiful image of Surya we could see here. And they are, of course, I mean, you are most familiar with this, of the Palasena style, I believe, and they are commonly found in eastern part, West Bengal, and Bangladesh, etc. Along with that, there are so much of pottery also came up, and of course it was the time of COVID. We could not do much during that time, but later on we collected all the potsherds that have come up during the construction activities. It was, they used actually this JCBs, so everything was a big mess, I would say. But finally, what we did, we collected each and every piece what was recovered, and then now they have been stored and displayed in our departmental museums. And you can see some of the similar kind of decorations and designs on even on this pottery. And this is one beautiful piece where you can see this particular design very clearly. These diamond patterns, and this one is the mica on the exterior. You can see the mica very clearly. Okay, this is another site which I visited some 10 years back. It is just in front of IIT. Sukanya Sharma, by the way, is here, her institute. So this is a place called Ghoramara. I visited quite a long time, and then it was just a visit to one of my friends. Then I was roaming. Then I could see a huge deposit like this. On the top of these deposit, they had all these communities living there. And after, I mean, I was away for a long time during my studies, and after joining Cotton, I went again to this place, and I could see nothing. It was a deposit of almost 2 meters and almost 100 meters in length. A beautiful site, but this is the way we are developing our areas. And then the whole pace of urbanization is actually very, very depressing for many of us. In fact, during that time, this particular piece was just on the top, and then this is now in our department. It's a beautiful piece of a stand along with this disc kind of thing. Probably it was fitted here, and it has very beautiful designs like all these thumbs. Along with that, recent years we have also explored the areas of Mayong, and it's in the Kolong Kapili Valley, something like 45 kilometers east of Guwahati. Guwahati is somewhere here. So all these areas along the riverbank, as well as the Oxbow Lakes, you have many, many archaeological sites as well as deposits. These are some of the beautiful rock-cut sculptures, Uma Maheswara, Ganesha, etc. Very commonly seen rock-cut images. Along with that, you have these beautiful pieces of Surya as well as Vishnu images from that area. These were recovered while construction of a pond, and they could get it, and then they are still in their home in one of the households in Mayong. And while exploring, we could see many of these kind of deposits lying there, and these have got exposed because of the preparation for making rice fields. I mean, for agricultural purpose, they are actually digging all these areas, and these kind of deposits used to come up, and we are slowly recording these places where potsherds have been found. You can see this another area of Burha Mayong. You can see the potsherds very clearly. There is another place called Hatikhila, Kasokhila, from where some of our colleagues, Lokendra Hazarika, Utpal Nath, they collected some of the beautiful terracotta objects. And this one is particularly interesting because it has a medallion, you may say, of tortoise. A very rare depiction, I believe. In that area, we could also see the potsherds, and you can see very, very similar in decorations and design with Ambari and other sites in the Guwahati area. You can see some of these ones. And these are some of the dabbers from that area. Then we started working on a floodplain very in the Gwalpara area, and you see this Krishnai, Dudnoi, these both the rivers join and finally empties into the Brahmaputra. Here you can see very clearly. And this is an interesting area because the famous site of Sri Surya Pahar is located in that region. It is well known for the religious practices in the early Assam context. You have Jainism, Jain sculptures you have Buddhist stupas, you have Brahmanical sculptures as well as other things. So this is considered as Ellora of Northeast India. And what we did basically, you can see some of these rock-cut votive stupas here. And the excavation have been conducted, and there's a site museum. You can see many of the images of Buddha along with other Brahmanical sculptures are displayed. Okay, this is the area I'm talking about. Here we started exploring, and many of the sites are actually in the effect of this frequent or rather annual flood. And these are some of the brick structures that we see, that you come across in that entire area. And these are some of the ring wells, yes, sorry. And, ring wells in that area, you can see many, actually they are very close to the river now. And every year it gets flooded, it gets washed away. This one is very clear, very, very beautiful it is there. And we recorded 2 years back, and maybe this year we won't find this because the flood is recurring every year, very, very causing damage to these archaeological sites. There are some sections, very clear sections. These are actually water tanks dug by the locals. You can see very clearly the potsherds are in situ context. Some more. You can see these are actually annually, and this was one of the earliest sections that we saw in 2018, but we do not see any more these sections. Every year it is being washed away, and we took a kind of salvage or rescue archaeological approach, at least to save whatever we see, whatever has been taken away by the river or disturbed by the river. So we are simply collecting, and they are being displayed or stored in our department. So these studies, I think we need to take up some kind of excavations in these areas, and maybe it will help us in at least establishing the pottery sequence in the region. You see, there are beautiful sections along with even in situ charcoal and ash in the context. Oh, sorry. You can see the designs and decorations, they are not very similar to what we have in Ambari and other sites nearby Guwahati. You can see the cord mark or rather paddle marks are different than what we have in the Ambari site. And I do not know whether we can call it as a swastika, but this one. We do not have the very common Ambari kaolin kind of pot in this area. These are some of the shapes. Some are very small ones. Miniature pots are also found in that area. Okay, some of the leads and some of the stands. And these are some of the bricks, very decorated bricks you have. And these are the terracotta figurines. Very simple ones, but they are very unique because these kind of terracotta figurines are not commonly found in the Brahmaputra Valley so far. Just to give you an example of what kind of studies we are doing on the ethnographic communities, there are basically different groups of ethnic communities we have, like the one on Nagas, the Apatanis. They are basically ethnic communities, mostly handmade potters. Hira potters, they use only the hands for preparing the vessels. Kumar potters, Assamese Kumar potters, they use wheels. Along with that, you have Bengali potters and Bihari potters who are continuing with this tradition in the Assam. And this is one of the early publications, 1940s, on a vessel, or rather two vessels by R.R. Mukherjee. You can see how possibly even cane was also used for, while cooking this, using these pots for cooking. Yeah. These are the Apatani women making pottery. And this is one of the interviews that we have taken in the Zero Valley. He's the last surviving person who actually saw making pottery. Now, nobody makes pottery in the Zero Valley, but he is the last person who saw it. So I think it is very essential for us to document this tradition so far, which is remaining. And finally, I would like to show you one interesting pot, or rather potters, that is from Kumar potters from Dhekial, and it is very close to my home. And what they do basically, they make these long-necked vessel. It is called Dhekiolia Koloh. So they make these two parts by hand, and finally it is joined with this neck. And this is basically used for storing of jaggery. It is believed that if you keep jaggery in this particular vessel, it remains for longer duration of time. This jaggery is very commonly produced in that area, and these kind of this is the way it is used actually for storing as well as transportation of the jaggery to other places. There is a place called Gur Zugonia, which means who supplies gur to other places. And we know during the Ahom period, the construction of or preparation of the cement was also used with gur. So much of large quantity of gur must have been required for this. So these analogies like historical names and all, Gur Zugonia who supplies gur, and these kind of pot makers, so makes some interesting studies for the future. So thank you very much. And now only 1 or 2 families are engaged in this very beautiful kind of pot making in the region. So I think it's the need of the hour for documentation of these traditions very carefully. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Hazarika. Now we have the last paper on, it is by Ditamulu Vasa, that is Naga Indigenous Pottery, Disappearing Skills, Knowledge and Vessels. Now, after that, we will not have discussion. Alok told me that they are firing the kiln there, so we'll go for that without discussion after this.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Professor Kuldeep Bhan. Also, first of all, I would like to thank Dr. Alok Kanungo, and as well as the IIT Gandhinagar, IIT Madras, and the Tamil Nadu State Archaeological Department of Archaeology, and IGRMS for organizing this workshop and for giving us a platform to deliberate and on our research areas, as well as the outcomes in various fields. I'd like to say a special thanks to the NSSCC, Ministry of Culture, Government of India, and the Department of Art and Culture, Government of Nagaland, and ICHR for sponsoring projects on pottery documentation in Nagaland, from whom I got all the sponsorship. To get to my topic, traditional pottery making in Nagaland, traditional pottery making technology in Nagaland, it seems to have existed in almost all the districts of Nagaland. So in the past, districts were divided basing on tribes, but now there are more than, in the past there was 7 districts, increased to 8, now there are more than 11 districts. But according to the tribal communities, each tribe had at least one potting villages that catered to the needs of the neighboring villages. And looking into the manufacturing techniques, 2 types of technology or method have been identified. That is the use of paddle and anvil, and the other method is the neck and base separately fashioned and joined together. The slide shows the different kinds of tools used and employed by the different Naga communities for making pottery. Now, these tools are very simple. They are made of wood, locally available wood, and they are prepared by the men for their spouse as well as for their siblings, for the female siblings who are potters. But it is a taboo for the men to touch these tools after the women uses it. There's a taboo that if the man touches the tools after the women use it, the pots will crack, and then they will not have any value. Communities such as Poms, Konyaks, and Kamungans, they use anvils, which are collected from the riverside, and the chunky potters of the Ao tribe, they use anvils which are made of clay. Unlike the other tribes like Pom or Pottery or Konyaks, the Aos, they use anvils which are made of clay. And it is very interesting to see that this Runguzu village, which are male potters, they don't use anvil. And they use the other method, that is the base and the body separately fashioned and joined together. This kind of method is again available, seen in Semini village, which is a Rengma village, Rengma tribe. And this is also a method which is seen among the Wokha, among the Lotha tribe of Wokha district. But here, the difference between these paddles and this paddle is that Utseminu uses paddles that are wrapped with twisted cord, whereas the Runguzu potters, they use plain paddles. Now, let us look into how mining of clay is being done. Clay sources are open to all. It is not restricted to anyone, but it is open to all. And mostly the clay sources are found to be located along the village, within the village perimeter, about 2 to 3 kilometers. They can mine alone or in group. Normally, they tend to go in groups so that they can help each other in digging as well as in packing and carrying it back to the village. For villages like Laruri, which is occupied by the Pottery speakers, and the Chanki, which is occupied by the Ao speakers, and the Khamungans, which occupies the Wee village, the clay source area is very dry. So on the same day, if they mine clay and bring back to the village, they can use it the same day. But for the other villages like Runguzu, Yongpang, then Pongo, the clay sources are found in a very damp area where they have to keep it dry. They have to dry it for almost a year. So normally the clay which is mined the previous year or the previous year, they use it the following year so that the clay that they collect this year can be used next year. This is how they collect clay and bring it back to the village. The drier ones, that is the chunky, as well as these are the chunky potters. This is the wee potter. This is the Larry potter. Since the clay source is dry, they can just carry it back to the village in woven baskets. But for the others, they have to wrap it with a banana leaf or leaves of some other big leaf, bigger leaves. And they bring it back to the village and keep it in the backyard of the house for several days, and they are transferred to some other place. Pounding of clay and clay preparation is similar, but again we see some differences. Some tribes prefer to pound them in wooden trough, whereas the others, like the ones that we have witnessed in the live workshop, they prefer to pound it on a stone slab using a pebble. And they are sieved in this manner. Sieves are also made locally. The sieve could be about 3 mm in size. And if the ones who doesn't get filtered, they pound it again. In some cases like Pongo, like for this community, like Pongo village, and we'll come to Pongo village and Laruri, as well as chunky village potters. In the same wooden trough, after they pound clay, they mix it with water, and then these are pounded until the clay gains plasticity. Here one very different method which is adopted by the Khamungan potters is that they use a special type of solution. They use a bark of a tree. Let me see the name. They use a bark of a tree which is slimy in nature. They soak this overnight, and the water solution is used throughout, right from mixing it with clay up to the finishing when they are in the manufacturing process. So 2 or 3 types of clay for every village. There are 2 or 3 types of clay which are mixed together with in different ratios. For example, among the wee potters, they mix 3 different types of clay, 5:1, 1/2:1 1/2. For example, with these potters, Rumuzu, they mix it 2:1:1, So same goes with the other potters as well. So clay of clay of superior quality is mixed with clay of inferior quality, which they use it as tempering materials. This is semi-new potters of Rengma tribe. So in cases where they don't mix the clay in trough, they use their hands in mixing the different types of clay like this. The group who uses the pedal and anvil technique, since it's almost similar, I'll take the example of this pom potters, the potters that are representing that are here in the live folks. I'll take the example, and wherever there are differences with other tribes, I will explain it. Now, This Pongo and Yongpang, they fall under the Longling district, and they belong to the Pom tribe. And the Pom potters normally, they employ the paddle and anvil technique for shaping their vessel. So initially, a cavity is made at the center of the clay dough, and after some width is determined, they start using this paddle and anvil technique. But to some extent, when they feel that there are some uneven edges, they use a sharp bamboo to slice off the uneven portion. If for all the vessels, big or small vessels, additional lump of clay is used, made into a coil, and then joined at the tip for the mouth portion. So the body and base are made from the clay dough, whereas additional clay in the form of a coil is added to make the mouth and the orifice, to see the orifice. Now, almost all the vessels are provided with a handle, and these are for cooking purposes. These days, so many different kinds of applique designs have also been introduced, but that I'll discuss about that later. After the vessel is finished, it is further, they use cord trap paddle to finish the vessel, but after the shaping is almost done, it is further scrubbed on the neck region by the edge of the corded paddle, and this results in a very regular vertical lines. Upon inquiring, a potter replied that just like the human body, which has different parts, a vessel also has a neck and a stomach, or they interpret it as a stomach or a belly. So this design has to be different. One very interesting, so these are the different types of vessels which are produced by the Pom potters. This is very recent. This is also recent. These are the original. This is a storage jar. Recent in the sense since the trading declined in cooking vessels, they started making this kind of vessel so that it can be used as a storage for grains or seeds in their homes. So they also make this perforated vessel, which has a very interesting function. This perforated vessel is supposed to be a very special for the Pom, because these vessels are used for steaming a particular rice grown in the jung fields. For preparation, they put a layer of banana leaf on the base of the perforated vessel, and to that, rice which is already soaked beforehand is placed. And when water that gets into the vessel along with rice is drained out using a sharpened bamboo struck to the using a sharpened bamboo stick that is poked in the perforations. This is also required so that the vessel below, the hot steam from the vessel below, filled with water, the hot steam should penetrate above where the rice has been placed. Here, this demonstration required a vessel which was a little bit larger than this, but it was not available in her home. So she demonstrated using another aluminum vessel. So since it doesn't fit, she sealed all these holes with ash so that the air will not escape and all the hot air will go inside this vessel. It took about 30 to 40 minutes for the rice to get cooked. So after that, this was how the rice got cooked like this, and it is taken as a snack during the daytime. Also, this kind of preparation of sharing steamed rice has been a tradition since time immemorial. It has been narrated that among the poems, they have a very famous, the most important festival is called Monu. Monu is celebrated during the first week of April. And Monu festival lasts for 6 days. And the following 2 days, after the 6 days, the following 2 days, there is the 7th and the 8th days. 8th day, they observe a minor festival which is known as Mutra. So this Mutra is considered to be a family a festival within a family. And this festival is normally celebrated to strengthen their bond and to strengthen the family ties. So during these 2 days, this kind of preparation is made, and then it seems it is shared within the family members along with meat. So the significance of Mutra is bonding with relatives for goodwill and unity. This kind of this type of perforated vessels, it is almost everywhere among the northern part of Nagaland, like the Konyaks, the Chang, Sangtams. So here, this is the Konyak. These are the Chi potters, Tanahai and Chi potters, which belongs to Konyak tribe. So since the method is almost the same, I will not, you can just imagine that they follow the same method, but these are the type of vessels that they manufacture. So the same kind of perforated vessel is also used. One different kind of paddle which is seen here is the grooved paddles. So the grooved paddles, these are all horizontal lines, but just below these horizontal lines they have crisscross lines, which is not very clear in the picture, but then here you have this crisscross line. So it doesn't have any meaning, but then they use these paddles at during the different stages of manufacture. Maybe there was meaning before, but when I went for my field work, they said it was just there to tighten the clay particles, to make it very compact. This is another very interesting method. They also use the paddle end, but in the initial stage, they have a very interesting way of pinching the vessel. So a day before for we potters, a day before pounding, as I said, the potter prepares a solution comprising of water and a bark of a tree belonging to Calycinia species that is soaked overnight. So this water solution becomes slimy, and the potter use only this water solution throughout the manufacturing process. According to the potters, the reason for using this water solution comes with a belief that it will increase the plasticity of clay, making it workable and also making the vessels durable. So after kneading, the clay is rolled into a solid tubular shape and is flattened on both sides. After flattening, a cavity is made through the center and widened with a thumb. Meanwhile, rotating the clay lump with the other hand in the opposite direction from the movement of the thumb. And this process continues till the cavity attains an appreciable orifice. The vessel is then placed on a turntable prepared with woven bamboo splits, and the shaping begins using the paddle and anvil. Cooking pots, cups, and even mugs are some of the pottery items that the wee potters make. So as potter may have several sizes of turntable, basing on the size of the vessel that she is going to make. This is another Laruri village, another interesting pottery village. They belong to the Pottery tribe, and Since time immemorial, it has been said that Laruri village was the only village who used to distribute vessels to all the Pottery tribes, Pottery villages, and even across the border. So this village borders Myanmar. I forgot to mention, this village also, it borders Myanmar. So Khamungan tribe are more in Myanmar than they are in Nagaland. So they have, Khamungan villages are more in Myanmar. So they also have relatives across the border. So they have a special time where the border is opened and they meet their families. So this, they come under Pek district. Pek district comprises of different dialectical variations. You have Chekesang, you have Puchuri, and you have Pumai. So they fall under a Puchuri tribe. In the beginning, the kind of clay dough they use, how they use clay dough to knead is, after making it to a dough, they throw this dough in the hard floor several times so that the clay dough becomes flat. After it becomes flat, it is rolled. It is rolled like rolling a cartwheel, and it is made into a round disc shape. After that, they are placed on the. These are actually broken vessels which is turned upside down, and they are used as a turntable. So after that, the technique again remains the same, like how pedals and anvils are used. But in this case, they used to make big storage jars, which can rise up to about 3 to 4 feet high. So in cases like that, they use coiling method. This is just a demonstration how coiling is being made, but coils are joined like this, and it is fused and welded together by pedal and anvil technique. For some vessels have very elaborate incised decoration, and actually the cooking vessels do not have a decoration such as this, but these are used for funerary purposes. So these are used for secondary burial, whereas the plain ones are used for cooking purposes. This is chunky potters. Same with it's same, but then the way they start making the vessel is from the mouth. Instead of starting from the base, it is from the mouth region and then gradually goes down towards the base. Runguzu potters were slabs where the base and the body is flattened separately, shaped separately, and then joined together to form a vessel. This same method is used by the Rengma potters of Tseminu village. The only difference is that Tseminu has women potters, whereas Runguzu has male potters. Normally, the finished vessels are dried for about 7 days in the sun and then taken inside, kept above the fireplace. But there are 1 or 2 villages where they employ pre-firing technique. So likewise, here you have Tseminu villages where they use the pre-firing in a corner of a house, and then after this is completely dried, darkened, then they are taken to an open space. A temporary kiln is constructed, and the firing is done over there. So this is how vessels are dried outside, then above the fireplace or under a shady area. The main fuel that they use are wood of rust species, then dried bamboos, and some kind of dried grasses as well. There are some Potters community and their contribution in terms of Potters philosophy provided a very good source in historical knowledge as well as in interpreting archaeological records. but indigenous knowledge such as these are on the verge of disappearance owing to modernization, and the potentiality of survival and continuity of this art lies with a few surviving potters that has initiated the trend to teach anyone who wants to learn it. So you have some teachers here who are teaching. You have some to new students. For this picture here, she's teaching them how to select pebbles for anvil. And here these two women are from different village, married to a potting village, so they're trying to learn how pottery is being made. This old man, he's demonstrating how he saw his grandmother making, but sadly this village, no pottery evidence is there. And these two men are the only male potters in their village. And there are so many vessels which are no longer being manufactured, such as these jars which are used for storing grain. This is for brewing rice beer, and these are for funerary purposes, where in the past secondary burials were being practiced. Now, since we don't do secondary burial, these are no longer manufactured. So that's all about Nagaland pottery. Thank you.
Sorry, there is a little change in the program now. Looking at this presentation from Northeast India, I'm sure if Shahida is around, would have got the answer why I go to Northeast India. She has other reason for it, but I'm sure she knows that why I am in Nagaland all the time. Having said that, now we are going to have the lunch, and where there was a exhibition, there people are engraving, the black potters are engraving their pot, what they had made. And at 2 o'clock, the firing will start, but the firing preparation starts now in the field for the Naga potters. And tomorrow morning, there will be black potters who will make the firing at 10 o'clock. They will start there making the furnace. And black pottery firing takes 6 hours. So tomorrow morning, any of you come early, about 9:30, you can see that how they make the furnace. And by evening, you will see the product. So now we are breaking for lunch. I'm sorry that we are cutting the discussion because there is no rain now, so we should see the firing. So break for lunch, go quickly to see the firing of the Naga potters. You would not get a chance to see it again.
Hello, hello, check, check, hello.
This is on. Can you hear me? Okay. Oh, it's very close. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. Thanks for coming back after lunch. It's my great pleasure to introduce the speakers for this afternoon. We have three speakers for the next part of this session. We have Sukanya Sharma, professor at IIT Guwahati, We have Colin Lafranc, Assistant Director at CRNS in Paris. And we have S. Udaya Kumar, Assistant Professor at NIAS. And our first paper will be Sukanya Sharma's, which is entitled Past and Present of the Pottery Craft in Northeast India.
Good afternoon, and it has been quite a journey for all of us. Thanks, Alok, very much for actually helping us, or rather facilitating this for us, to understand ceramics by using so many perspectives. I think we also have to thank his institute at Gandhinagar for allowing him to do this. IIT Madras for their collaboration, and the State Department of Tamil Nadu, State Department of Archaeology Tamil Nadu, who is like, I really feel like individually is thanking, so many of them who are from the beginning, from the airport till every morning, or bringing us here. It has been like a lot of work for them, but it has been a real pleasure. So the paper that I have, which we are talking about, when I name it, the past and present, the obvious, or rather why I do it, is because of the fact that when I started trying to understand the archaeological pottery, certain problems which I had, which was in a data itself, was to compartmentalize it, to break it down to periods. Of course, the dates gave us the chronology, but to make it Neolithic, to make it early historic, was an issue. The type, or rather on the basis of the color, to name them. So, of course, that also gave sort of an, rather created a difficult situation where we are more used to understanding maybe in pottery, pottery in terms of a type fossil or whatever, known as an cultural identity marker. So once when it say that it's Chinese Celadon, we know what is Chinese Celadon, the period, etc., or the Harappan pottery. The issue with our pottery was that it was, this is the area that I'm speaking about. Dr. Manjil Hazarika just now introduced you to the area. That it was somehow also what we were getting was what I would like to tell you. And why was I interested in ceramics, or I was trying to look at it with the objectives, because in an archaeological site, besides providing valuable information about aesthetic and cognitive capacities of the makers and users, it's also like, the vital chronological information, and it's also a cultural identity marker. Now, all this requirement was something which made me look at the assemblage, which till then, the confusion was in ways of is it a good pottery or bad pottery, or in some cases, when I will maybe go to the next slide to show you some of the pieces, they were coarse, and they would be sometimes also called, maybe I would be told that, are you sure, Sukanya, are they not weathered parts of some sedimentary rock? So it was very important for ascertaining. And in the books, what we had, or what I was reading, was the cord mark, which Dr. Manjil Hazarika just now showed. These are specimens that I borrowed from the Guwahati University Anthropology Museum. They're the ones who excavated it. And these are the specimens which I used for my analysis. This is an OSL date which we generated, because the site excavated in 1961-62 was not dated. And then it was with the help of Wadi Institute of Himalayan Geology in Dehradun, we had, these are like vintage samples. And they sort of, it was Dr. N. Suresh from the institute who sort of helped us, assisted, was help in the sense of, we came together and we could devise a convincing method, and within OSL to date, and we got this date. So something to begin with, this was a controlled dig, 42 centimeters, from which these pieces had come out. And that was something important for doing the chronology, dating it absolutely. But I'm sure further efforts should be made. Now, I haven't put the lab numbers here, but just to give you a bracket. So this is where we start from, and then coming from the site of Rania Khan, and then the sites already referred to, Nongpok Kaithalambi in Manipur. And you have these, like I am only mentioning these sites because these are the sites from where I take my samples. And I'm doing what is called, it is about trying to understand what is the mineralogical, I am doing mineral characterization, I'm trying to understand the elements which constitute the clay, what happens after it's processed or how it is fired, the firing range, the condition in which it is fired, so that, you know, this, the beginning which I made to understand the aesthetic and cognitive capacities of the makers and the users. Because all this digits and lines, after all, is about human behavior. And that is what I thought would be very important for me to understand and interpret also. And that has been my effort all throughout when I have tried to analyze this pottery using multiple methods. And so what I said, what I told you just now, these are the pieces people would look at when during my PhD, and people would have, would ask me. And this is another, it's from the same layer. This is from a site called Gawakabri, which again we use the OSL to date to 2.3 Ka, but there are other dates also now from the area which goes up to 3,000. This has a wash, the slide B, but this has a wash, but this one is extremely coarse. And this is the pottery from Rania Khan, which also we used for our analysis, for our study. And the characteristic, this is Mir Khan, which just now, this was a site just now shown and also excavated by Professor Marco Mitri. The assemblage is being analyzed by my student, Momi Das, who is here just now. And so we are looking at this, we are studying this assemblages, and to talk about the characteristic features of the assemblage from this 3,000 years before present to around, say, 2,000 years before present, or maybe a little lesser, a little below we can come. The pottery is brittle. And also we are having problems in the sense of it's non-calcareous, but it's primary residual clay. And the issue that we have is, like in the Mir Khan assemblage, we are still puzzled by the fact the bases are not there. And the other issue that we have is the rim sherds. We are really not sure where are the rim sherds. In comparison to the body sherds, the rim sherds are very less. Now, these are certain type of puzzles which are, again, which bring up questions. And we are trying to reconstruct. I haven't got the drawings here because they are really not mature enough. We are still trying to understand the shapes, though other morphological characters. But what we have is, an understanding that the colors are different shades of red and black, but there is no painting, which used to be quite, something which would strike me often. These people never painted on the pottery which they made, neither in the sites which we have, which I called mid-Holocene, and neither in the sites which I am using here, dated to around 10th century AD to 15th century AD. So, and also the size in the sense of sturdy storage jars, etc., which is there in the ethnography record, which we saw just now in Northeast India. So the shape which occurs, though as I said, there are only 6 assemblages, but they're not also complete assemblages because the excavators have given me maybe some of the trenches and the quadrants. They are medium-sized globular pots, 20 to 30 centimeters in height and with a diameter of 50 to 20 centimeters. So that's the type of, the most common design shape across India, what we call in the local language, the Hundi. That's what we also see in in Northeast India, occurring in all the levels. And when I call it past and present, it is a mapping which I'm attempting from, say, 2,700 years before present, till the present. And what we have is sites which are 2,700 years, sites which are in 2000, sites which are in 1500. So I'm trying to come back and reach the present. So this is the Ambari ware, which was also shown in Dr. Manjil Hazarika's, and this is one of the dates which they have. This is the date that I am using for the well-made pottery of the region, saying, so the Daujali Harding date 2.7, I am saying, taking it as the earliest of handmade pottery. And this date of 1030 plus minus 105 AD, I'm using it for the beginning of well-made pottery in Northeast. But for Rania Khan, it is 6004, so it is again, we can go back 2,000 years, but I will, we will look at it how certain issues about the collection of the data actually make it important for us to consider some samples and how we actually are considering them in this paper. So this is the Ambari side, which was shown just now, another type of pottery. I think this is what they call Arentine. Kursi, the Archaeological Survey of India, these are all from their collections. So the main focus of the paper that I have, I am, as I said, to understand the development of the craft of pottery making in Northeast. I'm doing for that mineral characterization, physical, chemical composition of the clay. And I was trying to identify the elements. The whole effort is to understand quality of the clay. The whole effort is to understand the technique. So if the kneading, the processing was proper, and how the firing happened. So the reconstruction of the pottery production technique is what I am attempting. I'm sorry, this is very dense, but I am not investing much on the morphology. So I am, as I know, it's still in the making. We have to understand a lot more on these lines also. We are working. But you can see here, about the rim shirts, we mostly have body shirts. And again, designs and patterns are, again, difficult to get. The most well-known is a cord mark. But as we advance, we do have others. Now, I begin with, so what I have done is I have used this multiple methods to actually, one method corroborates the other. So it sort of, one result, I check it with another method. So it's like trying to confirm it and trying to be sure that what I'm saying is correct or near to the truth. So I was using I start with petrography, the first analysis I do. We use thin section petrography, as so many others have got. I'm so grateful to Professor Krishnan for all the guidance, which I, and all the time the way I trouble, my students come to him. And so something which we could confirm, or rather today we can say that most of this pottery is made of primary residual clay, and that's because of the fact that even the geologists have reported this decomposed granite situations where you have a lot of these silica-rich, with a lot of quartz clay formations happening in different pockets of Northeast India. And this is something which again, makes it in the sense that clay was available. And because that is also something which you saw in the hills, they were actually breaking nodules, hard nodules of stone and converting it to clay by various means and making pottery. But what we have in the samples, in the places from where I have analyzed the samples, we have clay. And again, the firing temperature range and also the atmosphere. That is what something the petrographic results with that we could get some information that it's around 600 degree and oxidizing environment. Now what I have done is I have done this in multiple samples. So, and also after petrography, when I do mineral characterization with XRD, with using again other methods of infrared spectroscopy, this is for the mid-Holocene sites, which I said is with the ground and polished stone tools mainly. These are the ones in the lines in green, which I have, I'm showing here. The clay is kaolin and with a lot of quartz. But there was one thing which still intrigues me, and I know I can only tell this more strongly if I analyze maybe 10 more sites or 20 more sites, that at least in the 6 sites, 7 sites that I have studied, I can see that there is extreme homogeneity in the type of clay. So though, many of these areas like Nagaland is with the upliftment, the Brahmaputra Valley too was affected by that. The Garo Hills is part of the Shillong Plateau, which is the Rajmahal Tract, the Deccan Plateau, that formation. But in all these places, again, Daujali Harding too is an extension of the Shillong Plateau, the Dima Hasao hills. So this homogeneity, which is indicated by the petrographic study, I call them Neolithic potters here. On and off, I sort of, because I also want people to talk about, I know more discussion, though I am also mainly using the word mid-Holocene. And these are the sites, and as you can see here, the type of clay minerals that we have identified. These are the peaks. The quartz peak is like shooting up, and the primary residual clay content, which is also temper that they use if they require. But then it's in the present-day potters context, I have seen that the clay itself, the temper is something not. It's not something like they use it, but they do not use it to an extent in the ratio that I have seen in Bengal, because there too I have been doing some studies. And using FTR again, like what we saw in the firing temperature, I have, like in the petrography, I have tried to determine the lowest and the lowest lower limit and the higher limit, in which, so that's the range, and I have it in from the infrared spectroscopy to 500, that's the lower limit, on the basis of what we have as an aluminum wedge octahedral sheet. And then the highest limit, because of the disappearance of what we have, the microcline peak. Now, these are indicators, I think, for students, if you're interested, you can do this. This is not very difficult to do at all. XRD and FTR facilities are available in almost all Department of Physics and Chemistry across the country. And I think this is very basic and fundamental they teach to students. And there are many handbooks which actually guide you for this. Now, this hematite, magnetite transition, again, the presence of hematite had given us this upper limit. And, but again, there were certain exceptions, and that is what also we have, we have been able to identify. And why I'm showing this here is this 1030 cm inverse 1 and 1080. These are to 1030 is hematite, the inclusion of hematite, and 1080 is with aluminum. So there are these two colors. If it's with hematite, it will be red. So we have a lot of this pale reddish pottery, kaolin, and we have this white, which is what I showed you, the Ambari ware, which is the aluminum-rich kaolin. And again, the attempt to actually how, to confirm the presence and also the firing range. So that has been, and also the firing atmosphere, because that has been, that's what I'm constantly checking, so that we are able to talk to the evidence. What was happening with me when I was doing my PhD way back in the late 1990s, early 2000s, it was the evidence was not talking to me. It was like all shut. And if the painting would have been there, maybe I would have interpreted the painting, or if the shapes would have been there, or good shapes, large sizes. The size was so small that I mean to say the size of the body shards also, because they're very brittle. and very less rim sherds. And in the density of the pottery that we find in the sites is like 1 meter trench, which I took in Gao Kabri, I got 20 pieces. And what Momi Das is now doing at Mir Khan, 20 square kilometers, she has 1402. And this includes the rim sherds and the body sherds. And then she has without the base. And then Ambari, of course, because the excavators, I have also used the 2008 Dr. Sanjay Manjul's material. And by the time I got it, the excavation was over, but I think it was like 5 square meters at around 3,000 and little above that to 3,000 plus. So that is like according to the period and the site, it varies, but it is again not as much as, or maybe the density is that low to medium. That is what I say. Now, yeah, this is what I was telling you. So some of the spectrums will have this, the 10. Can you see? Yeah. This is 1037. This will be hematite, and you go above 1070, like 1080, it will be aluminum. So that's how, again, why we did, or how Raman spectroscopy helped us was again to ascertain the firing besides the elements that it identified. There is this anatase rutile phase, which will transform. So anatase transforms into rutile between 600 to 900 degree. So that is an indicator for us, which we can again use to ascertain the firing range, and that is why, that is what the Raman spectroscopy particularly helped us. And so this is how the bands that we tried to describe of the mid-Holocene sites. I am not very clear about using it as Neolithic for reasons, though we have the ground and stone tools with us. The problem with the chronology and also the zoological and the botanical finds, which are yet to support us, or rather, to find them. So this is the Raman spectra, and you can see the type of peaks which indicate. And then coming down to elemental analysis, which is important because there will be transformation as the clay is processed. It is stored maybe for, that's again from the present potters. It will be kneaded, it will be beaten, the temper will be added. The clay, it's a residual clay, it's primary clay, so the clay itself will have certain inclusions which the potter may not be able to completely remove. So many issues which again make it important to understand the elements. And what it is about, again, is the firing temperature, the firing range. And we cannot say exactly this is the firing temperature. This is at what range, what temperature it was fired. I think Dam had a thermometer which she could put it in the oven of the potters and you'd get the exact but for the archaeological evidence, that's not something that's possible. So the firing temperature here too is what we tried to use, the understanding of Manyatis and Tite, and the other development. So that's the handmade pottery I'm talking about, and the other development was about vitrification. So vitrification makes it more hard, and that's again about, when you have low refractory clay, non-calcareous, how do you achieve it? So this is about the hardness, the strength of the pottery, because our understanding was maybe it would give us more information about the use. So this is again, coming down to the range which I told you, starting from 10th century AD. And the same method I applied. I studied the assemblage from this 4 sites. And from this 4 sites too, the type of, this is the morphology. These are the samples that we got from the Archaeological Survey of India. And this is the alumina-rich Ambari ware that I was mentioning. And then you can see here the red, which is with the hematite. And this is from, again, another site protected by the ASI. This is all with the hematite peak. And the petrography, again, to tell us about the clay. Of course, also the amount of quartz grid, the shape of these grains, angular that we have found, the firing range. But across Northeast, we have divided this, what is called the petrographic slides into different groups. There are differences on the basis of which we could figure out that they were from not from one source, the clay. It was from multiple sources. But the type of clay was same. And we also have this mineralogical analysis again as I go to the same XRD, Ramasprex, or FTIR. I have kept it uniform for this also. And this is again what you can see here, and how we have been able to confirm, because that was there in Ambari, which was talked about, the Ambari ware, because there's a figurine which is called the Ambari Venus, which is made of, again, the white yellow kaolin. So we could confirm that Ambari has these two varieties of kaolin, and the red clay source is in the site itself. In and around the site, we did the clay also, and we could see that it was the same, it matched. But for the alumina rich, we have not been able to find the source. We have tested some, but we are increasing the radius, and now I have my student Ishan, whom I have asked him to look in Eastern Bihar for the possible source. So that is one, again, what is like still in the doing. The other advantage, again, this is about the firing range, and the, as you can see, the peaks, and then we try to confirm, this is another analysis. The advantage about Raman spectroscopy and LIBS is laser-induced big round spectroscopy is that they are non-destructive. You don't have to break the pottery. So you can actually use it in situ, in the sense, if it fits the little box which is there in the machine where you have to insert the pottery, you can actually do the studies. This is supposed to be giving us a little more information, which is used, the TGA-DSC analysis, whereby which we tried to ascertain, again, the rutile anatase phase that I have used for ascertaining the firing range and the firing atmosphere also. So what I would say is, by showing all this, this data is all published, so is there in a couple of journals. What I would say is that for the conditions that I faced in trying to understand the pottery assemblage of different archaeological sites of Northeast India, on the basis of it, I tried to devise a method by which I could extract information which talked about the potters of the ancient period, and I could understand the aesthetic and cognitive capacities of the makers and the users, because as I said that all of this will be only important if we can understand human behavior. So I could also identify stages of vitrification. So it was not like it happened one day. There was initial stage of vitrification, then it went to extensive vitrification in some of them. So that is again telling us about how the potters were actually advancing. Though we could, I have a hunch or other, that the what we have mapped is from around 2700 till present, the handmade potters haven't changed much in the sense of technique. It's been, the knowledge has traveled in a way which is very much, not including too many newer ideas, and they are quite successful. While for the wheel-made, we can see the vitrification happening. Why I did the modern pottery was because I needed a database. So I need a reference point. And for building the reference point, I did this two areas. One of the areas was also shown by Manjil Hazarika because of the famous area where this jaggery is, it's very well known. And this is, it's almost summarizing what I was trying to tell you, the method that I have developed, which I feel will give me results to understand the assemblage more. And here too, I have used the same thing. I have tried to look at the modern clay, and I have done the petrography, and as I say that the results were not so different, by which I mean to say that that is what I say, that when I'm going from the past to the present, I can see the idea traveling. So Yeah, I will. So in the modern pottery too, in this Thekial pot, in one of them, I could see initial vitrification, so the temperature, the firing that happened between 800 to 850. And otherwise, the range that we have confirmed for the archaeological evidence, the handmade and the wheel made, was something between 750, 800. It ended maybe from 500. And the images that showed the vitrification very clearly. And also we did the hardness to understand, this is just about the study that we did. And these are the modern potters that I have studied. I think in the last few presentations, a lot of this was shown, but these were the samples. That is why I thought, because I have done the temper that is used here. And I also thought there might be a result of why the rims in the archaeological evidence is missing, because why we can't find the rims. Yeah, that's the high neck pot is important, because if we have a high neck pot of this type in archaeological evidence, the rim should have been there. But somehow in the archaeological evidence, these are very less. As we advance in Bamuni Hills, in Surjapahar, in the excavation which was done somewhere around the early 1990s, I have samples from there. We do have, I think, some rims, but again, not as prominent as we expected. So these are the wheel-made potters, and this is the clay that I sampled for analysis to understand the source for which this potters had used. This was the same pot sewn by Manjil. And this is what, because I also tried for the firing range, the type of firing that this potters were doing, the little slip they apply with this red ochre, which also we have analyzed. This is the type of firing which they do. So one of the reasons I have to wind up very quickly, but I tried to understand about the development of the craft, the not very high density of potsherds that we find in the sites. And that is what I looked at, the tradition of pottery making in Northeast. And one of the matching with the field data, and something which has also been recorded by historians earlier. Professional potter's caste is, or rather the rest of India, pottery people, it's a caste group, while in Assam, it is not a caste group. And also, like in, I think Dham, you will agree, even in Nagaland. So these are like people who do so many other things. They're agriculturists, and they also make some pottery. So the type of, we have this in the museum, this large size pots, which is completely missing in the archaeological evidence. Yeah. So this is the last slide. And even the glaze, we can see this is a museum specimen, but we do not have in the archaeological record. There might be another reason that it is all the time competing with the lignic. So the lignic is something which provides a lot of this material. And only for cooking, you're putting a vessel on fire, you might need a pot. While the rest of the requirements, which is otherwise, pottery is required, is fulfilled by the lignic. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Sharma. Our next paper is by Colin Lafranc, and it is entitled Analytical Indexing of Pottery from 6th to 13th Century CE, Case Study of the Ceramics from Ancient Bengal.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Okay, this is working. My main concern is to keep the time, so it's always difficult for me. So I put my watch in front of me. I would like to thank first all the organizers of the conference, so the Tamil Nadu State Archaeological Department, and of course Professor Alok Kanungo and Professor Rajan. So we'll try to, so I will talk about the Ancient Bengal. Yes, I would like to dedicate this presentation to Professor Jean-François Sall, who has created the Bangladeshi French archaeological mission in Bangladesh. So he's the mind behind most part of the talk, and he passed away 3 months ago. So for the students, since we are talking about pottery from all over South Asia, I will start with the quick geographical introductions, because it's also linked with the methodology that we are using. So the Ancient Bengal, you know that it covers the biggest delta of the world. So you have a very specific geological composition with mostly the alluvial plains, because it's at the confluence between the Ganges and the Brahmaputra. And you have also some tract, so that means some elevated geological formations. And as you can see, you have many, many rivers. So you have big ones, you have small ones, and all those rivers have changed their courses through times. So it's even right now. And because of, not only, but also because of climate changes and things, so those rivers are changing their courses. The water from the sea, you know, you have a kind of elevations of the water levels, and the formation has changed a lot, especially in the Harappans. So you do have a lot of coastal research conducted in both Bangladesh and Ancient Bengal, because you cannot talk about Ancient Bengal by dividing these two regions. I mean, it doesn't make sense. Those are new borders. And here, I just wanted to draw your attention that you really have new methodologies which are setting up right now in order to tackle this problem of sites which are disappearing very quickly or sometimes reappearing also. I mean, it works on both ends. Yes, and because of so this specific geomorphological environment, and the monsoons, of course, and the different floods. So we do have to work and trying to understand those floodings episodes. It's really part of all the archaeological sites that you have in Ancient Bengal. So you have, of course, many wells, but you have also many deposits like you do have here. And so it also played a role in the process formation of the soils, because when you have floods, that means also that some pottery and some object might have been, you know, rolled or transported also sometimes with this flood. So you always have to keep that in mind also when you excavate and when you have to analyze your stratigraphy. And it's something which is really present everywhere in this region. So about the methodology, because I will not speak about prehistory or Harappan pottery, but later period pottery. That means from the 6th to 13th century CE. So it doesn't stop after the early historic period, okay, it continues. And it's just to let you know that you don't have so many research actually that have been conducted on that period. All over India, and a bit more in Bangladesh, but not much actually. So for the students also, it's also, you still have many, many things to do, okay? So quickly, this period in Ancient Bengal is very important because you really have an intense building activity. So, I mean, you have many Buddhist monasteries, Hindu temples. So it's true that it's a very rich period, as you do have also in Tamil Nadu, you have many Hindu temples. In Bengal, you have a bit more Buddhist stuff, but it's really big. And when you work on that chronological time span, so you have, of course, other cultural material, and amongst that you have the sculptures, and I'm not talking too much about that. It's just to let you know that you need to have some basic knowledge about what's happening in the other material culture of that time, okay? And for instance, for the sculpture is interesting because they have been, the specialists have been able to identify some local regional features, for instance. I mean, it's something that you can keep in mind. I mean, it's when you cross-check all the informations. I mean, so it means that you have already information from other field of research. And of course, I mean, you're not obliged to be fluent in Sanskrit or something, but I mean, it's always good for that period to be able to have a basic knowledge of the written sources, because you cannot avoid them if you want, again, to have a broader, Mudit was speaking about telling the story, that will be part also of the story. So it's possible. So here you do have a map representing the different excavated sites in Bengal with an occupation from the 6th to the 13th century. Those are the most sites. So of course you have excavations very regularly. So maybe it's not I try to make the updated map, but maybe 1 or 2 sites are missing, and I apologize for that. But it gives you an idea of the most important sites. And amongst these all those sites, the problem that we are facing is that only 3 sites have been dated with a proper, we call it absolute chronology. With the C14 or AMS dates, OCL dates. So all the other sites, it's a kind of a relative chronology. So it's not always easy then to connect the data. Yes, I will go. And I will speak a bit more about Mahasangar because so Mahasangar is located in Bangladesh. It's a big ancient walled settlement. During the early historical period, it was a city. So the site has been founded during the 5th, 4th century BCE, and it has almost a continuous occupation until the 13th century CE. So what is good about such kind of site is that you have a complete sequence of occupations, and you can observe. So it's exactly like in Vadanagar, the different changes in the assemblages associated with other material, brick structure and things. So here you have the digital surface model of Mahasangar that we did the last excavation things. So I told you that the geology and trying to trace the ancient courses of the river is very important, and this is one of the aspects of our research. In collaboration with some geomorphologists, because of the changes of some rivers, sometimes sites are not visible anymore. So, and they are, below a lot of alluvial floods. So in that case, the usual survey maybe will not work, actually. So, and by following the rivers, you can analyze the settlement patterns. I have to go quickly. So if you have more questions after, I will reply. And an important fact about Mahastan is that it's not an isolated site. So you have many, many satellite sites, all the surroundings. And what we are also trying to do is trying to date all the sites in order to make the settlement patterns comprehensible. So very quickly, this is a map that shows you in red, the areas that have been excavated. So you can see that you have very few, actually, areas which have been excavated. And to give you an order of the scale, so the length of the rampart, north-south, it's 1.5 kilometer, and the small side, it's 1 kilometer. And in 1993, you have this French-Bangladeshi collaboration project that has been set up by Jean-François Salle. And since then, we are excavating every year. So we don't have a lot of fundings, so we can do only one campaign about 4 or 5 weeks of excavation every year, but it's there. And since then, so during the last 30 years, so we have done several AMS and classic C14 dates, and we have established a proper chronology. So we do have now 45 C14 dates, and 2 OSL dates are coming. So the site is very big, and one area in particular has delivered mostly a lot of structures from the from this so-called early medieval period, which is the Madzar area, which is here in the south part of the rampart of the site. And here you do have a map of the architecture, so structural remains that we have discovered in this area. And the goal of the excavation, it was to have a very good chronology for this post-early historical period. And we achieved the goal because we had not only occupation from the 6th to the 13th century, but also from the Mauryan period. So here you do have the wall from the 4th century BCE, and here we have all the big structures that we have discovered during this period from the 6th till 13th century, with many, many phases of constructions. And we have also conducted some analysis, archaeosismology analysis. So those are some of the discoveries that we had. Yeah, this is just to make the reference with the first presentation. So we have also installed a kind of restorer lab, actually, since 2010. So, and the restorer, Charlotte, is using paraloid. so it's just, yeah, we are trying to do that. And me, I did my PhD on the classification of the pottery of Mahasangar from this Mazar area. And so that is for the students, because it's true that we have discussed a lot about, you know, this technical approach with the chaîne opératoire. Stricto sensu, normally you should, in your classification, when you speak about chaîne opératoire, you should put the forming shaping techniques at the first criteria in your classification. And then you organize as a subgroups. However, it's not always easy to do that. And especially in India, in South Asia, when you have it, and it's true, many years of intense research, and when you have already some pottery classifications. I mean, it's because it's not always easy to connect, and it's not always also the most, I mean, it's a very important criterion to take into account in your classification, but it's not always the most pertinent criterion for some regions. And for instance, in Ancient Bengal, since the 4th century BCE, you have this, you know, fast wheel techniques, I mean, using at the same time that another combination of the techniques, actually. But it continues. It's not that you have a gap. You know, the fast wheel before and then not anymore and then. It's not like that. So it's you have to take that into account, but of course I mean, it's you have to take into account the clay. I mean, it's the manufacturing of the clay and everything, the usual categorization. And to reply to the question about the ethnoarchaeology, we are using the ethnoarchaeology to understand basically the macro and micro traces also left by the potters. So when you analyze, you know, potsherds from the from your assemblage, you need to understand how it has been done. I mean, and the ethnoarchaeology can help you to better understanding that, actually, also. I mean, and then you can, of course, have more ideas about the function, the use, and everything. But it's true that one very most important thing is that also. I mean, usually you have a look at what the potters are doing right now because you find a lot of similarities, either in the shape, either in the fashioning techniques. And in Bangladesh too, there is a diminution of the potter's activity, but thanks God we have doi, we have yogurt, so we still have those making of a specific pottery for to have the yogurt actually. So now I will go quickly. So you have the levels which have been identified with the different phases of occupation associated with some structures, building structures, are not reflecting exactly the chronology, the changes in the chronology that we have in the pottery, okay? But in the pottery, we have 4 main phases. And for a long time, then you can make an evolution in the phases with, you know, you have more of that ware, and then you have a diminution of that ware. So, and then sometimes it's a slow process. And I could not, because, I mean, it's Professor Kanungo told to us about the NBP, and so I thought, okay, but nothing was there for Bangladesh, and so I thought, okay, I will put some data just to show you that we do have also, I mean, it's many actually, NBP or fine black slipped ware, it depends. I mean, it's, you know, I mean, it's probably produced locally. And I just wanted to show you some, bizarrerie. We said it in French or something, because we have also a related word. That's why I'm also interested in this maritime train and in the Tamil Nadu productions. And what is also very funny is that we do have these waves decoration, exactly that the related ones on some flat bases, and you don't have that anywhere else. I mean, it's which is kind of unique. We did not have published yet because of me and other problems, but I mean, in collaboration with Professor Krishnan, we have conducted some petrographic analysis. So thank you, Professor, and also thank you, Dr. Shankare, because we have also done some XRF and XRD analysis also on this fine black slipped NBP ware, and all of this will be published. And we do have also this related technique on some other wares than the black slipped wares. I mean, it's so on this red pottery, which has been also made with different techniques, and you can see the thumbs clearly on the here. That's showing that you have many different techniques. So this is just to show you some of the specific pottery that we do have, and we do have some very unicum. So sometimes difficult to interpret. So I think that this, for instance, is the proper related ware that you have in the south, in the Tamil Nadu, but it's not at all like the one that we have in Ancient Bengal. So all of this has been discussed, and this is some of the courseware. Then coming to the main period. So you do have two main periods with different kind of potteries. The first one from the 6th, 7th century to the 11th, 12th century, and the other one from the 12th till 14th, 15th century. And in the first one, you have medium texture wares. What is interesting is that you do have a difference in the kind of the clay and the fabric atmosphere, but not much in some shapes and not much in the techniques which are used to manufacture them. I mean, the techniques is much more specific to one shape. But so all the balls, either in red, buff, or gray, will be done in the same way. I mean, that will be different is really the clay that they will use and the firing techniques. And so you have a majority in the excavation in Mazar of closed shapes. And then from the 11th, 12th century, you have new wares which are created, and you start to have really proper imports from really abroad. So yeah, here is just to show you that sometimes you have really one production which is probably made on a very fast wheel, and you have all the traces, and that it doesn't change actually since the early historical period until the late period. I mean, it's yeah. So here I will go briefly to provide you a kind of an idea of what we find during that first part of the early medieval periods. It's much more for the colleagues who maybe will recognize some of the productions. Yeah, here we have some medium redware, combined techniques, some medium grayware. So as I told you, sometimes, I mean, you have more or less the same times, but it's just the colors which is changing. I mean, it's not... And yeah, I didn't put, I put after, but you have also a stamp decoration on some medium grayware, a lot at that period. We do have also courseware organic. And then from the 11th, 12th century, we have kind of a new productions, which are called fine medium red slipware. So with a lot of, you have a nice slip, you have mostly bowls, plates. You have also kind of pots and restricted knitted jars. So when you're also when you know to deal with pottery, you have to be careful when you make your classifications, because, for instance, here in this pot, if you have the rim shirts, you will have a very fine clay with a very nice slip. And when you go below, actually, you will have a bit more sandy clay with a completely other decoration, and maybe not with the same color, and also with the different techniques. But anyway, they are part of the same pot. And until you don't have the full pottery, so you will be tempted to put them in two categories if you have the rim on one side and the body. But be careful, because maybe they belong to the same. Here you do have those kind of fine gray blackish slipped ware also with these typical plates. And what is extremely interesting is that, of course, we have discussed a lot about interaction through the Gulf of Bengal between, during the early historical period, but it continues actually after that. And have been able to trace the production, so that plates here that you have in Mahastan from later period, they have it in Kota Patnam on several sites on the eastern coast, and you have it in Baris in Indonesia. So exactly a little bit later, from the 12th, 13th century CE. So, and you have many parallel things. So that means also that it's just the beginning of the research, but it's interesting to compare all the data because you still have those exchanges, but maybe the pattern, maybe the roots, maybe the sites which are involved are different. This is the same production but other shapes. And those are very later production from the 13th, 14th century. I mean, it's... And we do have, I'm sorry because we cannot see properly on the picture, but we do have the same diamond decoration that you do have in Ambari. So that's why also I've been in Ambari because I have noticed many similarities, and I'm very happy with Manjil new data because definitely when he was presenting, I was telling, okay, we do have the same. Oh no, that is different. But so clearly along this Brahmaputra Valley, something happened. So, so from that really late medieval phase, let's say, you do have also Turkey's glazed ware. And you do have a few sherds in several sites from the West Bengal. The thing is that it's really difficult to determine the provenance of that pottery. And on some sites, it's always a few potsherds compared to the total assemblage. So it's probably coming from somewhere else. And I was super excited when I heard about this production center in Combat because it could definitely be, provenance sites. For the Chinese imports, it's a bit easier. I mean, it's because it's slightly much well known, but there again, you always have to ask to some specialist. Here, I asked to a Chinese specialist working in UK, but knowing very well the Chinese productions, because there also you have people working on that. So you must to have the most updated data, I mean, in order to connect and to know what you have. And it's almost the end. I would like to briefly focus on another site, which is really a key site, which is Balupur. It has been excavated by Sheena Panja. And when we were talking about, floods, so she has entitled her book, Living with Floods. And clearly, yes, as you can see, I mean, it's you do have sometimes, big events of floodings. You don't have nothing on the upper parts, and you have to dig for several, meters before having some structures. I mean, so it's also something. So you need to adapt your methodology. And it's another key site because she has AMS and OSL dates. I mean, it's and clearly we do find similarities between the first occupation levels found in Balupur and what we do have in Mahastan. And on her side, the occupation is continuing, but clearly it stops in Mahastan. We don't have the later productions. Sorry, you want me to come back? Okay. And so it's really a key site, even though if the chronology should be maybe a bit more defined. But here, yes, just to show you some. I'm sorry, I'm going quickly, so you're a bit, obliged to believe me. I mean, but I have all the data if you want, so I can share with you. But here as well, I mean, we do have in Balupur and Mahastan, same kind of thing. So at least between two sites, now we are really able to connect the informations. And so for my PhD, I have tried to have a look also of the other pottery from other early medieval sites. And on all sides, you have kind of similar types of wares, a variety of techniques, similar kind of decorative patterns, and also similar shapes. So you do really have a kind of similar facies. And what is really interesting is that it's really the last side. In Mogalmari, so usually the red ware is found in majority on almost all the sites from this early medieval period, except in Mahastan, when we do have, at least in that area, in this site, so you remember the Big Mac of Mahastan, it's a very big city, it's mostly grey ware. And interestingly, in Mogalmari, here, Mogalmari here, the site has been excavated, and in one part of the site, which is MG1, it was a religious context associated with a temple monastery. They found also mostly grey ware. So it's really interesting to see also, we do not have enough data to understand if it was used in specific contexts. So I mean, but this is it's a work that needs to be done. So just to conclude, we need more well-established chronostratigraphies. I mean, in order to see also the micro, variations also in your stratigraphy. We do have, we need more collaborative work, especially to look at the manufacturing techniques, because once you have a basic, chronotypology, then you can compare all the same balls, from many sites to see if you have different techniques which have been used or not, since you have the same shapes and more or less the same wear. So more, of course, laboratory analysis needs to be done, but for that you need to determine which kind of wares have to be analyzed and what is your research questions. So we clearly need more micro variabilities, because you don't have only international, let's say, trade, or interactions, to borrow the word of Koshik. It's true, interaction through the sea. You do have also many interaction in the hinterland and along the river, along the valley. So we definitely to improve that. Of course, now we have to work on this extent of this kind of Bengali cultural, regional productions, it's so at what point everything looks different? Or is it similar everywhere or not? And then, of course, the final step and the most interesting one, it's to understand the reason of all those changes. Why you have these evolutions? Why at some point they have decided not to use different techniques, because it's not really the case, but why they are using completely different shapes, why they continue, why at some point you have this new pottery productions coming in. And interestingly, you will learn in your books that it's very dangerous to associate, material culture, political history and things, but surprisingly, in ancient Bengal, it works quite well. It's because around the 11th century, you do have many changes in the politic rules. You have the Senas coming, you have the Chandras, and wow, in the material cultures, you have some changes. And once again, during the 12th, 13th centuries, when you have this Sultanate period startings, you have again a change. So, of course, we do not have enough data to come really to some proper conclusions, but so that's why it's really interesting to have a full overview and to connect all the sources that you have for that period to understand and to tell the story. Thank you very much for your attention.
Our next speaker is Udaya Kumar, and he's going to be reading a paper entitled Experimental Archaeology, Ethnoarchaeology, Pottery Techniques, Pottery Technique Perspective.
Thank you, Peter. Good afternoon to my senior colleagues, my friends. And today I'll be talking about the experimental archaeology and ethnoarchaeology of pottery techniques. So before entering the methods what I use in experimental archaeology, I would give a brief introduction about what is experimental archaeology and what it helps to understand the past technology, not only about the past society. It gives only to the answer of the past technology, and it gives a detailed aspects of past technology. The experimental archaeology is a form of primary sources. It is undervalued in some area of research, particularly in the living heritage and real-time organization, and yet experimental archaeology is a fundamental part of research, especially historical research, one of the core principles of the science. It's a chemically and physically process to the shape today world and same as those past. The experimental archaeology is a subfield of archaeological research which employs several different methods, techniques, and analysis approach from the object to the system. In order to generate the hypothesis and archaeological interpretation to know the past technology. So here in my talk, I didn't include any archaeological comparative approach to understand the technology, like experiment approach. This research is not to replicate a particular archaeological time span of pottery techniques, because in study of pottery, we have a lot of variety culture period. In each culture period, there are a lot of varieties. So in experiment, first we need to understand the base of the technology, how the methods or how the techniques used. Then we will try for experiment, like we try for archaeological things and other scientific works. Then we have some story to say. But before that, entering into the any techniques, we need to have a base of the techniques. So we should not take any comparative approach in experiment while starting the first doing experiment. And the main aim to understand the method of pottery making from the beginning, like clay preparation, drying the clay, burnishing the pottery, firing the pottery, and usage of pottery, and the quality of pottery. So each aspect has to be recorded thoroughly in experimental archaeology. So like in methods of archaeology, basically I work on different materials of experiment like bone tools, pottery, iron, and copper technology. So in this, as concerned to experiment, we need to have each method for each technique, like each object. So in case of pottery, I use the method, I can't be same using for the copper. So each has its own method, and this method it has not any rules or to follow only this method. The experimenter can form their own method to bring the process. So here I started clay preparation and clay collection, mixture of clay, soaking of the clay. This all experiment is done by me. There is a chance of to involve artisan also. So what happened while involving the artisan, he already is expert in all like making of the potteries, everything. So what we will learn? So by mistakes we will have to learn. So purposely I avoided the role of artisan in experimental archaeology. So usage of pigments. So recently I started how to use the pigments and burnishing pottery, drying the pottery like indoor and outdoor. So the timing of the drying and pottery firing. Now we saw the pottery firing like preheating the kiln or arrangement of pottery. So each step has its own inside method. So each method has to be noticed thoroughly in experiment. So even if you miss one method, it won't give a complete result or proper result. As concerned the pottery experiment, I have conducted four phase of wheel made and 5 phase of like firing and handmade. So in experimental archaeology, like I have done one experiment, so I can make a story. It is not like that. We need to do experiment continuously, even 15 times, 20 times. The experiment has not stopped. It should not stop unless until we know the picture of the techniques. But in case there is no way to know a complete picture of the past people have done same techniques. So in any method, the experiment has to be done continuously. So each experiment, we will learn something to say. So from the clay preparation, after clay from the lake, it has to be dried and soaked in the water for almost a week to dry or to remove the core elements and impurities. And pure clay is not suitable for making pottery. You need to add the sand in composition of 2:1, or each potter has its own composition, and each clay of region has its own composition, and each, like I won't say the climate, the weather of each region, it has own composition of mixing clay. And kneading is a plays very important role. If any clay, if we take and mix the two different clays, we can't do it. It has to knead thoroughly to remove the air pebbles and impurities from the clay. The air pebble is very major, dangerous for the pottery to break while doing the firing. So in handmade, what are the methods I used? Like these all methods I formed. Like there's no any artisans uses. They have different names. Like thumb finger pressing method, coiling method, slab method, thumb finger pressing with the coiling method. So 2 techniques together making, and molding method. Like previously I have seen one presentation, they have molding method in Nagas. So same method we can use it. So I have tried the fitting of the leg also, and different shapes. And this all shapes doesn't replicate any archaeological assemblage. So only purely about the experiment. So what are the major tools, which is only wooden rod or a small knife I used for making pottery. And you see yesterday we have like Naga artisans, they were using handle. So way of handle also is very important. We need to make output, and this has to go inside. Otherwise, while doing firing, it will be break. So as concerned to the wheel made, again I have experimented to more than 3 different clays from Pottery Town in Bangalore, clay from Pottery Town, and clay from Viluppuram, and clay from Nandi Hills in Pottery Town. And here it's very delicate to centralize the clay in the wheel. Even handmade or wheel made, it's very difficult to centralize. That is a major importance. And while doing the pottery in wheel, it is necessary to know about what the finger is using. So for the bowl is different shapes of finger we need to use for making uplift these different shapes I need to use. So these all aspects can be done only through experiment archaeology. So to check that the clay is very fine or it is suitable for making firing everything. So today we have seen some artisans are done that because the pottery is broken. So here you see the air pebbles. These are very dangerous. It will break the pottery while doing the furnace. And it has to dry properly, and there are a lot of impurities. And same time, this structure is very thick. So here a lot of chance to break this pottery. So these aspects need to notice while doing a wheel made, handmade. The object should be little thin, the knot should be thick. So these all potteries we have done through wheel made and miniature pottery. And this is like first experiment I have fired for 40 objects. In 40 potteries, I could recover only 15. In the 15 also, I have checked whether it is suitable for usage. So again, I soaked in the water. Only 5 I could recover for usage, others all dissolved. So I used some pigments like testing of lime and red oxide. This painting is done before firing. After firing, mostly people does, but no, while firing, this makes different approach. So burnishing is one of the major aspects what I learned from the experiment. Like burnishing is nothing but it is like rubbing the hard tool with in pottery, handmade or wheel made. So this all you see, these are handmade. In handmade, while doing the burnishing, there won't be even burnishing because that the coil impression will be always shown. So if you want to, again, it should be very fine. Again, you need to replaster it with the clay. Then you do burnishing. This all it's a wheel made pottery which is burnished, and this is a tool which I use for burnishing. And it makes compact, very shiny, and it shows while doing the firing, it shows exactly like all the glossiness it comes. So drying plays an important role. Once the pottery is done, we need to dry in at least 2 days in the shade. Then it takes to the proper sun. If you keep in the sun, there's a lot of chance to get a crack. And I mostly use for at least 3-4 days because most of the experiment I've done in Bangalore, it takes 3 days, 4 days to dry it. So maximum for if I do a pottery of 40, it takes 1 month or 2 months for firing. So it has to dry completely. Then only it can go to the firing. So preheating firing, which is in even ethnoarchaeology, we won't see any preheating of the pit or open furnace. This is because of it's moisture was there in Bangalore, especially in my institute. So I purposely preheated the like a kiln or furnace something. So again the preheating. So today what happened? Our artisans are immediately they kept the pottery in the kiln. So because of high temperature, it blasted, it broke. So we need to approach it as sustained heat for the pottery. If you keep the pottery in the kiln or open furnace, it breaks. So you need to be sustained. The heat has to be passed through the sustain in the pottery. So again, arrangement of pottery. This all I have learned through experiment. So why I have arranged in the proper way, which can't break, which not break, because first experiment I charged a lot of woods. So it is a lot of chance to break the pottery because heavy woods. So arrange the pottery in such a manner they should not disturb each other. And then again you cover with the broken potsherds. And then again start firing with the burnt charcoal. Then again you charge the wood and again you fill with the dry leaves and plaster it. So these are open furnace, open kiln or open kiln. We can say the furnace is open kiln. So here you see that I tried a little slipped. So, but while doing the, after firing, it has broke because of not proper dried. So this is a third experiment. Like I did like by doing experiment of small, like a bird in with a normal color, it has blast. So we need to know which color you're using. Please prefer of the like organic color or lime or natural color. So again, in fuel, if you consider fuel, I used, first 3 experiment, I used the raw wood, which is normal wood. I raise the temperature, but it takes 4 hours to give the temperature. But it's concern of, coconut shell. It sustains the temperature and like it reaches the temperature high and it keeps the temperature long. And it, to avoid the breakage of pottery. And it reached to 600 to 900 degrees Celsius because here I didn't use any thermometer as a standard pottery pottery firing I'm saying. Again I used a lot of fire, fuel of coconut shells and woods and dry leaf, and I didn't use any charcoal. So after firing of non-burnishing, so we have different types of potteries like miniature pottery and a little painted pottery which is rubbed, and a small beads, and a black pottery which is I re-fired a black to get a black pottery. So these are broken, like I already have said, what will happen when you see this, a lot of impurities, lot of air pebbles. Definitely it will break, this all. And it is a transformation of color of the pottery. So even artisan also says if they keep 40, 50 potteries, only 20 pottery surveys. So after burnishing, after firing the burnishing, the quality of the pottery. So thickness also plays very important role. So there's a lot of observation I have noticed, but I major 4 observations I would like to share. Like preparation of clay. Clay composition is very important, plays a major role in pottery to avoid the small particles and impurities in the clay. And it will, even if it is a small particles, it will come to deserve shape, but later in while doing firing, of course it will break. And as concerns to the burnishing, done specific moisture temperature in a leather hard condition. So in burnishing, I have tried 2-3 potteries, like pottery clay from Nandi Hills, Viluppuram, like Pottery Town, and even regional also different. Like I have did one experiment in Bangalore, one experiment in Chennai, because the weather how it changes. Like the clay from the Pottery Town, all clay from the Pottery Town, Nandi Hills, everything in Bangalore, it dries 2 hours to make a leather dry, to do the burnishing. The same pattern I use in Madurai, which is hot, it takes 1 hour. So we need to notice the region where we are there. So, and that also, that is very important. And every clay is not same to burnish. Each clay has its own regional climate, weather condition, and it has a dryness temperature. So we can't say okay, I did a burnishing for 2 hours. No, every clay has its own time period to get a leather dry. And after getting it dried, we can't do burnishing. Only the particular time we will get the burnishing. And arrangement of pottery, already I mentioned, and thickness of pottery. So these are major points, lot of points I have recorded, but here talk, I only focus on these 4 major points in my experiment. So fuel, I said, I used coconut shell for the last 2 experiment, and I have never used a chamber furnace. There's 2 different type of firing, like open firing and chamber firing. So next year I'm planning to do, this coming year I'm planning to do the 2 chamber firing. Like that will make other approach how to understand whether the fire will be, what aspects will pottery will get damaged or it sustains. So that furnace kiln I need to experiment. So for the study I said slow wheel made I need to do, slipware pottery making, usage of natural pigments, and how the pigments is transformed. Like after making pottery, it get leather dry, then we make a color, how the clay has inject to the pottery, so that the transformation that has to noticed, and after drying, if we color, what will happen to the clay. So such things like a little bit science background, we need to look into this thing, and quality of pottery, the usage of pottery, and finally I'll be like to compare, like study the archaeological material and do the experiment, so that will be more valuable. So before this, all I'm doing, we need a base. Any techniques, you need a proper method and base. So this all experiment. So parallelly, we need to know about what is happening of ethnoarchaeology. So that is very important. So unless until you are not going for the field work of ethnoarchaeology, then it's very difficult to understand the techniques of recent. So mostly like last 2 years, we have traveling of especially in Tamil Nadu and Karnataka. So I have almost 15 pottery workers around in 2 states, but I have focused only 5 major pottery center I have noticed, and even in Karnataka I have traveled with Dr. Namita to cover Tikal pottery techniques. So in this talk I didn't include, it's a vast subject. So Kota pottery is in Nilgiris, which I will be talking later, and Manamadurai pottery in Sivaganga district, it will again, and Viluppuram pottery, Membadu pottery in Chennai, near Chennai, Nandi Hills and Potty Town. So this research is especially of Kota potteries, is based on collaboration with Ghent University, Dr. Daniela. So they are funding to do about the Kota potteries. So before entering the techniques of Kota potteries, Kotas are the tribes which lives in Nilgiri districts, and they lived in 7 districts like Kollimalai, Tiruchikadi, Kotagiri. So here we have documented the process of making potteries. Like they use 2 different types of clay, and only they recover or yield the clay from forest only the month of December 1st or 2nd week. Only women go and collect the clay, and outsiders are not allowed. So 2 different clay, they make a 2:1 and start doing the pottery. And this wooden is to grain the pottery. What we saw in Nagas, they have same method they are using. So these are family, like name of the family, like families are there, and only 4, like if you see Solur Kolakar, there are 60 families of Kotas, only 4 women are doing. And in here, in pottery, men are not allowed to do any work, even wheeling, firing, everything women are doing. So they have portable pot like wheel made. So they make everything express, and they won't sell the pottery for commercial purpose. They sell the pottery only to the Badga community and the Toda community for only ritual purpose. Even I was trying to buy it, they will not give. Only for religious purpose, only black pottery which they sell only for Badgas and Todas. And Badgas and Todas also, they will buy only from them. And they have knowledge of burnishing. This is what I want to say. That was, I was thinking when I was doing burnishing, I know, so okay, some artisan might be forgotten the burnishing, but this artisan, they do the burnishing. The same method was, I was using the burnishing. After experiment, I went for the field work, then I noticed same method what I was using, they was using the burnishing method. And they make a small bowl and small like pottery, which is only for religious purpose, not for cooking anything. And as concerned to the Manamadurai, it's in Sivaganga district. It's where Kiladi, same district, it's Sivaganga district. So there is almost 120 families, which they call community of Kosavar, which is they are very, very established and marketing of pottery. They know about their product. And Tamil Nadu government is very helpful for them to provide even clay and a wheel, machine wheel, everything. And they also collect the 3 different clays from the local lake, like we say in Tamil Kamai. So recover from the Kamai and they start processing. So here women and men are occupied together, and the family, they work together. So their settlement is not very, like yesterday in Dakshin Chitra we saw pottery settlement is very posh. It's not like that. Here the settlement is totally, you see how they live. The workshop and the settlements together. And they have no idea of burnishing, because the burnishing takes a long time. It takes, for a small pottery, it takes 2 to 3, 4 hours. So they have they have no idea of burnishing, but they do a slip, like a painted slip, like normal slip they do. And what specialty they have? They have society. They form a society, and the society will buy the like potteries or whatever they want. And so they have no problem for marketing or selling in outsider. Just sell to the society, and society will give the money. And in Viluppuram near Chennai, Viluppuram, there's again potters. They collect the clay from near Viluppuram lake. Same method we could see. Here what happened? They were staying near to Chennai because of urbanization development and ecology aspects, everything. The settlement has moved to the rural. So each, like even Bangalore also, I could see lot of artisans, like iron smelting artisans, pottery. Because of urban development, they are moving to the rural place because they need a space to do the craft. And again, Mewar near Chennai, same problem they are facing. They are trying to move from the place where they originated. And again, you see here, this is a small tank which they pour the clay to refine, to remove the elements, core elements, such aspects. And here they segregate each clay to remove the impurities. And in Nandi Hills, we could see in Bangalore, there's a Nandi Hills, famous Nandi Hills. In the bottom of the Nandi Hills, we could see like settlement, like 4 families staying, and they do only tandoori like vessels. They have no idea of making the pot. But if we say they do, but it doesn't mean that they have no talent or something. They can do, but they depend on the market demand. So they always do the tandooris, and they mix the clay. And here the furnace is not like other artisan furnace. They have big room chamber furnace, which they arrange all the potteries and fire it. Because they fire almost 400 or 500 pottery or pot sherds or tandoori, this all at one time. It goes like 12 or 13 hours. And again, Pottery Town is a major, I was started to understand the pottery text from the Pottery Town. So it is located in the center of the Bangalore city, and the story is they say they have migrated from the Viluppuram, like from Tamil Nadu, and almost 8 or 10 families now they are doing in center of Bangalore and they do a lot of biryani pot and lamb, such things. Still, if they want to have a proper pottery or black pottery, they buy from the Viluppuram, and they have a link or connection between their going up and down. And they have chambers, like other potters we could see only open furnace, but here open a kiln. But you could see a proper chamber kiln because of government as strictly they have noticed, because they're near, there's a metro is there. So they are, and there's a big political, they want to move on these people because of local Bangalorean, they were settled again back, and they have a system which they have like this 3-4 kilns was there. So each family will do each day. So they have system, they have to pay, like they also have society to make the pottery. And again, apart from this, all this thing we do in a NIAS dissemination archaeology. So what I learned from the experiment and ethnoarchaeology, I teach to the especially universities, we had a 2-day workshop in Mysore, Mysore University, and we had in PhD NIAS credit course for experiment archaeology, not only pottery, and iron smelting, copper smelting, bone tool making. And recently we have major workshops of Mann pottery techniques in NIAS, and Dr. Aruni has given pottery studies of South India, and Dr. Dia has given a Harappan pottery studies talk. And we have a full course from handmade, wheel made, and firing also. So this is what acknowledgement. I would like to thanks to all artisans from Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, and special thanks to NIAS Heritage Team, and to fund my all aspects TCS, and I'm grateful to Professor Rajan sir and Alok sir to invite me to give a talk. Thank you. I finished. Thank you. One second. I'll delete.
Thanks, Uday Kumar. So we have some time for some questions. Yes. Do we have a microphone? Sure. It's coming.
Hello. I wanted to just ask that, can we think of a pottery to associate specifically for the early medieval period, especially because when you do surface finds and all, it's very difficult to associate. You have later medieval pottery. Even in the presentation you showed that medieval potteries are quite similar to the early medieval potteries of this period of study. In the Bengal region, can we have some specific potteries that we can look for? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, it's still a difficult question because it's true that you have a continuity of a lot of common wares in a way, you know, red ware. So you have a slight evolutions in the types. So I have, of course, plenty tables with percentages and evolutions and things I didn't show in the presentation because I didn't have time, but like in Vadanagar, you have quantitative analysis also. But it's true that, yeah, you have some wares, you know, those very fine red slipped or black thing, those are kind of characteristic of this later period. Some shapes, sometimes, some of them that you don't have, I mean, it's in the early period, and then you have more in the late period. But it's true that we still do not have enough data for now to be very much precise, because even in Balupur, actually, you have a continuity of this common wares through, you know, she has a much more period than us, but basically, yeah, it's difficult to have some changes. So it's still a problem that we really have to resolve. And it's true also that it's maybe you don't have a very big change also for a long time. So, I mean, it's, yeah, no proper answer, but no solutions yet.
Yeah,
Do we have another question from anyone? Oh, someone back. Oh, back here.
Okay, I want to ask this question to Dr. Uday Kumar. From the experiment that you conducted, I just wanted to know how do you differentiate between this handmade pottery and the wheel-made pottery, and what are the attributes that which you can differentiate between these two? Because in the ethnographic context, I have seen some pottery which are made by very expert potters, made with fine clay, that really looks like wheel-made to the naked eyes.
I find wheel-made handmade with the thickness of the pottery. So base of the thickness of pottery. Can you get it? So base of the thickness of pottery, and there will be a, like wheel-made, always top, bottom, there will be a wheel impression will be there. Okay, but sometimes we could not see, sometimes purposely they plaster it. But my case, I found there's a wheel, bottom wheel impression will be there, otherwise thickness of the pottery. Got it? But I didn't look into the, still now I didn't look into the archaeological assemblage. It's only pure experiment. So what I do like experiment, so only I can say, like, I didn't look into the especially of archaeological aspects.
Okay, because
that is difficult. It's very difficult. I understand what you say, want to get it. Like if they plaster very nicely, like that's what, when burnishing we have problem. Handmade burnishing is very difficult, but wheel-made burnishing is very easy. So what happened in handmade, again the plaster it 2-3 times. So it became a wheel-made. So then burnishing makes very strong. So once, then it will be very difficult to identify whether it's a wheel-made burnishing or handmade burnishing. So wheel-made, it's completely different and handmade, but it's a little difficult to identify.
I have a question for Dr. Sukanya Sharma. That was very interesting topic, and a lot of tests that you ran on them. I just had a question that you, in the same test, have you also conducted for the modern pottery where...
Yeah.
All right, and did you get accurate results in the estimation of the firing temperature? Like you talked about various phases being manifest in
Right.
the, and how to reach.
Yeah.
Can you correlate somehow or the other that in the modern pottery that yes, you had the phases when temperatures fired to that degree?
Correlation directly was like, say, for this Golaghat is Dhekyal pot, which is the present, they showed initial vitrification. But what I had in the assemblage from Ambari, we had a higher level of vitrification. So that is like correlation with the modern is like not...
What I meant is that if you are firing the modern say 850 and 900, the phases that you spoke of that should appear or should not appear, were they actually manifesting the results in the modern pottery if you did the same exam test when you know the firing temperature?
Yes. So that was how we sort of, developed the idea. Thank you.
Other questions for anyone? We still have time. All right then. Well, maybe we'll break a little early for some tea and see what the potters are up to. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, if you could just wait for a moment. Namita Sugandhi has an announcement to make, and we'll project a QR code that will go along with that announcement.
Hi, everyone. I promise I'll keep this short. My name is Namita Sugandhi. As some of you know, that I've been, with my colleague Julie Hanlon, been running a workshop on South Asian archaeology every year. And we're now in our 16th year. If you haven't heard about it, don't feel too bad, because for the first 13 or 14 years or so, it was an American workshop, and it wasn't just an American workshop, it was for those of us living on the East Coast. But the pandemic, it had at least one positive outcome, and that was that it pushed us online. And our workshop has been online for the last 3 years, and the really nice result of that is that everybody from around the world has been able to participate in this workshop. So the workshop is a bit of a different nature from the conference that we're all enjoying over these couple of days. It's really meant for the works in progress. It's meant for the developing questions, and largely we try to gear it towards the junior scholars, the advanced PhDs and recent PhDs. And basically what we do is we give people a forum to come and present the work that they still want the feedback on. So our method is we give everybody 1 hour, and they get 15 to 20 minutes to present their work, and then everybody that's there gets to give the feedback, ask the questions, give the suggestions over the next 30 to 45 minutes. And we don't often get these sorts of opportunities at the conferences where our question periods are short. So it's become a very nice resource, and we've been very happy that over the last 3 years we've had so many people from India, from Pakistan, from around the world have joined us, and many PhD students have presented their thesis work, and again, many junior scholars have presented their work. And I won't just limit it to the junior scholars, also the senior scholars with new projects or just questions and things they want to discuss have been coming and presenting their work. So you can see sort of if you scan the QR code, and if you miss it, then you can always come in and speak to me later today or tomorrow. But I really would invite many of you to please take a look at our workshop, and if you're able to join us, you're definitely very welcome, and particularly those of you who have projects that you are working on that you would like the sustained feedback. We developed this workshop because largely living in the US, it was very difficult for us to get the feedback from the scholars who know South Asian archaeology. But as we all know, there's some particular nuances and things to be understood about the region where we work. And it really is sometimes a luxury to be able to present a paper without going through all the basics of this is my region and my state and district, that these things are known to everybody. So I just wanted to sort of, since I had a captive audience here, just sort of introduce the workshop, and again, invite many of you who may not have known about the workshop to please just check it out. Our deadline for the submissions of papers is January 15th, which I know is not a lot of time, but again, if anybody has something they're really interested in presenting and you may not make the abstract deadline, please come and speak to me about it, and we can certainly make some arrangements. And even if you don't have anything you'd like to present, I certainly invite anybody who would like to join us for these discussions to please register. And that way, not only can you give your expertise and your suggestions to the scholars that are presenting, it's also a nice way of learning what people are working on, learning what the up and coming and new projects are. So please check it out, and thank you very much.
All of you can see that during the tea break. Now we break for tea, but you remember there is a book sale, like all the book published by Tamil Nadu State Archaeology is now display where you had those exhibition. All of you have a look at it. Tamil Nadu State Archaeology has been publishing archaeological reports much faster than any other state archaeology department. All the publications are available for you to have a look, and anybody wants to buy one, they are very, very cheap. You can just have a look at it. Thank you.
Ate masay malu, kaya kung masay na suguma ang ganun no. Ang siya.
Içindeki hali şey ki şey buna.
Jose bajai. Tahu tanda tak sempat.
Come here.
From here.
In front of camera.
You tell it.
Shall we start?
Yo. Kamu suka ni lo. Ai ha cakap sama ha.
Sometimes in the turn,
How là bố
they put medicine
qua đi bao lâu
in the furnace.
cái xăm này
Bakit kayo mo mang?
tan tha hàng cái chút nhiều luôn tan tha sẽ nhiều luôn tôi cùng tức chân rồi bên như ăn như là tôi cùng cả trăm đúng à cả trăm như trăm đúng à đi bà hà sĩ ấy là nhà biết bà hà tất chế sĩ sĩ đúng à đi bà hà bơ sĩ nhà biết đi bà ron nhai cũng ngon u chắc cái gì hà bơ sầu khang là bà hùa hà chú bơ hà bơ lên nè đâu vậy hà bơ
सूरज उधर एक खड़ा है ना उसको बोलो उधर आने भैया सीधा इस तरफ का जगह खाली कर दो फोटोग्राफर तुम उधर खड़ा हो आगे सबको नहीं फोटोग्राफर ऐसे तुम उधर खड़ा हो Nobody else should go closer to that. Let them you think on that? Suraj,
Everyone to come this side. No shoot mark. So you're making them read.
उस तरफ से साइड में सूरज अपना गाइड को प्रेफरेंस दे रहा है
Everyone should stand back a bit. It's very hot.
không mà nhiều luôn mình chăng được không ai chơi ra là chăng được cái này mà
See the firing has started.
lần nhiều luôn mà mặn nữa nè. Yeah. Ở chỉ sẽ có địa vàng đấy. Nhưng lạc pha thì bia. Anh chơi hàm.
Like nothing they need. No, they have different kinds of wood. No, they're bringing bamboo, but also other wood.
Just an update, the potter you can see is having a leaf, and what is RHUSH, and the other one which they are using inside, that is called, what is the name? Okay, that the plant they have sent it, and this rose works for strengthening the pot little longer, and the other wood remains, the charcoal remains for long, so it's more of an annealing process to them.
And outside you can see Patga.
I'm retired. 2 or 3. Sorry.
Macam ni sudah main nang dari baru. Macam apa ya saya dulu ya. Nyai, dulu lama ulang ni loh. Tapi kayak saya dulu. Terus ingin banyak jenis. Oh, banyak. Saya suka sebut. Nama aku bagaimana? Oh, isi. Saya betul nak. Oh, nyaman dan suci ke? Ada mesin tu nama. Ini jalan cidai buka. Karena mungkin dah pembuat jambang suka. Ni jaga ni kami tu kedua mah. Suka tu macam tu dah. Ini macam tu.
Okay. Everybody awake? Can somebody go outside and just tell everyone to come back in? 2 or 3 people go out? Because we would like to have a bigger audience here for these very important lectures. So we'll get started. I'm honored to be able to announce the lecture for Dr. Kuldeep Bhan, who's going to be talking about revisiting Bronze Age ceramics of Gujarat. Please, welcome Dr. Bhan.
अंदर है. I will not be visiting Bronze Age ceramics. I would like to also revisit my department. My last lecture on the pottery, on this pottery, was in 2010, so it's really revisiting again. I would like to acknowledge my teachers who introduced me to the Harappan archaeology. I also like to acknowledge my senior colleagues as well as younger colleagues. I also would like to acknowledge many funding agencies who have provided funds to the department so that we can carry out such work. The modern state of Gujarat is made up of 4 distinct regions: Kutch, Saurashtra, North Gujarat, and South Gujarat. Kutch is dominated by massive salt flats called runs and the pasture lands of the higher ground, especially a rich area known as Bani. Saurashtra is a peninsula of basaltic Deccan trap jetting into the Arabian Sea. Saurashtra is also known as Kathiawad, is a land of many rivers. Monsoon is enough for dry cropping done in summer months. There are vast stretches of pastures between the many rivers. The long sea coast has given people ready access to marine resources. North Gujarat is an almost featureless sandy plain crossed by several important rivers which drain into the run of Kutch or Gulf of Cambay. The sandy soil does not retain much moisture, monsoon moisture, as compared with Saurashtra, makes dry cropping just possible. The landscape is relieved by fossil sand dunes and interdunal depressions that retain water during monsoon and the following months. This area develops excellent pasture grasslands of good grass. During monsoon and following months, it turns into the hub of pastoral activities. South Gujarat is a relatively wet, thickly vegetated region, including the Western Ghats and the coastal plains fronting them. There is more farming than the pastoralism in this region. The coast of Gulf of Khambat provides access to the sea and the marine resources. Farming and pastoralism seems to have come from the northwest with the migration of the people and the process of acculturation of indigenous population of hunter-gatherers that seems to have learned the art of agriculture and pastoralism. The story of these anthropological processes is the principal theme of the present presentation. It is now slowly becoming clear through the translucent veil of the archaeological data that by 4th millennium, herders and or farmers had made their way into North Gujarat and later in Saurashtra. These people remain somewhat shadowy, but the earliest documentation occurrence is from the site of Loteshwar in North Gujarat and Padri in Saurashtra. It would be interesting to discuss these sites in some details. Loteshwar is situated on a 6-meter high sand dune, and there are many clusters of microliths measuring about 420 to 315 meters. Ceramics are spread to a very small area that is 120 by 50 meters. Excavation in Loteshwar revealed a habitational deposit of 1.65 meters. Period 1 belongs to microlithic phase, while the period 2 only is confined to 10 to 30 centimeters deposit, except in case of pits that are dug into the microlithic levels and were found filled with ash, potsherds, and large number of exploited fauna. Microlithic has a long history in Gujarat, therefore I'm not using Mesolithic, I'm using microlithic for this because we have a there's a long history, it is found everywhere. So period 1 at Loteshwar has been definitely dated to, by carbon-14 dates, to 7,200 BCE. These are the collaborated dates. And the period 1 has been identified as a hunting station primarily for black buck, wild cattle, boar, and water buffalo are also there. Santhali, another microlithic site in North Gujarat, has been identified as a kill station for primarily wild buffalo. Period 2, that is of interest to us, is dated to 3,700 to 2,900 BCE. The corpus of the pottery includes fine redware, that is around about 4% in that. This includes, or the shapes include bowl, basins, and small pots, either hand-modeled or made on turntable. Pottery is red or chocolate slipped, sometimes buff cream slipped, over the red slip on the rim and the shoulder. Medium redware, some people call it gritty redware as well. This medium redware is round about, forms the bulk of the pottery, around about 6.1%. And the fabric is from medium to coarse. Bowls, vessels, and basins are the main shapes found in this, decorated with different shades of black and red on white or cream background. Sometimes white is used for decorations. Nearly 0.6% is burnished. These are some of the designs, black and red ware decoration on the cream background from Loteshwar in medium redware. Another pottery which has been found is the coarse redware. It is also turntable. Sometimes it seems that the rims had been luted to the handmade body. Few bowls, basins, and majority of the vessels are perhaps cooking vessels. There are few bowls and basins in this collection in the coarse redware, but basically this is meant to be is a coarse redware. It's mostly cooking vessels. It's ill-fired. Coarse redware includes 0.7% coarse graveware as well. There is some burnishing, at least there is burnishing redware, which again is a very small proportion, 0.16%. Then we have burnished graveware, 0.2%. What is important, I think this you should remember, we have black and redware, 1.8%. It is made from well-elutriated clay, decoration in white on the interior and exterior. Burnished graveware and redware appears to be part of the black and redware tradition. Now, besides this, we also have the reserved slipware. The reserved slipware you see here, and it is very different from the reserved slipware we find in the Harappan context. Besides the pottery, we have some terracotta reworked shapes or reworked shards. We have terracotta balls. We have beads, shell. Shell definitely is not in the Bengals are not in the style. We have carnelian bead. We have also one Amazonite bead, large amount of statite beads. Another important item which came from these sites is the mushtikas, or the hand-pressed clay lumps in terracotta. This becomes a very important feature in most of the North Gujarat sites, irrespective of the periodization. And I believe that perhaps there are slings to drive away the wild animals or the animals living around. Bones from Loteshwar comes from a domestic cattle. Near absence of sheep and goat, only 3 bones of sheep and goat have been identified or recovered. This raises very important questions. Were these animals brought from another area of South Asia, or they were domesticated locally? Patel, who worked on the faunal assemblage of the site, has identified perhaps the multiple local centers of domestication of cattle. Recent renewed excavation at the site has revealed the presence of various grasses which are even growing in that area even today. Large number of millets, minor millets, that is brown-topped millet, yellow foxtail millet, and little millets. And they become very important when you enter into the next phase. And that's why this is important. And a single seed, half-charred wheat is very interesting in this. In summary, it can be concluded that Loteshwar was a nomadic cattle pastoral camp with perhaps low level of food production economy, carrying out what we can be termed as opportunistic type of cultivation of minor millets. I'm drawing using the word from Sita Reddy's work, ethnographic work in Andhra Pradesh. Now, this is very important of seeing this Loteshwar. Let's go and see something. I'm talking about Girwada, which is in northern Gujarat. It is in the Rohtak district of Haryana, around about 700 kilometers away as the crow flies from the North Gujarat sites. The site was excavated by Professor Shinde and his Japanese team. What they have found there, they have found a large number of pits, and some are shallow, some are deep, and it is believed, the excavator believes, that the shallow pits were residential pits, while the others, the deeper ones, were trash pits. Besides this, I think Massimo also showed in the morning, we have large number of kilns, upright or vertical kilns. 3 of them has been found. I'm not very sure whether they belong to the period, what the material they are getting there, but there is a exposed, up on the north, there is an exposed wall which measures as early Harappan bricks in the proportion of 1:2:3. The excavation at the site revealed Hakra cultural related pottery. This is what the excavator believes. The excavation revealed predominantly pottery produced on the turntable, and the whole corpus of the pottery has been divided into following groups. That is redware, greyware, and black and redware. 2 shades of the black and redware. I told you when I was talking about Loteshwar, we have black and redware there, and black and redware here. Of course, non-diagnostic, only 2 shades. Besides this excavation and the surface finds include statite beads, 14 terracotta bangles, where the 8 specimens are painted. We have bone tools, we have 1 Pien's bangle and 1 bead. Now, if you observe this, if you look at the pottery they have, there's a lot of similarity between the convex-sected incurved bowls with panel decoration. This is the Girwada pottery, Girwada bowls and Loteshwar bowls. And if you cover them, you find a lot of similarity with these bowls. And bowls is a major item in the Loteshwar as well. If you try the similarity between the basins, I find a lot of similarity between the basins of Loteshwar and Girwada. There's not only similarity in the bowls and basins, but we have also similarity in the vessels, small vessels. I have compared it here. Below is from Girwada, and above is from Loteshwar. We don't have only the similarity in this, we have a lot of similarity in the coarse redware from Girwada. We have incised decoration and the cooking vessels perhaps produced in the same way. And as I told you, 1 shade of reserved slipware, so-called, very similar to what has been found in Loteshwar, has been found. And the last one, the reserved slipware, when it is written true, it's not a true reserved slipware, because the reserved slipware in Gujarat continues, and that's a very different, that reaches the glazing level rather than scooped out portions. This type of glazed or this type of reserved slipware is reported from Ganeshwar. You can see there is a reserved pottery, and also from Balathal, perhaps in much larger quantities. The Girwada is not the only site where we have comparison of the Loteshwar pottery. Dange did a field survey around Chotang Basin in Jind region, and we found large number of sites with a similar type of bowls and similar type of coarse redware. I have here again, the top shows the Dange's pottery, and below we have seen the Loteshwar pottery. Now, after seeing the Girwada and Lateshwar, we'll shift to the another important site that needs to be discussed is the Padri. And Padri has been dated to 3600 BCE. And there are many things that are to be learned from Padri. But one thing is certain, it gives us more documentation of pottery using probably food-producing villages in Saurashtra prior to integration era. An adaptation wholly in keeping with the evidences from Somnath and North Gujarat. And this site was excavated by Professor Shinde for 5 seasons. The period 3rd is early historic, period 2nd is mature to late, then layer 7 is the transition, but we are not interested in that, we are interested in period 1, what he calls early Harappan, but I would like to call it pre-early Harappan phase, and it is represented by layer 8 and 11. Besides, the excavation had revealed fiends, tabular and segmented beads, disc statite beads, banded agate, carnelian beads in various stages of production. I have not seen the beads, so I don't know, but if it's true, then it is the earliest evidence of bead making in Gujarat. Here we are interested in period 1st, as I told you, and the date is this. If you compare the pottery, again, of Padri as well as the Loteshwar, you find a lot of similarity in the bowls, you find a lot of similarity in the basins, but one thing, I'm not interested in comparison, one thing I would like to draw your attention to. This is the first time we find the stud handle bowl. The stud handle bowl becomes a very important vessel form in later Gujarat. You can see Padri bichrome vessels and coarse redware. They compare very well with what we have, the bichrome vessels from Loteshwar. Then the coarse redware vessels also show similarity. Well, I think a lot of people, more of the scholars, believe that, yes, Loteshwar and the Padra people are the same, or Padri people are the same, not necessarily. They give an impression, different zones or different types of pottery, but basically, most of people believe now, those who work in Gujarat. And this is the comparison by Pramod about the Padri and Loteshwar in the designs, and he also finds a very good parallel between the pottery. Now, after seeing the Padri, let's shift to Somnath. The first occupation of Somnath, referred as Pre-Prabhas period, was found in the earliest excavation by Subbarao in 1958, but the significance was not recognized at that time. There was a renewed work by Deccan College in 1970. They re-exposed the Pre-Prabhas level layer. The material from Pre-Prabhas period 1st A, is dated to securely to 2900 BCE. We have pottery. From this, I will see the pottery. You will see the pottery in more details just now. A few chalcedony blades produced of crystal guiding this technique. This, again, the technique is very important, that it is not the technique of microlithic or pure Mesolithic sites. Fiends beads and some of the segmented beads. Most of the artifacts come from stratum 15, associated with a fragment of wall plaster and a reed impression, suggesting simple wattle and daub architecture. We don't have much of architecture evidence of Loteshwar. Now, when it comes to Saurashtra, we see the beginning of perhaps settling down of these people, these pastoral nomadic people. The pottery includes an incised coarse redware, slipware and redware and black redware, but that's fine. You have seen I think Ajit Prasad also showed the same photographs. We have the Pravasware pottery. We have this is found from another site, that is Dantrana in North Gujarat. But what is important, and very important in the sense that pod shades with violet and black on cream slip has been found in the earliest excavation by Subbarao. there are types shared between Priprabhas and Somnath and Loteshwar in North Gujarat. Particularly, you see the Daulikar's figure, they, particularly 4 and 5. Poshel believes that they have similarities in it. The radiocarbon dates are consistent and are calibrated to 2900 BC. So you are starting from 3,700, reaching up to 29,000. The observation of early settlers of Gujarat, along with other data, suggests that we are beginning to develop a hypothesis on the movement of the people and the food production technology out of the ancient Neolithic homeland into Gujarat and peninsular India. Now, besides this, we have large number of sites dated to, well, we don't have any carbon-14 data yet, but it has been believed to be, because parallels have been drawn, it is dated to be 2800 BCA, and large number of this pottery, or the early Harappan pottery, is associated with the burials. Large number of burials have been found. I think Rajesh is here, Jitsar is here. They have excavated 2 or 3 of them. Then we have large number of burial sites in Kutch and North Gujarat. This was perhaps the first burial. I won't call it first burial, but accepted burial, that it has a relation with the influence of Kodiji and Amri style of pottery. This is from Nagwada. But along with this burial, we show the relationship with Amri or Kodiji. We do see the local wear continuing, the local pottery in the sense which was brought by earlier, the earlier people. That type of pottery coexists with that. These are some of the burials. These are photographs I want to show you. Is from Daneti, and you can see this jar, which has been definitely shows some similarity with Codigian style or Amrian style. My interest is the shell bangles. There are shell bangles, a lot of shell bangles, at least not many in this, but the other you see, which Rajesh is excavating, we have plenty of shell bangles. This is his Juna Kathia, thanks for him providing. If you look at I was looking at the dish on stand in this burial. It's very similar to Nagawada burial, indicating again Amri and that. Then we have large number of shell bangles. I never had opportunity to look at them. Are they do follow Indus style, or they are different from? Then comparisons of the pottery, saying that there was a similarity between the burial pottery and the early Harappan Kodiji style pottery or Amri style pottery in there. We are entering into the integration era, which Poshel calls Sindhi Harappan. Harappan dated to 2600 to 2000 BCE. Majority of this in integration era, majority of the sites have been found on the Kutch and the bordering North Saurashtra. 5 minutes? Oh my God. Okay. And then we have large number of Surat Harappan settlements along with this, in the Saurashtra. Most of the major Harappan, Sindhi Harappan sites are confined to that. Now, Surat Harappan, what is the difference between Surat Harappan and the Sindhi Harappan? There is absence of monumental architecture in Surat Harappans, absence of Harappan seals and ceilings with Indus writing, except at graffiti and very rarely writing. Comparatively, absence of craft activities, except for local pottery manufacture and stone blade production, rarely and occasionally bead making. The Surat Harappan site artifacts are not strikingly major Harappan style. However, contacts can be seen by the beads we find from various sites. The ceramic corpus of Surat Harappan are stylistically akin to the Harappans, with dish on stand and perforated ware, and considerable overlap in the shapes of jars, bowls, and large storage containers. Absence of stud handle bowls in the fine redware at Rojdi First A is very interesting, dated to 2600 BCA. The vessels were produced, but they were produced in the first day, mostly in the Prabhas and micaceous redware. Stud handle bowls. In Rojdi B, the stud handle bowls have been produced by wheel Earlier they were handmade, but in the RoachDB, we find the first time they are made into this. Now, if you compare this Somnath period first B, which is again dated to 2600 BC, you find they are similar pottery, what we find Loteshwar, Waipur. So, Loteshwar or any other, or Padri or sites there. On the other hand, the first B ceramic shares conceptual, technological, and stylistic similarity with the pre-early Harappan ceramics reported from Loteshwar and Padri, and with so-called micaceous redware on the other. The pre-early Harappan ceramics is basically handcraft style, and I think I'm using the words of Dr. Krishnan and Herman. It is a mostly handicraft style, while the Indus pottery is more industrial type style. Now you can compare the pottery here, various types of potteries, finding there are a lot of similarities, whether it's a Prabhas ware, whether micaceous redware, whether it's the Loteshwar ware or Padri ware, there is a lot of similarity. Not only here, this type of pottery is found in Surkot or most of the sites, Harappan sites, along with the major Harappan. You can compare, but they have been differently named as polychrome ware, coarse red ware, so you cannot really think of at that time. In this regard, now, cutting short, there are shared shapes, decoration between Prabhas ware, micaceous ware, and ceramics reported from Loteshwar, Padri is suggestive of a single ceramic tradition, perhaps indicating a ceramics produced in different times, periods, and in different geographical areas, and that continued along with the early Harappan and major Harappan to late Harappan. Like microlithic in Gujarat, pre-early Harappan ceramics is a timeless, found in various phases of Harappan Gujarat. Now, integration era, we have the monumental buildings, we have a lot of these craft activities going on, and the localization era. What we find roundabout in Saurashtra, the Surat Harappan type of sites, 387 or odd has been found. But in the late Harappan or in localization roundabout 2700 BCE, there is something reduction in the settlements. You see the settlements come in North Gujarat. They were not there here. There are 198 reduction, and there is a movement. And then I think we should remember that the development of the Chalcolithic settlements in Maharashtra and central India perhaps are related to this phenomenon. Another important thing is that you see the similarity of the pottery only is that they have not used white, they have used various tones of this. After the decline of the Harappan cities around 200 circa BCE, localized culture evolved that continued from the early rural population that can be seen in the evolution of the pottery shapes and designs and consolidation of the regional power that is demonstrated by seeing the development of enclosure walls around the sites like Jaidak, Songad, Rojdi. The trade seems to have been coming to an end, and then most of the major Harappan sites are on the top. There are always these rural people coming. Economy based on summer millet crops, cultivations, together with hunter-gathering, continued. Now, I think this was the many questions rule. This is what happens to archaeology. It is six blind men describing an elephant. Same happens. I am working in this niche, I describe it the way I like, and then somebody working another, without perhaps drawing the similarity, that there's a lot of similarity between. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that enlightening talk, covering a very broad area of Gujarat, and I think revealing some very interesting patterns that I hadn't thought of before, so now very nice to see. Now we'll follow up with Rajesh, Rajesh SV from Kerala University, talking about tracing the origins, investigating Chalcolithic ceramic traditions in Gujarat, India. And you can close this.
respected Chairperson, eminent archaeologists and friends. Actually, right now I am in a dilemma. And Professor Bhan covered everything what I want to talk, and Dr. Ajit Prasad also covered everything. But anyway, I will try to only focus on the things what they were not telling. So first of all, I am very thankful to many means first of all, my teachers are here, all are my teachers here. Then Professor Kenoyer, many of my collaborators with whom I am working, and my students are. I am very thankful to them, and also the funding organizations. So you all are familiar with Gujarat. Gujarat is an area covering that area has more than 800 Harappan sites, and of various levels of Chalcolithic affiliations, and then around 65 sites were excavated in this area. Here you can see, I will go faster. And within that we were able to identify a number of ceramic traditions, and that can be dated from different places. These now Professor Bhan showed how they are related, and he showed that there is not much differences in between them. And they are starting somewhere from 3,900 and continues up to 1,000 BC, or some even black underwear tradition that continues later also. Then first I will be talking about the Anartha tradition that is mainly concentrating in the North Gujarat region. From North Gujarat we got more than 74 sites, and now we know that the earliest date is coming from the site Loteshwar, which has close similarities to the ceramics from Haryana region. And here you can see the pottery. Only thing in this pottery, I only want to say that this is the one pottery that doesn't show any kind of morphological changes from 3,900 to 1,700 BC. So it actually means there is no morphological changes in this pottery. Only things what we can see is that during the urban Harappan period, the kind of painting patterns that increases in this pottery. That is the only change they see. And also they adapt some of the classical Harappan styles into their pottery. One is the dishon stand, another one is the basins. The basins of the Harappan style. Now I'll move to another ceramic tradition. That is Professor Bhan told about that thing. That is Padri ware, reported from Padri in Talaja by the Deccan College. And actually here showed that the pottery is very much similar to the pottery from Loteshwar. But actually he also pointed about the Sorath Harappan pottery. When you look into the pottery, you clearly find that the pottery what is found, the Sorath Harappan pottery, what is reported in the early Harappan or the urban Harappan period, actually belong to the urban and post-urban Harappan period. This pottery the pottery got mixed up with the pottery for the Anartha pottery. Here I will show you the pottery. Look at the pottery. These are the typical Sorath Harappan and late Sorath Harappan pottery. Even if you look into the excavation report, or the publications, there is not much writing about the late Harappan phase at the site also. Now pre-Prabhas. There is another ceramic tradition. Actually we got from 3 sites. 2 sites we excavated. One is Somnath, one is Datrana. They are Somnath in Saurashtra, Datrana in North Gujarat, and Janan in Kutch. Janan we discovered in 2016. And this pottery has certain features. It is a very fragile pottery, and there is no painted decoration in this pottery. That's one feature. Here you can see, and this pottery is getting along with the early Harappan pottery from the middle level of its occurrence. That means they are coming to contact with the pre-urban early Harappans of the Sindh region somewhere in of halfway of their existence at Datrana. And also later this pottery is continuing, and Dr. Ajit Prasad told about how it is continues to pre-urban Harappan. Their technique continues to the urban Harappan phase. So here I am just showing that pottery. Now black and red ware. So if you look at the black and red ware, you are getting black and red ware along with almost all Chalcolithic pottery here in Gujarat. And also that continues even up to then while they are talking about Vatnagar, they saw that pottery is getting in even in the 13th century AD. So that technique is continuing. Well, if you look into the shapes, because if they are getting with the Sorath Harappan pottery, they actually follow the Sorath Harappan pottery shape. Then if it is this pre-Pravas pottery, they follows the pre-Pravas style of production. If it is lesser frames, so that follows the same pattern. That clearly shows that this is a continuation of that. That is just a use of a technique. Then reserve slipware. We usually get the clear means that a glazed reserve slipware mainly in the classical Harappan period. So, but somewhat similar to that is also getting from the early Harappan phase. Here, I am showing set of faces, certain shapes. They are very similar to the, means, for example, these are very similar to the early Harappan pottery from the Sindh region. And means, as like the black and red ware, this pottery has also a lot of similarities with the pottery means of the means early, means, the classical Harappan or means those kind of pottery. Here you can see. Now comes in Sorath Harappan. I will be talking about the stud handle bowls only, because in the Sorath Harappan, if you go to the Saurashtra region, you will get the stud handles more. But if you go to the Kutch region, you will be getting this kind of channel handles more. So it is a variation within the Sorath Harappan bowls. Now, I will be talking about a unique ceramic from Surkotada. This is a kind of quartz ware, or means some of the potteries are very similar to black and red ware. And this kind of pottery was not reported from any of the chalcolithic sites in Gujarat or anywhere in this region. And it is dated to 3300 BC, and it was associated with a burial. Here you can see. And in this burial, this burial was in the east-west orientation, and some vessels were found near the head and some were near the knee. And means this east-west orientation is totally different from the typical classical Harappan burials in the Harappan region. Now means about the early Harappan Sindh type pottery. So now Professor Bhan showed about the Daneti, which was excavated by MS University abroad under Dr. Ajit Prasad. So I will go to the site what we are excavating, and the site name is Junakhatia. Junakhatia, we discovered the site in 2016. I will go with this only. So during the exploration in 2016, we got some ceramics and we had some idea about the site. And we excavated the site in 3 seasons, and 4 localities of the site we excavated. The site has a size of around 16 hectares. And means, first when we found the site, we were thinking that it is a habitation site. But after starting our studies for doing the excavations, after first weeks of excavation, we identified that, okay, it is not a habitation site, it is a burial site. Then gradually we were able to identify around, after 3 seasons of excavation, we excavated 197 burials. We expect more than 500 burials at this 16 hectare site. So this is location 2. And also I also want to point out that in this site, the acidity, the acidic level is very much high. So the majority of the bones are in highly dilapidated condition, and we are getting only very limited number of bones from the site. And this is a locality 2. I will just skip through, just go through like this. Locality 3, excavated in 2020. And locality 4, excavated. And here you can see that all these means, okay, there is no specific pattern. There are east-west oriented burials, north-south oriented burial. There are in between also. Then means the burial structures, there were some of them are that stone alignment, and some were only just in pit. We also got cluster of shell bangles. There were cluster of stones, then cluster of pottery. In that way, we got 197 burials or graves. So while talking, I am not explaining these things. You can just see the things. Here you can see how these burials are looking, how they are different. Again, also notice just notice the vessel types here. One of the burial had a length of around 7 meters. That doesn't mean that the person was that much long, but it is that was probably the normal skeleton having means lot of burial goods. Again, one having a step to enter into the burial grave. Then another one, there you can see shell bangles. In one burial, we got 24 shell bangles. and also means 155 shell beads. And also the number of this burial pottery varied from 1 to 60 in these burials. And some of them, and I am not saying that all these burials belong to the same period. Probably there are means early Harappan burials, that tradition will be continuing in the urban Harappan period or later urban Harappan period. Here you can means, and there also means in this burial also you can see, in one of them there is a pavement of another color soil. Then there are burials for children. Those means here you can see only 1 meter long burials. And also in some burials meant for children, there are small vessels and small bangles. The shapes also differ. Sometimes there were oval-shaped structures, or means oval-shaped alignment of stones. Once you remove that, you will get a box kind of structure. Again, here another one. You can see the pottery. We'll just go through another type. Other varieties. So sometimes pots were kept inside pots. Another variety. Another type. Again, double chamber burial. You can see 2 chambers here. And means in one chamber we got vessels, in another one it was empty. And we got the 3 similar kind of burials, but they were empty. In another one. Here you can see, in one there is a separation kind of thing. And the other small burial was constructed later. That is actually not related to this one. Then look at the kind of pot burials. These pottery is very much similar to the ceramics reported from the southern Baluchistan region. Then one complete skeleton we got from the site. There were not much indications around that structure, that skeleton. And it was associated with 3 vessels. Then we also got some human skeletons, but they were in very highly damaged condition. Here you can see. Then, we are not getting much evidence for charring. Means only a few charred bones got, and means Veena Mishra, who is studying the bones, says that means probably it might be indication of cremation, but we are not very sure about that thing. Look at this, again, bones, how we were getting in the site. Now, double burials were also found within that. You can see 2 skulls in one of the chamber. Now, one cattle skeleton also we got from the one of the graves, but right now we are not very sure about the time period. We need actually the dates. Is it the cattle belong to the later period, or it belong to the early Harappan period? That we need to confirm. Then shell bangles. Actually, Professor Koob is now doing the studies of the shells, and he, after analyzing the shell bangles, he found very interesting things about the early Harappan cultural changes and cultural networks and everything. He is actually doing this. The work is in progress. And we are getting very broad bangles, narrow bangles. And here you can see, even from that you can identify that, okay, in left hand what were they wearing in the right hand. And is it a male or female? I am not sure right now. You can see another case. Then these are the shell beads. Then also we got only 2 lapis beads. Then from the surface we are getting lot of blades and lithic debris. But from the burials we are not getting single stone objects. I already mentioned that, okay, in some burials there were around 60 pots, some only means 3, some were 2, 1, sometimes 9, 10. Usually 8, 9 vessels are there. And always they were near the leg portion. Then this is a very kind of coarse burial. You can see, it is actually not from that burial structure, it is outside that burial structure in that small pit. You can see the kind of vessels. They are very coarse and also very small bangles, you can see that. That actually mean for a child. Then also in the pottery there is some differences. In locality 1 and 2, there were no big jars. There were cups were there, but there we are not getting bottles. You can see here, these are the kind of vessels we are getting in locality 1 and 2. But in locality 3 and 4, we are getting, instead of small cups, we are getting bottles. Also means we are getting results, pure results, then big pots. Here you can big jars or kind of things. And also painted vessels are also there. And actually this pottery, you can see that at the site, there are certain burials are oriented in east-west direction, some are north-south direction, and that is it represent all of them belong to the Harappans, or some of them belong to the regional chalcolithic cultures. We need to understand them. We tried to date a large number of bones. Actually, none of them are giving collagen. Right now, we have only one date from that is also from shell. That goes to early Harappan period. Now, we got a cemetery, then where they were living. So we should get a big settlement. And we were looking for that thing. And the same problem MS University faced that Dhaneti. They are getting cemetery, but they are not getting settlements. So we done extensive explorations, and within 6-kilometer area, we were able to identify 3 small settlements. One is Dojagad, that is also yielding pre-urban Harappan early Harappan kind of pottery. Then Pardabad, that site is also yielding that kind of, but these sites are only 40 meter by 40 meter or 60 meter by 60 meter, but they are not independently catering the skeletons for that, or dead bodies for that cemetery. Then Lakhapar, this is another site. Here also so there are many questions we need to answer. There might be a burial ground for many small villages. Is it a burial ground for moving communities, or pastoral nomads? We need to understand a lot of things. So there are a lot of studies are going on. So also we need to do the excavations in coming season, probably in February. So I am stopping here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before moving on to the last paper, I'm going to have open up for questions for these 2 papers relating to Gujarat. So if there's anybody who has questions, please raise your hand. Massimo, we need the mic.
For the last speaker, congratulations, amazing research.
Thank you, sir.
I just have a comment. These long gallery graves, they are also found in, I would say, western Baluchistan, south of the Jatsmurian Depression in Iran. There is a graveyard which is only made with these long graves. And as far as I know, there are also some specimens of the same type of graves in Oman also. So it is not something isolated, probably it's another network. Something happened there.
Thanks.
Other questions? Back there.
Yeah, Kalyan.
Hi, this is for you, Rajesh.
Yeah.
So the date you have shown, you said it's early Harappan. It would go to 2400 BC if I convert it. Right, so that doesn't seem like early Harappan.
2850.
2800. It's 4600 calibrated you got, right?
No, I can show you.
Yeah, so your calibrated range is 4,600 to, so the idea is when you have a date range like that, you don't necessarily go to the end date, right? So I'm sorry, the scripts are a little small, so I can't see the median value, but anyway, so it feels like more like Sorat period, right? So yeah, that's just a comment.
Yeah, actually means,
okay. Let me give a comment on the shell bangles. those shell bangles are identical to shell bangles found from Sutkako, Shaitump. And those are dated to 37 to 38 to 3900 BC. And the same bangles are found from Sarazm in Central Asia and Tajikistan, dated to the same time period, so mid-4th millennium. Okay, so they're very old bangles.
No, I'm talking about this date here. No, or not.
I know, but these bangles found from those bangles in Tajikistan and Baluchistan came from Gujarat. So they probably were made in this site and then traded to those regions. We also have those bangles from Harappa during the Ravi phase. So just keep in mind, we have one date from here, but we have other sites that have similar types of bangles.
And also, Kalyan means, I am saying that there are many burials at the site, and all are not belonging to, and also means I told that this is shell bangle. Definitely the date will change, because shell won't give the exact or means the correct AMS dates. So means this is just a possibility. I have just keeping there, but the ceramics are very similar to the ceramics of the southern Baluchistan of the early Harappan period, and also means the bangles, shell bangles, Professor Kenner was studying also looking like that. So means definitely means okay, there will be urban Harappan things also, probably there will be late Harappan things also. Definitely. Thank you.
Rajesh sir, one question sir. So far you have excavated 197 burial sites, right?
Yeah.
Particular locations,
Yeah.
but you are saying both are not in the same cultural phase, right? They are different culture phases are there, right? You have simply mentioned. In what basis you are to point out that?
The phases are the same. Means okay, when the urban Harappan phase, or there might be probably there will be the continuation of the things, or means they may not stop in one time. That's one thing. Regarding the material culture, means I showed you there are means we are getting research slip also within the burials. The orientation of the burials are not the same. Probably means all or the means the kind of burials we are means the kind of vessels we are getting in locality 1, and locality means locality 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 are different. So they might be indicating different groups of people, or means there might be different time periods or different sex groups. So all these are some what we speculations right now.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. All right, so thank you very much. We're going to move on to the last speaker now. Thank you. This goes up. So our last speaker is Professor Peter Johansen, Relative Chronology, Ceramic Typologies, and Communities of Practice, Historicizing Ceramic Consumption Practices in the Southern Deccan Mortuary Ritual. Thank you.
Okay, well, thanks everyone, and I'd like to say special thanks for the invitation to attend the conference. I'd especially like to thank Alok Kanungo and K. Rajan, R. Shivanathan, and Rajesh Nair, also IIT Chennai and IIT Gandhinagara as well. Much appreciated, and just lovely to be with you. I'd also like to thank my colleagues and friends, old and new, who are here today, and a special thanks to all of the students who have come. And I appreciate you staying late to hear my paper. So I'm gonna take a slightly different approach. I'm going to read this paper, and so I hope that's all right with everyone. So I'm going to begin by saying archaeology in southern India, like many regions of the world, remains acutely reliant on a ceramic-based relative chronology in order to periodize the archaeological record and to temporalize its deeper history. Its tethering to a sequence of archaeological cultures has affected not only the epistemologies we use to periodize our observations of the archaeological deposits and materials, but also how particular temporalized assemblages of material culture are rendered as representative of culture. So the recognition of Neolithic, Iron Age, early historic, and medieval period occupations or their rather normatively understood cultures follows rather directly from the identification of material culture types, and most notably ceramic types, as well as ceramic wares and form types. These observed changes in ceramic ware types in southern India measure time and cultural change in very wide blocks, centuries long or more, rather than in the sort of fine-grained, more sociologically meaningful intervals of time that we require to study more gradual processes of change and continuity in social practices. Now, our overall reliance on, or perhaps overconfidence in this chronological epistemology has contributed to interpretive narratives of more punctuated, sometimes even cataclysmic social change involving explanatory mechanisms like invasion, migration, environmental change, cultural and political evolution. Simultaneously, and perhaps more detrimentally, the collapsing of hundreds of years of diverse social and cultural practices into temporally flattened and culturally totalizing periods constructs a narrative of the past that struggles at times to document change within rather than between periods. We do, of course, need temporally diagnostic artifacts as chronological anchors, and as a discipline, we're increasingly reliant on radiocarbon dates to bracket these material markers of chronology and to investigate change in continuity in cultural activities and social, political, and economic practices. Now, to reflect a moment on these tensions of conventional archaeological practice, it may be worth recalling some of the points made by one of the architects of Americanist culture history, James A. Ford, who, writing critically in mid-career on the epistemology of archaeological typology, urged us to think carefully about how archaeological types are constructed and mobilized, especially ceramic types. Now, Ford was critical of understanding the types archaeologists create as somehow natural cultural units, or indeed cohesive cultural types, a move in Americanist archaeology that he historicized in 1953 as standard practice. While Ford himself was a prominent producer of culture history, his critique is largely digested as a debate with Albert Spalding over the etic versus emic properties of archaeological typologies. However, Ford offered three overlapping points that are of value, I think, today in thinking through this approach, how we approach the use of ceramic typology in our reconstructions of the past. Now, the first is that descriptive typology can be very useful for purposes of chronological ordering of materials, but that is only after the chronology is well under control. And then, he argued, only occasionally that it is possible to associate ceramic types with large cultural groups. And Ford used the term tribes to describe these larger groups rather than cultures per se. The second point is that artifacts and their types are cultural products, and they are not emblematic of the culture itself. And while this may seem a sort of trivial or self-evident point, it is nonetheless important that Ford went on to point out that ethnographically, oftentimes the proper ways to make something, ceramics for instance, or houses, fictive houses as was Ford's example, is not isolated in the culture, but is rather more intimately associated with smaller social groupings like families, kin groups, or groups of producers. Now, the third point I want to draw attention to from Ford is the importance that he placed on locality, both in terms of time and place, for understanding the distribution of the variants in types. And today, what I hope to do to begin working towards is addressing some of these tensions in conventional archaeological practice with an attention to Ford's reflections, starting with a concrete example taken from recent archaeological work conducted by the Muskie Archaeological Research Project, a project that I co-direct with Andrew Bauer of Stanford University, the Karnataka State Department of Archaeology and Museums, and more recently with my colleague, Professor Hemant Kadambi of Shiv Nadar Institute of Excellence. And I'll use this case to discuss how new radiocarbon assays offer both an epistemological challenge to some of the more normative assumptions about a group of temporally diagnostic artifact types, slipped and polished black and red ware ceramics, and to explore the internal temporal complexity of at least one of these periods in the South Indian chronology, the Neolithic period. I'll begin by discussing how dynamic Neolithic social practices, most notably those involving a set of ritual mortuary rites at a recently discovered cemetery at Muskie, challenge the culture historical framework of the Neolithic and the Iron Age in the South Deccan region. Now, the graves that we've documented at this site, what we call MARP 79, have with the advantage of 13 radiocarbon assays, demonstrated developing differentiation in mortuary practices that begins much earlier than previously recognized, and which point to emerging and developing social distinctions beginning as early as the early second millennia BCE. These novel mortuary assemblages demonstrate the gradual development of a range of material and ritual practices that lead clearly towards the megalithic mortuary practices of the succeeding Iron Age. But the epistemological framing of archaeological cultures in South India is most pervasively challenged by the very early dates for slipped and polished black and red ware serving vessels, which have been mobilized by archaeologists since the time of Wheeler as a temporally diagnostic marker of the South Indian Iron Age. And we found this ware type as important parts of Neolithic funerary assemblages in radiometrically dated contexts long before the conventionally understood beginnings of the Iron Age. And this speaks towards some of K. Rajan's findings as well that we listened to earlier this week. Now, having discussed the empirical problems of slipped and polished wares in the reconstruction of South India's deep history, I'll turn to a wider comparative discussion of regional mortuary practices in the second millennia BCE and suggest an interpretive framing that explores the role of politics, communities, and indeed communities of practice to begin to historicize mortuary ritual across the South Deccan region of South India. And this will involve revisiting a number of archaeological investigations in the mid-20th century at the sites of Muskie, Takrakota, Rampur, and Brahmagiri, arguing that ritual mortuary assemblages, including materials like slipped and polished ware ceramic vessels, developed across the South Deccan during the second millennia BCE through networks of referentiality or citational fields spurred on by the performative politics of mortuary ritual and the communities of practice that formed to pursue mortuary projects and to address the recurrent culturally inflected problem of death. Now, while my comparative assessment of the ceramics is somewhat impressionistic, I hope to demonstrate that we can use ceramic typology to good effect in studying the temporality of social practices and cultural activities, albeit with the benefit of a persistent attention to radiometric dating of localized contexts. So I'll begin with some background on the regional South Indian culture history sequence. While the recognition of temporally diagnostic artifacts and significant efforts at periodization begins as early as the late 19th century, most notably with the work of Robert Bruce Foote, and much later by the deeply underappreciated work of M.H. Krishna, it was following the exposure of the well-known stratigraphic section at Brahmagiri that Mortimer Wheeler published a culture sequence that would develop widespread use. And this is something that will be familiar to most of us, of course. And so I'm not going to go into too much detail here. Suffice it to say, though, and this is an important point to make, Wheeler was quick to point out from the onset that there were significant overlaps in the materials in his ceramic-based chronology, and indeed with some of the non-ceramic materials that he used to define his archaeological cultures. And this is something we can actually see in his section drawing. But that's something that is often under-recognized in mobilizing this primarily ware-based ceramic typology as a periodized relative chronology, and something that Wheeler very quickly dismissed after his recognition. Now, the application of radiocarbon dating to South Indian archaeology began in the 1960s, and by the 1980s, we have a relatively small number of dates from several sites that fixed a more meaningful absolute date bracket to the culture history sequence that set a periodization that's more or less conventionally accepted today. And that's what we see here in the slide. And the last 2 decades have seen many more dates published, most notably Neolithic period dates, and Corsetar and Fuller and Boven's Bayesian analysis of Neolithic dates has transformed our understanding of the Neolithic period in the Deccan. An important development in the overall chronology is the documentation of slipped and polished ware ceramics like black and red ware in settlement contexts in deposits radiometrically dated to approximately 1400 to 1200 BCE and in association with more conventional forms of Neolithic ceramics. And this is something documented by Kora Sethar's team at Sanarachama and Heraguda, and by my colleague and mentor, Carlos Sinopoli at Kadibakale. Yet in spite of these more recent discoveries, there remains an overconfidence in the epistemological integrity and material associations of these archaeological cultures, and that has contributed to interpretive narratives that of more punctuated social change that I mentioned earlier. And our research at Muskie documents a much slower change in social, ritual, and political relations, most notably across the long Neolithic period and into the Iron Age. It also documents how particular material practices may be less temporally diagnostic than once thought. And that attention to context of particular cultural activities and their temporality provides some insight into how particular forms of material culture emerged within very context-specific social and political practices. Now, Muskie is located in the Raichur district of Karnataka, and the site was first investigated by the Nizam of Hyderabad's archaeology department in the 1930s and 40s, and then taken up by B.K. Thapar of the Archaeological Survey of India in 1954. Thapar's excavations documented subsurface deposits at the site that we call MARP 97, where he established a chronological framework for the site by linking stratified deposits of ceramics with Wheeler's South India ware-based typology. Thapar exposed underlying Neolithic deposits, which he considered Chalcolithic, with successively overlying Iron Age and early historic deposits. And in between the Neolithic and Iron Age habitation deposits, Thapar exposed a series of burials which he attributed to his period too, and I quote, the first occupation of the site by megalithic peoples. However, with one exception, and that's burial 30, these graves did not display classic megalithic features. They did, however, contain black and red ware ceramics, and some contained iron. Some had small stone slabs and boulders capping the burial pits, as well as ashy cysts surrounding largely excarnated skeletal remains. Now, it's important to note that burials with more conventional Neolithic ceramic wares, things like gray burnished wares, dull red wares, and forms such as the characteristic spouted vessel, graves with typically fewer grave goods are recorded at Neolithic sites across the South Deccan. And so the black and red ware and iron in some of the burials at Muskie and an absence of classic Neolithic ceramics led Thapar to conclude that these graves belong to a newly arrived people, the period 2 people, or the Iron Age people. And I think that's a very fair assumption for the time, given that there were no radiocarbon dates available. Now, nearly 60 years later, the Muskie Archaeological Research Project resumed field work at Muskie, and the MARP project began in 2010 with 4 seasons of systematic survey in a 64 square kilometer area that centered on the Durga de Guda Inselberg and MARP 97. Our research objectives were to better understand how changes in settlement, agripastoral land use, craft production, and ritual practices were related to novel forms of social difference and nascent inequalities, first in prehistoric times and again during the early historic and medieval periods. In 2012, we discovered MARP 79, a burial site that had been exposed and significantly destroyed by sand and stone quarrying for road metal. We began surface documentation and sampling, followed by the excavation of 3 graves in subsequent years as the cemetery continued to be destroyed. We have recorded 21 partially exposed burials, and we predict that the cemetery may have once held hundreds more. And we have 13, excuse me, I keep saying 30. I wish we had 30. We have 13 radiocarbon assays from 7 of these graves, which document significant new temporally sensitive patterning in Neolithic funerary practices and track the historical development of several mortuary assemblages across hundreds of years. So the radiocarbon record begins in the 3rd quarter of the 3rd millennia BCE with burial 12, a relatively unelaborated pit burial with classic Neolithic gray and red ware ceramics. And by the turn of the 2nd millennia BCE, we have evidence for diversifying burial practices and novel mortuary practices and materials such as slipped and polished ware ceramics. One of these graves, burial 11, contained an excarnated adult skeleton in a combusted organic coffin together with 4 large slipped redware jars and several slipped and polished black and redware serving vessels. The radiocarbon assays from burial 11 give a combined 2 sigma calibrated date range between 1883 and 1751 BCE, while burial 8, a terracotta sarcophagus burial, with associated black and redware ceramics, dates to between 1934 and 1700 BCE. We believe these burials represent the earliest securely radiometrically dated evidence for slipped and polished black and redware serving vessels in the South Deccan, and it further suggests that food or drink may have been consumed by the participants of these Neolithic funerary feasts, rituals, excuse me. Now, the radiocarbon record resumes between the 15th to 12th centuries BCE with assays from burials 1, 6, and 19, all of which are combusted organic coffin burials. These burials demonstrate continuity in mortuary practices from those first observed in burial 11 several centuries earlier, yet with modifications that include stone slab elements, iron and copper grave goods, and in the case of burial 19, the inclusion of butchered goat remains and much greater numbers of and kinds of serving vessels. Now, the ceramic assemblage and the animal remains again suggest funerary feasting was a part of burial 19's mortuary assemblage. Burial 19 is very similar to graves excavated by Tapar, which together suggest an expansion of funerary feasting during the Neolithic Iron Age transition, that period between 1400 and 1200 BCE, and terracotta sarcophagi burials with iron burial inclusions suggest the persistence of these interment practices as well. And burial 20, a partially destroyed cairn burial that was dug into a naturally occurring circle of granite boulders with a crushed skeleton and copper bangle, points to further burial practices that were developing into those of the later Iron Age megalithic mortuary traditions. Here we have stone architectural features, slipped and polished serving ware, metal tools, and feasting as a developing assemblage. Now, these observations point to a slow and gradual development of mortuary practices extending over a period of nearly 1,000 years, rather than a punctuated change that somehow represents a significant cultural change. It further tracks the development of slipped and polished wares like black and red ware as mortuary commensal wares hundreds of years before their more common usage at settlements during the Iron Age and early historic periods, challenging one of the main epistemological planks of the culture history sequence, and indeed the relative chronology. Now, the increasing variation and development in mortuary rituals that begins at MARP 79 by at least the beginning of the second millennia BCE documents an important diversification in how regional settlement communities commemorated and memorialized their dead. In a recent article published in the journal Antiquity, Andrew Bauer and I have discussed approaching the social history of mortuary practices at MARP 79 and the South Deccan region more generally, by considering mortuary ritual as assemblages of materials, practices, people, and knowledge that converge on the biological and culturally inflected problems of death, creating localized historical contexts that provide a venue for a wider politics through which social affiliations and differences may develop yes. So novel materials involving innovations in technology and style, together with new pyrotechnical interment techniques, commensal practices, and the use of stone grave architecture were increasingly mobilized in strategic ways into commemorative assemblages of people living and dead, and these changing and diversifying assemblages of mortuary rituals constituted both an opportunity and a venue for the Muskie region's Neolithic agropastoralists to establish and negotiate relations of affiliation and difference with historically contingent social groups and networks, likely those of kin, of locality, residents, or other cooperative associations that were both localized and regional. So it's within this ongoing historical context of mortuary ritual and the mutual social engagement that developed around the shared enterprise of addressing the problem of death that particular communities of practice developed. The concept of communities of practice was first developed by the ethnographic work of anthropologists Jean Lavey and Etienne Wagner in late 20th century workplaces to investigate how learning is a social process that negotiates and structures both meaning and identity that develop as communities form through practice around the pursuit of shared enterprises. As a theory of social learning and practice, it takes the collective or community that forms around this shared enterprise over time as its basic unit of analysis, rather than individuals on one scale of the spectrum or broader social institutions or cultures on the other end. Now, in the remainder of this presentation, what I'd like to discuss is how we might begin to investigate the development of ritual mortuary practices at both local and regional scales through a closer examination of formal variation in slipped and polished ware ceramic serving vessels in mortuary contexts across the South Deccan, and how we might approach change and continuity by thinking of mortuary ritual as consisting of communities of practice that formed as social relations of the dead, local and non-local, assembled together with a range of material and symbolic resources and practices to negotiate the meaning and identity of existing and emerging social affiliations and differences. While the agro-pastoral societies of the second and third millennia South Deccan lived in settled villages at places like Muskie, Tekalakota, Brahmagiri, Budihal, Sanganakalu, and Kadibakale, parts of these settlement communities appear to have moved seasonally and regionally with their herds of cattle and goat for forage and water during the dry season. This mobility would have fostered regional networks of social relations that may have periodically assembled local and non-local people together to instantiate mortuary rites and rituals in enduring places like the cemeteries and graves we have at MARP 97 and MARP 79. And this process, I would argue, is responsible for the distribution of specific slipped and polished ware serving vessels from vessel forms across the Deccan as important material and symbolic resources in ritual mortuary assemblages hundreds of years earlier than they're documented in settlement deposits. Now, excavations at several Neolithic sites, Watgal, Rampuram, Tekalakota, Muskie, have documented temporal shifts in mortuary practices between occupational phases. However, the burials at these sites are dated only through association with surrounding stratified settlement deposits that include changes in the distribution of ceramic wares, and in some cases by a limited number of radiocarbon dates, for example at Watgal and Tekalakota. While none of these burials have radiocarbon assays directly dating individual interments, those from Rampuram, Tekalakota, and Muskie document diversified, localized changes in mortuary ritual and support our observations of significant, novel, and incremental changes in burial practices during the second millennia BCE at the cemetery at MARP 79. And published slipped and polished vessel forms from Tekalakota and Muskie from two intriguing deposits at the megalithic cemetery at Brahmagiri display both significant variation in forms as well as some striking similarities to those we have at MARP 79, suggesting collective developments in vessel ware, in vessel wares and forms through the regional referential networks and citational practices of their producers and those using the vessels in mortuary ritual. Now, I've already discussed the burials excavated by Tapar, and this slide shows 3 of Tapar's 4 burial types. What I'd like to do now is to draw your attention to some of the similarities between the ceramic assemblages at these 2 sites, yet I should note that very significant variation occurs as well. Okay, so so I'll just advance to this slide. This slide compares similarities between black and red ware serving vessels in the B1 burials at MARP 97 and burial 19 from MARP 79. Forms, at Tekalakota and Rampuram, less well-reported later phase Neolithic burials that overlie earlier graves were furnished with a greater number and diversity of grave goods and exhibit novel interment practices as well, and mortuary assemblages of the later graves at both sites contained higher frequencies of ceramics, including black and red ware, often in tandem with more classic Neolithic wares. So the materials from Rampuram are largely unpublished, so I'll just move and have a look at Tekalakota briefly. Here, where large-scale excavations by H.C. Sankalia expose most burials of this phase. These are largely unpublished, but Nagaraja Rao has reported that the dead were interred in extended positions in pits, and one completely documented extended pit burial from phase 2 at Teklakota contained 4 serving vessels of black and redware, 3 dull redware jars, including one of these famous spouted vessels. Now, 3 of the published black and rare serving vessels bear a striking resemblance to forms from burials at MARP 97, and an uncalibrated radiocarbon date of 1615 plus or minus 105 BCE from the site seals phase 1, and so phase 2 is considered to be antecedent to this. Now, the last comparison I'd like to make returns us to Brahmagiri, this time to Wheeler's excavation of the large megalithic cemetery. And I had wanted to compare slipped and polished ware serving vessels to dated graves with regional comparisons from a developed South Deccan megalithic site. And in reviewing Wheeler's slipped and polished serving vessel forms, I found that forms from Brahmagiri's megalithic cysts and pit circles were really quite poor matches for the vessel forms we documented at MARP 79. However, I did find several excellent formal correspondences of serving vessels from MARP 79 with what Wheeler characterized as other megalithic pottery from the cemetery area. So you can see, actually, these are these 2 locations that Wheeler's identifying here, and they're clearly earlier than the megaliths. Now, Kathy Morrison, and here are some of these examples of these comparisons. Here with the earlier burials at MARP 79, and here with a set of here from burial 19, which is a somewhat later site, or sorry, later feature. Kathy Morrison dated carbon samples from megalith 6, which she has published as having a 2 sigma calibrated date range of 2140 to 1940 BCE. And Kathy has suggested that this sample may have come from the earlier deposits associated with megalith 6, in other words, area B. And this seems like a reasonable explanation, but it's one that I'm not aware of having been confirmed. So if it were to be confirmed, though, this would correspond really well with our findings from MARP 79. But I should note that burial 19 is one of our later dated graves, an observation that resonates with Ford's points on the importance of first getting the chronological ordering of ceramic types under control, and also in understanding the importance of locality for understanding variance and distribution. Now, in conclusion, I'll just return to elaborate on the last of Ford's points that I mentioned earlier today to suggest that formal variation in ceramic types in this case, slipped and polished black and redware serving vessels may be more productively deployed to study smaller social and temporal scales of practice, in this case, communities of practice, and local and regional histories of mortuary assemblages in the 2nd millennium BCE, rather than to serve necessarily as, in this case, the demonstrably imprecise proxies for an archaeological culture. As communities of practice form to address joint enterprises, such as the physical and culturally inflected social and metaphysical problems of death, they engaged in regional referential networks and citational practices to assemble novel and traditional material and symbolic resources like ceramics, together with practices and knowledge in mortuary ritual, creating and maintaining social affiliations and differences. And I will end there, and thank you all for listening to me.
We have time for 1 or 2 questions.
Hey, Peter. So it's not, it's less more like a question, but I would like to know what your thought is about this issue. So I completely agree that creating punctuated chronology using ceramics is problematic, and a change should be viewed as a process rather than as events. But at the same time, I also feel interpreting change based on mortuary practices is also very complicated, because now what we are talking about establishing an interaction between the known and the unknown. So the impact of the change is also unknown, because we don't know if we change anything, that how would that interpret in terms of how that dead would be treated in afterlife. So I think the process of continuation is much longer in a mortuary practice rather than in a day-to-day practice. So I would like to know what your thought is.
Well, I mean, if I understand correctly, Colleen, like, I mean, are you seeking to sort of broaden this beyond mortuary practices?
No, I mean, what would the challenges that, if we can try to interpret change by looking into mortuary evidences?
Right.
Because you can see changes in the habitational setup
Yeah.
where things are, the return of the change is immediately visible.
Yeah.
Whereas in the mortuary setup,
Yeah.
the return of the change is not immediately visible, and we might be reluctant to make changes just because we don't know how would that interpret in the other world.
Okay. So, I mean, I think what we're observing in this particular cemetery is considerable change. I think that with the relatively small number of radiocarbon dates that we have, we are able to track a trajectory of change through this, through things like lithic features, slipped and polished ware use, the development of or the inclusion of iron and copper materials, and also differential interment practices as well as preparation practices for the dead. So, I mean, my argument would be that what would help us, I mean, the real challenge is that we need more careful excavations of burials with a series of radiocarbon dates from each of these. But if we were to expand this, as I was kind of trying to do in a relatively clunky way to previously excavated sites, I think we have to return to Ford's point, right, about the notion of variance around a mean with types. So if we're looking just at, just using as an example, ceramic forms, ceramic ware forms. What we see at Brahmagiri, if that date is indeed correct that Kathy has from Area B, we see a pattern that is almost 1,000 years later than very similar kinds of materials that we're seeing in Burial 19 of MARP 79. But in MARP 79, we're seeing a development towards those forms, right? And so one might, then be challenged by the notion that these two sites with similar ceramics are separated. It doesn't really matter that it's separated by 200 or 300 kilometers, but the 1,000 years is kind of curious. So why are we finding these similar kinds of forms separated by 1,000 years, whereas in the same site we're watching a kind of trajectory of development of forms? So I mean, that's I think that's one of the fundamental challenges of using typology to measure these kinds of changes. I mean, I'm not really sure that entirely addresses your question, but we can certainly talk more about it.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll go. It's time to go, right? It's 6 o'clock. Ask him questions afterwards. You can grab them now. See you guys tomorrow morning, bright and early. We start at 8 o'clock tomorrow.
Tomorrow morning at 9:30, the black porter will start the fighting. You get the permission.